Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good whatever it is, wherever you are, and welcome to this Friday, Friday, like Jessica Black or whatever her name said. Friday.
Oh God.
Oh, good morning, Jamie.
Oh, morning.
One of the best songs. How didn't it make a Grammy? Even the dogs agree with me. Or maybe they started barking because I was singing.
They started barking because I clapped for some reason. I need to watch myself.
Good morning, Casey and Iris, Left Eye, and Gigi, atheist and in here early today. Yes, today will be the Spanish lesson. Today is the day they have the interpreter ordered in. So we will have, it'll primarily be people who were in the mute group today. So I don't know how much they're going to say. If they're going to go like the other two from the mute group and just go, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not coming from Speedy Gonzalez. It's going to be cringe day, methinks. Then Monday, the state will call few squirrels, a couple of turtles, and Biden because he lies about anything. Well, he's a politician. They're not lying. They just are incapable of anything else. And Maya has the weekend off. Enjoy the weekend, Maya. Thank you for spending some of it with us. Jamie, what are you doing in the weekend?
Hanging out with you, and then I don't know.
Well, I don't know if we're going to do anything tomorrow because no one has signed up to be an angel tomorrow. So,
Well, we could still just have the regulars.
yeah, we could just have the. I thought it would be nice to have a guest every weekend, but apparently you scare them away.
Me. Sorry,
Yeah.
guys. I'm
What
not
happened
so
when you
scary.
when you went away last Sunday? Ralphie came on. I'm not saying it's because of you. She didn't do it before, but I am implying it's because of you.
Imply all you want.
Thank you. Hey, Captain. Danny T. Iris. Hola, hola. Buenos dias todos. And thank you for the super chat, Iris. Today we'll have Irish dual translating in stream to see if the translator does it correctly. Hello, Helen. And Wolfie.
Hi, Wolfie.
LCP. They heard Wolfie and started yelling.
I know. Guys, stop.
How did I not know you were covering this? I've been watching all by my lonely self. Well, because you're not
Just
watching my
Jen.
channel.
Yeah.
That sounds like a you problem. No, YouTube probably haven't notified you of it. But we have been here every second along the way. Even yesterday, with the 8 hours of hell. If you're not early, you're late. Well, I'm early because I started 5 minutes before.
You did.
The other Ralph, hello, and Stalin, and Estrella is ready to go. Well, today I don't think there'll be that much firework. I'm just hoping that the judge feel pity with the jury and say, "Hasta la taco." Hello,
Hasta la
Sue.
taco.
Yeah. I have a serious question. Do you listen to that music over there, Baker? Rebecca Black, the greatest songstress ever?
Oh my God, stop.
Of course. Her, Tay Tay, and if it's a party time, a little Britney. Mr. Ozzy, welcome. But Daisy Girl Williams, good morning to you too. And Fuba, get to bed. We can just start saying it now because you'll be here all stream. Vanilla, I have a request that you become one of the angels. Little D drunk dialed me this morning and asked, "Can you get Panilla on?" I said, "I don't know." So, Panilla, you have a request. Probably because she's Swedish and she just wants to have me suffer. Great success. Hey, hola, soy Dora. You took 5 years of Latin, gonna have to rely on Irish for this one. The only thing I can say, well, I can say a couple of things in Spanish. Per aspera ad astra. Over the skies to victory, I think, because that's the Royal Air Force's logo. And Sic transit gloria mundi. That's how all of heaven joys evaporates, or something like that. No worky for Marissa. Hey, Christine. I'm in a good mood today, Jamie.
Good.
Juro que estaba embarazada mientras me comí al bebé porque soy un fisco.
And
Well, and then on a Friday? Oh my.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Hey, sassy southerner. And Ariel. Hello, and yeah, Lefty would join us on Saturdays if Jamie wasn't scary and mean.
well,
Hello, Sebastian. How are you? Hey, White Paint. Welcome, welcome.
hi, white paint.
You're gonna say weird stuff. We have heard your voice chat. It's most of
I
it.
mean, is that not normal?
Yeah. Hey, Palola's mom. Yeah, notification. YouTube loves us. That's why. Today is the first you've gotten a notification. Yeah, I'm sorry, but we're happy to have you here today. You have a question about everything and doesn't give us a question. Good morning. I'm Dave. Hairway to Stephen. Greedy bloke, greedy bloke. Hasta la Taco Bell. Any more? Any idea how many more days for the state? They claim they could be done Monday, possibly Monday, latest Tuesday. Snivels, hello. And Ginger with a soul. Let's do it. ¿Sabías que el panadero tiene un brazo de 3 pies? Jamie Loache. I think panadero, isn't that bread? Aussie Tang, good morning all. Meow.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Colleen, Miami, hasta la burrito. Janine is happy it's Friday. So are we.
Yay.
Oh, I shouldn't. Iris, can you please write under every Spanish comment if I can read them or not? I want toe pics. Oh,
Iris, don't tell him the truth.
yeah. Boomer, boomer. She's the greatest boomer the boomers have seen. I am doing fantastic today. I just had a nap. I fixed my faucet. Jamie, it only took me
I can't
not
believe
even
it.
half an hour. I
It was
feel
so
so.
easy.
I got drunk dialed by a hottie, and I fixed the faucet. My tea levels are massive.
You're through the
Ladies,
roof.
cover up. Unwanted pregnancies might happen. Hey, Dog Daddy. Talking about unwanted pregnancies. Hey, Flux, how are you this morning? That would be a surprise.
Oh my god. He's lost his mind.
Did you know she's pregnant? Lies. I ate the baby because I'm cheap. Second one, the baker has a third arm of 3 feet, Jamie. Does it? Sorry. Pudding margarine. Hello, Zach.
Hey, Zach.
Tracy Fagan. Yeah, you remember? No, I don't even know why YouTube. No, I love YouTube. Thank you for providing me a platform. You just found the channel and I love it because the way Jamie finds Baker amusing in a good way. So refreshing. Yeah, she's the only one who does. But welcome, Anne. We'll try to not scare you away.
He gets me sometimes.
I only listen to Goldslager. Can you remember when that was a thing that girls had to drink?
Goldslager. I was jealous because I thought it was super fancy. People tell me it's not.
Scott, stay safe. I always wondered, how about the puking?
Why?
If you had those gold flakes in it, that was nasty.
Oh yeah. Oh well, it would
Wendy,
be
you.
well. It would fancy it up, wouldn't it?
Of course it would. Snibbles coming in hot with 5 gifted memberships to Anne. She's just found the channel and already a member. Mimi, Sheninigram, K Marshall, and Chino Nino. Thank you,
Chino.
Snibbles. But Jamie, are we expecting much today? Fireworks, the magic Rambo running out of the woods, attacking everyone?
I hope so. I really do. I'm
Yeah.
enjoying the ridiculous. Everyone has this such a different story, and it's blowing my mind.
Hey, Jen, and Carissa. Every time I see it, I'm wanting to say toilet Carissa. That wouldn't be nice. It burned as bad coming out as it did going in. It was swell. Yeah, a lot of those things that was really popular. Every generation has that. I never got into. Did you drink that Aperol Spritz everyone drank?
Spritz? I don't know what that. I'm whatever was cheap. That's what I drank.
That's my kind
Usually
of
it
girl.
was like Bush Light and like the bottom of the barrel vodka.
Yeah,
And Black
everyone
Velvet
wants Bigfoot
whiskey. I
today.
remember that very distinctively. We called it BV.
What? Black what?
Black Velvet whiskey. That was our drink of choice because it was so cheap.
Lefty, Jamie, you should be softer and more smoothing. He's trying to fall asleep.
That's not my style. Sorry, Lefty.
Oh, the lefty. Thank you.
Yep, Milwaukee.
Kim had Malibu and Passion Pop. Oh, that sounds nasty. I hate that artificial coconut flavor in Malibu. Ugh. I never had Mad Dog. I don't know what it is. Yeah, Shenanigram, you are lucky you were one of Snibbles' 5 memberships.
Yeah.
You drank a lot of Mad Dog as teenager. Mad Dog, that was a kind of whiskey thing, wasn't it?
I think it was like a cheap beer.
Oh. Natty Light, Vladimir, Mad Dog, PBR, Beast, Seema.
Yeah, that's
Black Velvet and
that was
Lace?
pretty much. Me and Marissa would have hung out.
$4 Boone's Farm strawberry wine. Oh, that sounds nasty. I drank apple wine. It was good if you stuck it in a freezer till it was almost frozen. But when alcohol gets that cold, it's really bad to drink. Oh, she wasn't drinking the bougie Michelob Ultra.
No.
Email loves Malibu. Hey, Ronnie. Kentucky Deluxe was your high school cheap whiskey. We used to buy beer out of the trunk of this dude's car. Malibu rum. I met a guy. We have that, the Christmas beer day I've told you about many a time. And I met this buddy of mine. I hadn't seen him in 20 years when we were out. I was on my way home, I promise. And then he said, just one more beer. And then 3 hours later, we were standing in a bar, and he wanted pina coladas, and I don't drink that. So he ordered a normal drink in Denmark is 2 centiliters of liquor. So he ordered 4 doubles, and it was all Malibu rum. I think he had paid 70 or 80 bucks for each drink, and I took 3 sips, and then I made the ninja and just disappeared. Plastic can of moonshine. Hey MJ, KKB. Funny today, I was talking on the horn with one of my buddies when I had to go out and buy the new faucet. Looked out my window. My childhood buddy, who I haven't seen, maybe not even in this millennia, he was working in one of the houses next to me. That was fun. I haven't seen him since, I think maybe 96 or something. And that's impressive when you think I'm only 27 years old. Yeah, I don't drink. Well, I drink sometimes, but not as much as I used to do. Well, but it goes down smooth. Apple pie moonshine. I only know that from Justified, the best series in many a year. Nunya. Good morning, and we are still waiting for court to go live. I do have it on the other screen. I'm just filling time.
It's okay. We can chit chat. It's Friday.
Sambuca. Oh, I never understood the part where you had to put a coffee bean in it. Well, it was fine drinking it. Then you light it on fire.
A coffee bean?
Yeah, you put a coffee bean in the glass, put Sambuca on it, and light it on fire.
Does it taste like
Don't
coffee?
ask me why. You did it.
Because anything coffee, I am game.
That sounds like it would taste kind of like Dr. Pepper. That could be good. No, I'm sorry. All you youngins who follow my chat, back in the days when my grandparents were young, a phone looked kind of like this. Jamie, you won't know this, but that's how a phone looked back in the day. And as you can see, the receiver and mouthpiece thing kind of looks like a horn. My kids laughed at me when they saw a flip phone on television. When I said, "Oh, I had one of those," they were cool. How old are you? 27. Are we gonna get proof there's Bigfoot in the bushes today? I hope so. That would actually, after yesterday's fiasco, I would rather have someone talking about Bigfoot than well, I wouldn't put the X there because it was upstream, downstream, not downstream, upstream.
That guy.
That guy had a lot of swirlers in his time. Yeah, halfway to Stephen. That Madison, I went over there to make peace, even though we didn't see her testimony. She started all of it. Why don't I draw a diorama? Flaming Dr. Pepper is dangerous in the best way. I do like me a Dr. Pepper. I'm not gonna say it that loud, but yes. And you had to turn the dial. I can remember when we got our first punch. Oh, we could. My mom and dad was fancy because we got. I don't know if you had one of these phones. We got those in the mid '80s where you dialed on the handset. Oh, we were fancy back then. It was a push button phone, Jamie. You wouldn't believe how popular I was. Absolutely not.
How popular were you?
Not at all.
I doubt that. You were part of the East Side Posse. So
East End posse.
East End.
My buddy who was here today was another posse member.
You had a posse member in here?
No, the guy I talked, Jamie, you should watch our show. I just told you I met my buddy from way back when.
Where?
And
Where was he?
he was building a house over and building something in
Oh.
a house right next to me. Your dad would get furious with you because you shred the cord while shutting the door on it. So, yeah, that's the biggest problem. Okay, I didn't see it. Paul Amos, you are not late. We are just chit-chatting because we're waiting. My sister had a BlackBerry. I never tried using one of them. I'm only 27, so I don't remember that one. I had... Oh, Jamie, do you know what I haven't done much this week?
What?
Good morning, genitals.
If you haven't.
AOL dial-up that would kick you off when someone called. Yeah, that was annoying. Yeah, and when you tried to call a girl and her dad answered, you hung up, and then he dialed back and said, "Did you want something?" No. Hey, Fedorowski. No, we were the East End posse.
East End Posse, guys.
Yeah, I was about to use the other P word about him, but no, he was a good guy. Divensmore. Good morning. I never.
Is this late today?
Yeah, he's normally quite early.
Yeah.
And the guy over on Fox is also treading water. Maybe I should look if anyone else. Maybe they made a mistake.
I remember pagers. I had one. I thought it was so cool. And I was like, how do you even? That's when we had payphones around. The pagers were so stupid.
They are covering some Mega Millions.
Mega Millions.
Mm,
Ooh, what is the Mega Millions?
I don't know. I went in to see if they was showing it. And Lawn and Crim haven't even started yet, so we're gonna stick with Fox. Now you all eat. Well, I can't do the. How do you do a T? I'll better stick with the East End. I have the fingers to do that. You had a party line when growing up. Put your earbuds
Dave
in.
was telling me about these party lines. They sound pretty fun.
The only dealers had. I never seen a pager.
You've never seen a pager?
No. I don't
They're
think it's a
really
thing in Europe. Hey, Mary.
Really?
Well, that's the problem. When I went to Baker College, when I called a girl, it was always her dad answering, and he knew I called I think it was every Wednesday or something at the same time because I knew she was home. He was such an idiot. I hated him. I might, because the music band I was in, she played there too, and he was one of those parents who took whenever we were out playing somewhere else, he was helping out, and I might, in a drunken stupor, have said something stupid to him. So it was never
Well,
fun that I had to call her.
pagers were cool to have because you could get them like I had like a see-through like pink one, but
Oh, in Holland they got them for free when opening a bank account.
you got them for free.
How was I a stalker? I called at a fixed time. Stalkers don't call at a fixed time. Your friend had a pager. I never
Stalkers
seen a pager.
call it a fixed time.
I had one, if those phones that would light up when it rang at night, I would turn off the ringers on all the phones so I could get calls and your dad wouldn't answer. Yeah, that's smart. Your
Well, people
friend's dad,
paid you, but you'd be somewhere where you couldn't call it back, and you're like, "Oh, I'm sorry." What's the
I think
point?
you told us this story. Your friend's dad was a town mayor. He had some hot daughters. He would let all the boyfriends over. Then he would have the chief of police come over and have a sit down dinner and bust their balls. Oh, that's a good one. That's how it should be.
You're funny.
Baker, it started about, can see it on another stream.
River. Remember, the river flows. There's some
Which
light,
other stream? Because
it's a rushing.
Bring in our guest, criminal defense attorney Michael Bixson.
All of them seems not to be.
Yeah, they're probably just talking.
I can't see it live anywhere.
I think it's live.
You have a recovery addict, but that's the replays. This is day 3. Then we have CBS. Our coverage will start soon. So I think you're seeing someone doing a replay from the other days. Just going to take this out so you don't hear the sound. You had a pager for work. Mm-hmm. Were you real good with ounces and 8 balls at that work?
Ooh.
Yeah, recovery is doing a recap of it. Yeah, I'm a first mover. Trendsetter. Things were different back then. Yeah. The snow was always 8 feet tall and we were always walking uphill. I told my kids. Yeah, probably it's the 90-year-old jury who didn't turn up today and they went to her house. Google image, postbank gratis beeper. I got very sure alarm commercials on that one. Hello, Noel. We are still waiting for court to go live. Yeah, he has day 3 on. Yeah, that's the fancy stuff. My dad was a firefighter, and he didn't get a cell phone till he was fired when he was 62 years old. That's after that, my mom gave him a cell phone because before that, she always knew he was either at the fire station or at home. But they just called the house number to get to him. Hello, Noel. Yeah. Hey, Ace. Well, stupid work. The Space Maxer from Philips. I had no clue why kids needed them, but it was fun. I can remember when people. There is a technical issue with the shared video feed from Houston, Wisconsin. Coverage will begin soon. So that's why we have nada on it. So they are probably started, but the video isn't coming out. But I remember when my buddies got their first cell phone, and I said, "Who would ever need a cell phone? It's people can just call my house; they know where I am if I don't want to talk to you." And now everyone has it. I was one of those against anything new. It's the same. I don't believe internet really will be anything. It's be over in 10 years. Oh, you had a newspaper. Fancy. I had a guy in my school. He was the Danish champion in yo-yos. He went to America and competed.
Danish champion in yo-yos.
Yeah, don't you remember when you had those Coke and Fanta yo-yos and everyone did tricks with them?
No.
He won, I think, competition twice and went to the US and competed. That was a thing back then. I can remember my parents' phone number, and they didn't have a house phone the last 5 years they lived at the house.
I can remember.
You
It
had-
was super easy.
Yeah, kids these days don't believe how hard we had it. I never had a Tamagotchi. I gave one to my sister as a birthday present. She got angry. Before I go is here. So good to see you before I go.
Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, that's a good thing. And my my dad, he was very much against all these smart things until he found out you can make the solitaire on his iPad. Then he loved the iPad. Yeah, the iPad. My daughters have to teach him how to use it. I think I got mine in '97, and you could have free dial-up if you listen to commercials. You had to punch in some code, and then you listen to commercials, and then you can ring for free. Oh, it's weird back then. First one was a CB radio. Oh, that's cool.
Oh, CB radios were fun.
Yo-yos was so popular the Simpsons did an episode. Yeah, I remember that one. That was back when Simpsons was good. Maybe it's still. I haven't watched it in 10 years or something. Yeah, you knew your parents' house, your grandparents' house, some of your school friends, the ones you hung out with. You knew all of those. I can't even remember my kids' social security numbers. The magic punch does it exist or is it fiction? Tune into Apple River Karens to find out. Yeah. The problem is the camera pans around, and then you have to believe the witnesses when they say it did happen. But we have heard so many different tales about that punch, so I'm beginning to wonder. But I think he pushed her after she pushed him.
And remember, he had the knife in his hand, so if he would have hooked her in the face,
Yeah.
guaranteed she would have got cut.
Yeah, that's it. But I think he might have pushed her, and then all the white knights ran in. Yeah, those early clips of the internet was hilarious. I think I was one of the last persons I know who got a Facebook account, and I only open it when I get a notification that someone invited me to something. I think it's a waste of time. Oh, it's a present for you. Nice, doggy. Dad will always buy a channel descrambler off the back of a truck. Oh, I can remember when we started having satellite dishes. These guys where you could go out and buy one of the decoder cards, and everyone was, oh, if they find out, you're going to get a big fine. How are they going to find out? That's I never had a satellite dish, but I had a friend who had. We would watch everything, and you paid like $100 or something, and it unscrambled everything for maybe a year. We were better at memorization back then, and better navigators as well. You give a young adult a map today, and majority wouldn't even know how to read it. Well, I don't know if it was true for everyone, because I always, if I've been somewhere a couple of times, I can find my way there again, because I'll remember, oh, there's a hospital here, or there's something there. My ex-wife had to go visit her friend in the city where she used to be a soldier. And she succeeded driving 150 kilometers south of that city before she thought, that's weird. Now they're beginning to mention the border on the street signs. Maybe I'm going the wrong way. So some people were better at navigating. Yeah, well, I don't open that Facebook account again. I don't. If you call that white knighting, we lived in a society that everybody believed there's no excuse to hit a woman. Yeah, and that's the biggest problem, because we live in a society now where women think it's perfectly okay for them to hit a man. And so we are right at that brink of either we go back to the old rules where touch a man, no, or you go back to the rules where equal rights and equal lefts.
I just don't think people should be hitting anyone.
Hey, FD. Well, every guy should be punched in the face once.
If you say so.
Well, as a guy, you need to be punched in the face. It's just no, but it's a part of being a boy. You have to fight to figure out how do my body work. You don't have to go crazy and beat up, but you have to have those play fights where you get a little too rough, just like your dogs are biting each other now and again to remind each other who is the leader of the pack. It's the same with boys. We need that physicality to show, okay, I'm getting strong. I had it with my brother. He used to beat me up all the time, and then one day, I can still remember. I think I was 6 years old, and I sat across him and pushed him down and said, "Enough." And since then, he tried a lot of times, but he never won again. And that changed our dynamic totally. So that's every boy should be punched in the face, not legal advice.
Legal advice.
I'm pretty good at reading maps too. No, that shouldn't be abusive, but okay.
Yo dije 3 veces, stop, stop, y le dije a él que fuera a ayudar.
I said 3 times, stop, stop. And I told Ariel to go help him.
So when you said stop, 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 who were you talking to?
Estaban personas jóvenes como en círculo y asumí que era Nika que estaban golpeando porque él no se miraba.
There were some young men in a circle, and then I assumed they were hitting Nick because I couldn't see him.
a alguien estaban golpeando.
They were hitting somebody.
So when you were saying stop, 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 you were talking to people that were far away from you. Is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
The people in your group, when Nick's wife said Nick's in trouble, did anyone go to help him?
yo recuerdo que fue Ariel, Ernesto y Sergio.
I remember it was Ariel, Ernesto, and Sergio.
Pero Ariel fue primero, perdón.
But Ariel was the first one.
And were they walking over to that area?
Sí,
Yes.
Nobody, and when I mean nobody, Ariel, Ernesto, and Sergio, they didn't run over to help Nick, right?
no, yo no vi ninguno correr.
No, I didn't see anybody running.
Did you see Nick in trouble, or did you just hear that he was in trouble?
Yo escuché que él estaba en problemas.
I heard that he was in trouble.
And I think you said that you saw Nick walking back toward your group. Is that right?
Yes.
And when he's walking back toward your group, you saw him kind of go over to the edge of the river bank. Is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
And if you can tell us about how far away were you?
Yeah, it sounds like someone is simultaneously interpreting in her ear, and this guy is just he is translating it for the jury.
From that riverbank area that you saw Nick walk over to.
era como de aquí a la puerta.
It was like from here to the door.
Lo que tiene el río de ancho.
The width of the river.
And
That's a pretty name.
when you
Ariela.
saw him walk over to that area, I saw you make a motion with your hand, kind of like pushing it out in front of you. Is that fair?
Sí,
Yes.
Okay. So and I think you said in your statement to police that you believe he was discarding something.
él tiró algo, fue mi palabra.
Yeah, he threw something out there. That was what I said.
And when he threw, you don't know what he threw, is that right?
No, no sé.
No, I don't know.
But the way and manner in which he threw it was the manner that I'm showing you right now, kind of. And he moves his hand.
Yes, because in an appeal, you will read the answers more than you won't watch it, so you will read all of it. So that's why they have to interpret it. And yeah, she probably understands English, but again, to make sure she fully understands it, they have an interpreter.
And away from his body, kind of like that.
Correcto.
Correct.
Correcto.
Did you see
Correcto.
Mr.
I knew that one.
walk over
Heroino
after
Krakow.
he discarded this object? Did you see him walk over to the object, or did he head back toward your group?
Se dirigió
Young, it's Serafsky. The man has an internalized fear of microphones.
al grupo de nosotros.
He walked through the group, to our group.
Okay. And I think you told police that when he walked back to your group, he appeared white and pale. Is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
He really wasn't talking. Is that right?
él dijo que le quitaron navaja.
He said they took away the knife.
Is that the only thing that he said to you?
Y que se iba a ir para los árboles atrás de nosotros.
And that he was going to go by the trees behind us.
Now, when you talked to the police, you never told the police that Mr. Mew was looking to go into the tree area. Is that true?
Cuando usted me dice que yo hablé con la policía, ¿fue cuando salimos del río o cuando ellos llegaron a mi casa a hablar conmigo?
When you say that I didn't say that when I talked to the police, are you talking about the time I talked to the police by the river, or when they went to see me at my home?
When they went to your home, they sat with you for a while and spoke to you. Is that right?
Sí,
Yes,
And they were asking you questions about what you saw and what you heard, right?
sí,
yes,
They were asking you details about what Nick Mew did that day, right?
ujú, sí,
yes.
And during this interview that you gave with police, you never mentioned to the police that Mr. Mew wanted to walk into the area by the trees.
honestamente no lo recuerdo en ese momento si yo lo dije.
I honestly don't remember if I said that at that moment.
So you don't have a recollection, a memory of whether you told that to the police or not. Is that fair?
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
Hey, Sniper, pew pew. It's been a while.
Hey, Sniper.
Had Nick previously that day gone into the woods to go to the bathroom?
No que yo viera.
No, I didn't see that.
You described to the police when Nick came back to your group, you described him as being looking scared. Is that fair?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you knew that Nick had a knife with him that day. Is that right?
Sí,
Yes,
And you knew he had the knife to cut the rope on the tubes. That's why he had brought it. Is that right?
sí, cierto.
yes, that's true.
Is it fair you told your group, people in your group, to call 911?
Hey, Tom.
Is that right?
Hey, Tom.
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Your group stayed at that location for some time. Is that true?
Sí,
Yes,
Did you see Nick? Nick didn't run up into the woods. True?
no,
no,
He sat in his tube. Is that right?
sí.
yes.
How long do you think your group sat there before moving on?
No sé. No podría decir un tiempo.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you, well, how much time we were there.
You had mentioned that you wanted to move where you were sitting in your tube. Is that true?
Sí.
Yes.
And I think you mentioned to the police that you wanted to move in your two because you were concerned or afraid of the situation. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
It wasn't anything that Nick had said or done to you that made you want to move, right?
No, nada de eso.
No, nothing like that.
Do you remember whether or not Nick Mew had his phone with him during that time?
No.
No.
Terrible question. You don't. Did he or did he not have his phone, or don't you remember?
No recuerdo. No tengo una memoria como específica de eso, muy vago.
I don't remember. I don't have a clear recollection of that in my memory. Yeah.
When Nick came back to the tubes, I think you said it became quiet.
Sí.
Yes.
No one was really talking.
No.
No.
Tatiana decía como, algo pasó, ¿qué habrá pasado?
May I ask for a repetition of the?
Solamente Tatiana decía, algo pasó, ¿qué será lo que ha pasado? Pero nada más.
Tatiana was the only one who said something happened, but nothing else. Something must have happened.
Did Nick appear? Nick appeared to be in shock, right?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you, Sniper, for gifting one membership to.
When Nick came back to your tubes, did he just sit in the tube?
Divergence more.
Thanks, Sniper.
Sí, que yo recuerde, sí.
Yes. As far as I remember, yes.
You didn't see him run away from the tubes and try to get away from you guys, is that right?
No.
No.
And you were with a gentleman, if you know, by the name of Eric. Is that right?
Yes, she's part of Nick's group. She wasn't close. She just saw some guys. She thought he was in trouble because she could see guys around him. When he came back, she saw him walk to the shoreline, toss something, come back, and he just seemed in shock and didn't say anything. And Tatiana, whoever that is, said something must have happened. That's what I get out of this so far.
Yeah.
He was with your group.
Sí, andaba un muchacho ahí, pero no lo conozco.
Yes, there was a guy there, but I didn't know him.
Is it okay? Ms. Costanza, do you remember seeing this gentleman
Sí,
with your group?
Yes.
sí.
Yes.
And that's Eric Von Williams. I don't know if you know his name.
Sí, recuerdo el nombre cuando me lo presentaron.
Yes, I remember the name when they introduced us.
And Mr. Von Williams went over to at least try to render aid or help. Is that right? Do you remember that?
No, yo no vi el momento que él caminó hacia, no sé. Si
I didn't see him walking at that. I didn't see when he was walking.
Did you see the number of people that were in the other groups?
Eran varias personas, pero no puse atención cuántas eran.
There were several people there, but I didn't pay attention on the number of people.
He's asking leading questions because the state called her. It's not the state haven't rested, so every witnesses called are the state's witnesses. Defense are always allowed to ask leading questions, and when the defense have their witnesses, the state are always allowed to ask leading questions. So that's why he is. But just like his wife, she was called by the state, and that's why you can ask leading questions.
But you believe that Nick was the only member of your group from over there, right?
Sí.
Yes.
I don't even have the questions.
Mr. Anderson, do you have more questions?
Yes. Only one who saw Nick throw something.
How should you know? Speculation.
Nunca he hablado con los del grupo de esto. No sé si ellos miraron.
I never talked to the group about that. I don't know if they saw that.
Did you know that was important information to tell police?
How would you know that?
Well, yes.
When Nick came back, do you know if the look was shock or fear or something else?
How?
Who's
How
asking
would
these
she
stupid
know?
questions?
How would she know?
Como en shock.
Like in shock.
I really thought he was going to
And-
know, or the look of the devil.
When you're leaving, you specifically did not want to sit by Nikolai because you were afraid to sit close to him, right?
Oh my God. Seriously.
Sí.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trumpson?
It's the dumbest thing ever.
You didn't know what happened. Is that fair?
No.
No.
So you weren't afraid to sit next to him because of anything he had done, correct?
No.
No.
You were afraid in part because of the look on his face, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
The shock that he had on his face concerned you, right?
Sí.
Yes.
That's the reason that you didn't want to sit next to him, right?
That's good to get in there.
Podría decir que sí.
You could say that, yes.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Just
Thank you, ma'am.
stupid.
Thank you, Ms. Costanza. You may step down.
Ralphie, we started late. This witness was part of Nick's group. She saw him with all the boys around him, didn't really know what happened, saw him toss something at the side of the river, believed it was the knife, never talked to anyone about it until later. When Nick came back, he looked scared, shocked, something, and he just sat in a tube. They didn't run. He didn't run away. Didn't try to run away. They stayed at the sandbank from some time for some time. She don't know how long after. She don't remember if anyone else was over with the boys. She think Nick was the only one. Don't know if anyone else saw him ditch the knife, and Nick looked in shock. She was afraid to sit next to him, not because of something he did, but because the look on his face. That's the Cliff Notes. Yes, we
She
saw the
released?
knife yesterday.
No.
Someone please collect the headset. How is everyone doing? Does anybody need a break?
Yeah, she left out the throwing of the knife when talking to police. She didn't know it was information.
Let's continue then. Mr.
important.
Anderson, who is the next witness?
Can I have 1 minute, Judge?
Yes.
Actually, could we?
Why?
What is wrong with you?
You've
Get
been
it
going for
together.
an hour, idiot.
Alba Torres.
Hello.
Ms. Torres, please raise your right hand. The clerk will administer the oath.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Alba Rosa Torres.
Alba Rosa Torres.
And can you, Alba, were you tubing with Nikolai on July 30, 2022?
Sí.
Yes.
And I want to direct your attention to about the time the phone was lost, if you remember that.
Sí.
Yes.
Sometime after the phone was lost, was there some sort of disturbance?
¿Puede repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sometime after the phone was lost, was there some sort of commotion or disturbance?
Sí.
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
No, no mucho, porque no vi.
Not much because I didn't see.
You didn't see anything about what happened downriver?
Ya había pasado todo.
Everything had already happened.
So you just weren't looking in that direction?
No.
No.
Do you remember hearing screaming or seeing people with bloody injuries at all?
Alguien me dijo que llamara 911, nada más, que estaba pasando algo.
It was I can't remember if it's Angel or what's the other name? Gustavo,
Ariel.
Estavo,
Ariel
something.
or whatever. Ariel.
Ariel or some Ariel or is Esteban or someone.
Esteban? Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody told me to call 911. That's it. They said something was going on.
And Alba, I forgot to ask, did you know Nikolai before that day on the river?
Ariel.
Sí.
Yes.
How long had you known him?
como 5 o 6 años.
About 5 or 6 years.
Were you friends?
Sí.
Yes.
So after, did you say Tatiana told you to call 911?
Sí.
Yes.
After that, did a person from your group leave to go help with the injured?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you remember who that was?
Eric.
Eric.
And
Both
was
of
the
them are in
reason
the
your
Discord.
group didn't leave
All three of them. I think.
sooner because Eric was away helping with the victims?
No.
No.
I didn't understand that question.
You told police, you remember telling the police about how you're impressed with how Eric responded to the situation?
No.
No.
Do you remember anything you told law enforcement about Eric and
Fundian, we don't know what happened before. We know the videos. The boys claim he was talking about small girls, which there were no one close by. And yeah, you know the clip. For the culture, it seems like it was a world star moment gone bad.
Solo que había salido a ayudar.
Only that he had gone there to help.
do you remember telling law enforcement that your group called Eric back to your group so you could leave?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that that man conducted himself very well, and that's why we were waiting so long until the police came?
Ask and answer.
Yes.
Because he was away from your group, so you had to wait for him to come back, right?
Sí.
Yes.
Yeah, he could have run in between the streets.
And was, when you saw people who were injured, were you wondering or trying to figure out who did it? Who was the person who caused those injuries?
No sabía, pero sí.
I didn't know, but yes.
What? You can't answer that question with that answer.
And when you
Right?
eventually,
Did you try to find out who caused the injuries? I didn't know, but yes. That sounds like she got a bad translation of the question.
left from the sandbar,
His questions are
Nikolai
dumb.
was wearing his hat, sunglasses, and jacket, right?
Are they trying to imply that he was hiding out?
When we were
Yeah.
tubing?
Oh, God,
Yes.
I missed that.
Su chaqueta,
His jacket.
pero no recuerdo si los lentes.
He did think that the kids might imply he was that because young kids test old men. That's why he thought the predator thing was there.
Yo no recuerdo si lentes.
But I don't remember if he was wearing sunglasses.
What about a hat?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
And When you spoke with
Yes, he's been an American citizen for
law
39 years.
enforcement, you gave them a video you took after you left the sandbar. Do you remember that?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, use your laptop. May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, and I think if you're a certified interpreter, you must try to keep it as accurate as possible. No, but he left Romania when he was 15. He knows Romanian, English, Latin, Russian, and one more German, maybe.
Yeah, I think they said like 5.
Yeah. I think they are just having the interpreters there because they do speak some English, but to make sure that it's best. Fondian, you know the rules. Ask all the questions. We'll try and fill the time because this guy takes so long to do anything. He's like Jamie getting ready for a stream. She writes me 4 hours before and said, "Oh, I'm just awake," and then 2 seconds before, "Oh, I'm in the kitchen." Or French as well.
I don't even do
Monsieur
anything. I don't know why I'm
parle
late.
français. Yeah, you need someone, and that's again, I think there's Hispanic Spanish is very different from different Hispanic countries, right? Mexican and Cuban and all of these, it's very different. It's not
something like hammer in his hand. Just take a picture and save it. I don't take a picture, take a video. I take a video.
take a video.
Look. Just take whatever. Look what he has in his hand. Look.
What?
Emmy, get out there. Look. Tell you. He have something in his hand. Emmy. Just take a video, just take a picture, take whatever. Yeah. If it's anything, take a video. Just take a picture, take a video, take whatever. We don't know if it's anything to do with anything, but just take it. Just take. Oh, I try.
Why are they?
Ernesto, mueve para allá. Mueve para allá.
More river cameras.
Escúchame. Escúchame.
I'm sorry in Spanish, Jamie.
You gotta go over the rapids.
Yeah, it's a really
Para allá. But just take video. He waiting for something. Just take a video. I know. I tried, but maybe I can't.
you're doing it.
Porque él está viniendo desde allá con una cosa en la mano, un martillo. Hold your phone. We're going over the rapids. Over the rapids. And he waiting.
I don't know what's his videotaping. Some guy who has something in his hand.
Oh, but that was the video you took
Yes.
after you left the sandbar when you were going to the exit, right?
Yes.
And in the beginning of the video, is that Nick that you see paddling with his hand? Do you remember, or do you need to see it again?
Vi que iban ahí, pero yo estaba pendiente a lo que estaba haciendo.
Before the video, that's what all the boys said. And I took it down because all 5 of the guys who were still alive from that group said the same thing. Something with little girls. We don't know what. And then when they started filming.
Yeah, there's no evidence that he even said.
Yeah, I'm
oh,
talking.
Just a moment. The interpreter needs a repetition. Repite, por favor.
Que sí, estaba con nosotros ahí, pero yo estaba tomando mi video porque estaba asustada.
I saw that he was there. He was there with us, but I was taking the video because I was scared.
Were you scared because you didn't know where the person was that had hurt those people?
Sí.
Yes.
And you thought maybe the guy up on the shore was the person who did it?
Sí.
Yes.
Did it turn out to be an employee of the tubing company?
No sé.
I don't know.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that it turned out it was an employee of the tubing company?
Yo no recuerdo.
I don't remember.
And do you remember
Yeah.
telling police that you were wrong, that it was a hammer, that was because you're poor English, you used the wrong word?
Jamie,
Yes.
I said it wrong. It wasn't
Do
sorry.
you remember what
It
was
just-
in his hand?
Oh.
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Pero algo tenía.
But he had something.
Was it maybe a radio, or couldn't you see?
Asked and answered.
Ay, yo no sé, no recuerdo.
I don't know. I don't remember.
And was it, did you hear in the video somebody saying in English, "You're almost there"?
No.
No.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was just a world star moment gone bad because we're drunk and high. Let's mess around. Luis, if you listen, she has a direct interpreter into her ears, and then you have a jury interpreter telling the jury. So she has do you call it simultaneous interpreting? I think.
Do you recall telling law enforcement that when Nick came back to the group, he appeared calm?
Yo lo vi normal.
I saw him just normal.
And that was the time that you remember seeing blood everywhere and injured people?
No vi a nadie lastimado, solo de lejos vi que algo pasaba.
I didn't see anybody injured. I only saw that from something was going on far away.
And Nick, when you saw Nick, you described him as being calm.
Yo lo vi normal.
I saw him normal.
Todos asustados.
We were all scared.
I don't have anything else.
This is how most normal witnesses who wasn't a part of something really sounds. That's why I don't like the first day of all the young people having the exact same memory. I don't know, maybe, could you read back to me what I told the police? Yeah, I might have said that. You don't have a 100% clear memory of a 2-year-old case like those kids have who knew frame by frame what happened because they watched the video and had help remembering what happened. This is how normal witnesses sound.
Prophecy.
Ova, you and your group were tubing with Nick and his wife on the Apple River that day. Is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And do you remember your group stopping at the Hideaway Bar before all of this happened? Do you remember that?
¿Me puede repetir, por favor?
Can you please repeat the question?
Do you remember your group stopping?
Exactly, Sean Bird.
Sí.
But I'm just, again, 13 years of experience of witnesses. People who are close to the accident, of course, have thought more about it. But people who stand around, didn't really participate, they sound like this woman. I don't know. Read the transcript back to me so I know what I said.
And
Yeah.
Yes.
prior to anything that happened with the other group?
Antes,
Before?
Yes.
correcto.
Correct.
And when your group had stopped earlier in the afternoon, Nick was snorkeling around the area. Is
Yes.
that right?
Sí,
Yes.
And when your group is, does there come a point where Ariel loses his phone?
No, en ese momento no.
No, not at that moment. No.
Is there some point later on the trip where Ariel loses his phone?
sí,
Yes.
And you know that Nick, because he has a snorkel and goggles, offers to go look for that phone. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
So Nick leaves your group and goes away looking for the phone. Is that right?
correcto.
Correct.
Your group waits for Nick. Is that true?
Correcto.
Correct.
To your knowledge, is Nick by himself, meaning nobody else from your group goes with Nick?
Solo, creo.
By himself. Yes.
And I think that you talked, when you spoke to the police, you mentioned that you saw this other group of people pushing Nick. Is that right?
No,
No.
es que no vi.
It's because I didn't see.
Okay. Do you hear Nick's wife say that Nick's in trouble?
Correcto.
Correct.
And when his wife says Nick's in trouble, do you look to see how Nick's in trouble?
En ese momento no, porque yo estaba de espalda.
Not at that moment because my back was facing that direction.
Yeah.
Do you turn around to see what's happening?
No,
No.
Okay. Do you see anyone else in your group respond when Mr. Mew's wife says Nick's in trouble?
mi hermano.
Tracy Fagan, we I don't know how many trials you've been watching with us, but normally we say the more witnesses and the more no matter evidence that they just put in there. It's kind of like this pile. They can go give this pile to the jury and say, look at all the evidence we showed you, but don't read. That's nothing. There's nothing on it. The evidence isn't. But look at all this evidence. We have stacks and stacks of evidence. It's blank. It has no evidential value. But look, there's a lot of it. That's why they're bringing in all these witnesses. To me, it seems like that's what normally when we see so many witnesses who doesn't have anything to bring, it's because they just want to say to the jury, we showed you 44 people and he was a demon. Don't listen to what they said. Well, she does, but they have the interpreter to make sure she understands every question.
My
it is a waste of
brother.
time.
And what's your brother's name?
Ernesto.
Ernesto.
So you see Ernesto respond. How do you see him respond?
Sorry, doorbell.
Yo le dije, ve a ver qué pasa.
I told him, go see what's going on.
And to your knowledge, does Ernesto listen to you and do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
to your knowledge, does Ernesto walk over there or does he run over there? How does he get over there?
Solo vi que salió caminando y ya casi en ese momento regresaba Nick.
I just saw him walking over in that direction, and almost at that moment, Nick was coming back.
Do you see Nick walking back to your group?
Yeah.
Yep.
And when Nick comes back to your group, he tells you that he'd been attacked, right?
Yo pregunté.
I asked.
Okay. You asked what happened and he told you that he'd been attacked, right?
Estaban puchando, esa fue su palabra.
They were pushing. That was the word that he used.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Nick said five people attacked him?
Yo no recuerdo.
I don't remember.
What you do remember is him telling you they were pushing him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And you described him as calm. Was he quiet?
Callado.
Quiet.
Did he appear to be in shock to you?
¿Puedes repetir?
Can you repeat?
Did he appear to be in shock to you?
¿Yo?
You're talking about me?
No, well, first I'm talking about Nick.
Oh.
What did you see Nick doing? How was he behaving?
Callado.
Quiet.
Do you know have you ever seen someone in shock before?
No.
No.
Did he appear to be, was he angry or upset?
No.
No.
So he tells you that he'd been pushed. Is that all he says to you about what had happened?
Correcto.
Correct.
You described you being in shock to the police. Is that right?
Claro, todos.
Of course, all of us.
Okay. And can I ask you, at that point, why did you feel the way you felt?
Porque no sabíamos qué estaba pasando, no sabíamos que tantas cosas, no sabíamos nada.
Because we didn't know what was going on. We didn't know many things. We didn't know anything.
Estábamos súper lejos nosotros.
We were really far away.
At that point, when Nick walked back to your tubes, were you in fear of the situation?
Y sin él estar también, porque estábamos todos asustados.
And also when he wasn't there, because we were all scared.
When you say we were all scared, did Nick appear to be scared to you?
No le presté atención a él.
I didn't pay attention to Nick.
Did your group stayed there for some period of time after Nick came back to the tube? Is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And do you remember about how long you were there?
No recuerdo, pero
Ah.
mucho. Pero,
I don't remember, but it was for a long time.
yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't see Nick attempt to run away from you guys, like up into the woods or anything, did you?
No,
No.
He just sat on his tube, is that right?
correcto.
Correct.
When your group headed back down the river after Nick came back, were there already police there?
Oh, ya había pasado todo prácticamente.
Oh, everything had already happened, basically.
Did your group have any contact with police at all when you were on the river?
Llamamos al 911 nomás.
We just called 911.
Tatiana.
Tatiana did.
And was that the only contact that you guys had with police or law enforcement of any kind while you were on the river?
Correcto.
Correct.
On that day, do you remember seeing Nick with sunglasses on at some points?
Yo no recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Okay.
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Yep.
I'm going to show you exhibit 12A. Are you in this picture?
Yep.
Oh, sí.
You're right there with the pink shoes on. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see Mr. Mew in that picture?
Yeah.
Yep.
If I said he's wearing sunglasses, would you agree with me?
Yes.
Yes.
If I said he's wearing the shirt that he was wearing later on, would you agree with me?
Sí.
Yes.
So if I asked you at various points during that trip,
Welcome, Tracy.
were there times that he was wearing the things you see in this picture?
¿Puedes repetir?
Can you repeat the question?
If I asked you at various points on your trip that day, were there times that he was wearing sunglasses?
Sí.
Yes.
Are there times that he was wearing this shirt?
Sí.
Yes.
Ahí está.
You need help with the device?
Let's just,
Ay, un momento.
Can somebody,
Ah. Ya, perfecto. Sí, gracias. Ok, gracias.
thank you.
I don't have any other questions for you, ma'am. Thank you for your time today.
Mr. Anderson, do you have more questions?
One question.
Alba, did you ever hear Nick say he wanted to leave and go into the woods, but Ernesto's told him to stay with the group?
No.
no.
Okay, nothing else.
You idiot.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. The testimony is finished.
I
Gracias.
hate that guy.
Thank you.
I hate him so
Yeah.
much.
Did you hear that he said he wanted to stipulate every kid he saw within 4 kilometers of the scene?
Yeah, and
No?
then go hide in the
Well.
woods.
It's almost
Wow.
9:30. Let's take our morning recess. We'll come back in about 15 minutes.
Oh, they have a
But let's listen.
no. They don't have anything.
his face concerned you, right?
Sí.
Yes.
That's the reason that you didn't want to sit next to him.
It's just
right?
a replay.
Podría decir que sí.
You could say that, yes.
Brandon has an earthquake too.
And very interesting to hear that
I
back and
saw
forth
there
on
was
the idea
heightened
that
earthquake
Gilma
activity
Constanza
in
did
many
not
zones
want to
around the
sit
world
next
now.
to Nikolai Miu back.
I'm just gonna pull this off so we don't get struck. So yeah, you heard the New York earthquake. Hey Renee, happy Friday to you as well.
Who had an
And wanted to.
earthquake?
They have an earthquake in up near New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, and Medina having a blizzard.
We don't
It's
get
raining in Denmark
earthquake.
because God don't hate us. Yeah, it's I couldn't imagine. We don't have the so I don't even think we have something that's that tall anywhere in Denmark. So no, I couldn't stand being up there. My kids wanted to go on top of is it the Chrysler building? You can go up and look over New York. I was happy that it was such a long queue because I can't stand heights. Tubing is a great way to relax regardless of profession. Yeah, I would like to do one of those. Just drink, have fun, stab some people.
Don't throw that in there so casually. No, it is a good time. I've done it a lot.
A 5.5. Wow, that's not fun. Your food is ready in 20 minutes. Are you having an early dinner then?
Y'all are just
Well, Flux, it's
feeling
because you're not
things.
shocked easily. It's because they want to imply that when they arrest him later, he has his shirt and his sunglasses on to hide himself from the po-po.
Yeah, he's
But he was
trying to
wearing it
be
on and off all
incognito.
day.
Yeah, I'm trying to imply he's changing his look.
No gender, because I claim that those people who can read the jury are kind of like body language experts and astrology people. It's just BS. You can just as well call my Magic Meg and ask her how the jury thinks, because we know that there's a 90-year-old on the scene. Does she think, he think, I don't know if it's a man or female, that those young pesky kids, or is she sleeping the entire time? We don't know.
You better check on that 90. I'm sorry. I can't.
It's 4.8. We don't have rivers. Well, a lot of people are kayaking in Jutland, but mostly we do open water stuff. You do water stuff? Not that kind. Relax.
Oh, okay. I'm jealous, Flux.
You want an endless river type. Need a river that returns you to the bar every now and then. Yeah, that's the kind of river you need. .85 kilometers northeast of Lebanon, New Jersey. Because they know the real measurement is kilometers. Yeah. We did that when I was in Bosnia.
This kind of river floating is just relaxing because there's no whitewater rafting with your tubes. It's just a slow, fun little Cruz.
I'm not putting that up, Ozzy. Comments are vanishing. Weird. There's probably something being worked on also because people are saying they get ads and then get glitched back to the beginning. YouTube is probably doing an update, and people don't get the notification, and yeah. Yeah, everything is fun if you just mind your business, and if youngins come up, yeah. Normally, if young people come close to me, I just show some of the big tattoos, and they think, oh, he's probably dangerous. Thank you so much, Betsy. Thank you, Betsy, for the 5 corner kisses.
Oh, you're so sweet, Betsy.
We all know that Bake was in Yugoslavia when it fell apart, despite his claims of never being an uniformed military asset. No, I was there when it was a vacation. I was there at the turn of the century. I was a young pup back then. I was like 3 years old. And no, it was the first trip, the first half I was down there. I did 2 tours. The first one was easy peasy. The most fights we had was with pensioner not getting their pension. So that's that was weird. The second one, it kicked up off a little bit more because they had to remove some nationalities from their part and move it to another part. That was fun. I have a nice face.
Do you in the wild though?
Do I have a nice face in the wild?
Yeah, like in the wild. I know you're on YouTube, that's one thing, but out in the wild?
Well, I told you about that guy when that young guy moved in with his mom, and he had his she went to Copenhagen and he had a house party, and I had that idiot talking to Louise outside at 1:30 in the morning. Yeah, but you always call me when I'm out partying. You know I love you. Yeah, I know, but we're out partying. You know I don't do anything. And I thought, F it, I have to be up and be on FNL in a couple of hours. So put on a tank top, went out there and just grabbed him by the arm so nicely. That's not assault in Denmark. And said, you have to tell Louisa to go F herself or just hang up. I don't want to listen. And he turned around, was all angry, and then he just looked at this fat old guy who just looked at him like, I've seen more than you have, kiddo. And yeah, he turned around and said, sorry.
Oh, that would be hilarious to see.
Yeah, because you always put your prettiest face on your... You had a monkey throw and hit you in the face with a stick. Where's monkeys in the US?
Where were you
It's got to be
doing that?
Florida.
There's
No,
monkeys in Florida.
well, I'm not a lawyer, so but if they're gonna go yes for something and no on something, I don't know. They wouldn't do that. I don't think you can split the baby like that.
Yeah, you would either be justified to all of it or none of it.
Yeah, it's all self-defense and none of it is self-defense. Florida has a breeding population of monkeys and chimps. I didn't know that. They must have escaped from somewhere.
Yeah. Were you tubing at the zoo or something? And you weren't
Yeah, he was
supposed to be there?
he was in Disney World. No, we haven't heard any. Well, yesterday it was all those stupid police officers with their body cams that didn't show much. So we need an ME to tell you how bad the injuries were. We have had the lead investigator. I don't know what else we need. They just want to interview 44 people because they can, and I don't even have a count of how many people we have had so far. You broke up a daisy brace. Pernilla want to go tubing where the monkeys are.
That would be interesting. They probably come steal all your beer and snacks.
Yeah. Have you seen those in Thailand where they just run up and steal everything from you?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I imagine monkeys doing all the time.
Oh, a fight. Okay. Yeah, chimps are real mean. We don't talk about what happened to that chimp MJ used to have. That turned violent. Yeah, you have to have some medical examiner come in and tell you about all the injuries, just for the gore of it. Where there are monkeys, there are big snakes, and a lot of water scaries. Yeah.
Ew.
Well, Pernilla used to be a wildlife guide in Australia. She probably did the Steve Irwin thing. That's the most dangerous snake in the world. I'm going to grab it by its tail.
I'm gonna grab it right by the face.
Yeah. No, not many people know Steve Irwin was Scottish.
I'm so used to it now. I don't imagine any other accent you can do.
I actually, back in the day, I could do a kind of Aussie accent. Now it's just all is Scottish. But it's because I don't discriminate. I make every bad accent into Scottish accents.
Yeah. I enjoy it though.
Yeah. Pernilla, by a popular demand, you should be a guest angel and tell us all about how me and Steve, we used to wrestle them crocs.
She should be a guest angel. She's been in voice chat and she's hilarious. She's got
Yeah.
a lot of stories.
There's some over at Silver Springs Park. Don't talk about snakes because I'm going to Tennessee and I'm so deadly afraid of snakes, and they have all kinds of weird things. Valhalla wanted me to sleep at his house. He has a 25 feet long python. No, I'm not. He showed it on screen once, Giggity.
He did? Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
and
sad
it's
I missed that one.
at least 50 feet long.
That's really unnecessary.
Yeah, and I think it's poisonous as well.
Sergio Ruiz Leyva.
I can't remember my Nigerian accent. I think it's something like this.
Why do you sound like Kermit the Frog?
Because the only Nigerian I know is that British runner. No, I'm going to East Tennessee. I was in Graceland the first time I was in the US.
Could you spell his last name?
It's RUIZ-LEYVA.
The deadliest tree in the world. What the hell?
Sir Ruiz Leyva, would you please raise your right hand? She'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You can answer out loud, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your name?
Sergio Livan Ruiz Leyva.
What?
And can you
Sergio Livan Ruiz Leyva. Sergio Liuban Ruiz Leiva.
What?
Can you,
Wait for interpretation.
Sergio Liuban Ruiz Leiva.
can you spell your middle name?
Liuvan.
I love spelling in Spanish. It's so good.
Liuvan.
Irish, help me.
Sergio, were you tubing with a group of people, including Nikolai, on July 30, 2022?
Yes.
Oh, Leuven.
Are you in that? Are you on that image somewhere?
Sí.
Yes.
Where?
Del chor amarillo.
I have the yellow shorts.
And white shirt and white bucket hat?
Sí.
Yes.
Those prosecutors.
Do you remember a time?
No. All of the witnesses the state calls are state witnesses. The state hasn't rested yet, so every witness we'll see until the state rests are state witnesses. But they are calling everyone who was within 45 light years of that river that day. I said good morning, yeah, Nigerian Baker. Thank you, Whiskey.
Stop it.
When you were tubing,
I'm such
when
a loser.
Ariel's phone got lost?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you remember a discussion about looking for the phone or just leaving it?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor? Sí, en un momento decidieron de que no se iba a buscar el teléfono, que no querían porque la aseguranza iba a pagar el teléfono.
Yes, and at that point, at some point, they decided they didn't have to look for the phone because the insurance would pay for the phone.
Did Nikolai go look for the phone?
Sí.
Yes.
After do you remember how long? Strike that. At some point after he went to look for the phone, did you hear Sandy yell something about he's in trouble?
No.
No.
Did something catch your attention downriver?
Bueno, el grupo de personas.
Yes.
Well, there was a group of people there.
And what about it caught your attention?
Alrededor de Nick.
They were around Nick.
Was there a time you saw Nick down in the water?
No, porque es que había muchas personas. Estaba muy grande el grupo.
No, because there were many people. It was a large group.
Did you ever remember seeing Nick interacting with a blonde girl?
No.
No.
Can we have exhibit 45? Sergio, do you remember telling
¿Recuerdas?
police there was a girl, if I'm not mistaken, with a black leotard
Sí.
Yes.
who said, "Go, go, go, go" to Nick?
Yo la vi cuando ella estaba en el grupo, que estaba en el grupo alrededor, porque era la que más se distinguía entre ellos por el color del leotar negro.
I saw her when she was around that group because she was easier to identify because of the black leotard.
Pero en sí estaba bien un poco alejado del grupo, del grupo, porque no me moví de mi recámara.
But I was far away from that group. I just didn't move from my inner tube.
And do you remember telling police that Nick pushed her?
No recuerdo.
Yeah, he
I
saw
don't
someone
remember that.
going crazy on Nick.
Can I approach?
Yes.
I'll do it later. Yeah, and he's a district attorney. He's real bad.
For the record,
Yeah.
Judge,
Yeah, I can't see him
handed the
too.
witness Exhibit 45 on page 15. Sergio, do you see this transcript?
Yes.
In about the middle of the page, do you see where you said the woman yelled, "Go, go, go," and then Nick goes and pushes her?
Yes. Yes.
And you were far away, you said?
Yes.
Judge, I'm gonna pull up some screenshots or frames.
Sadly, most juries aren't as smart as my chat. Because as everyone on YouTube says, I have the best chat, but they're lying. I do.
I'm gonna start with 2872. I'll let you know. I'll let the clerk know when we're ready. And we're gonna zoom in on the top left. Sergio, is that you in the
Yep.
top left?
Sí.
Yes.
And if you know, is that about where you were when you were watching what was happening?
Yo estaba al lado de mi recámara, de la goma.
I was right by my inner tube.
Do you remember telling police that you walked about 5 meters from your group and then someone told you to stop?
Mi hermana me dijo que no me moviera. Cuando me iba a mover, mi hermana me dijo que no me moviera hacia allá abajo, que no fuera. Por eso me regresé a mi recámara.
When I was going to move, my sister told me not to move.
That was AJ.
That she said, don't go to the other side, just, and that's why I returned to my inner tube.
Do you remember, did you see the girl in the blonde girl in the black swimsuit?
Now he's just reading his testimony.
Did you see her
The defense should say no to
fall
that.
or stumble backwards when Nick pushed her?
No recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
I really don't,
And
Aaron.
Did you
They could ask him all the time not to do it, but he has been leading every
did
time.
you actually see if it was a push or a punch?
Objection has been asked and answered. Sustained.
Well, can we approach?
Yes.
Yeah, approach.
Do you remember
Um,
if it was actually a push or if it was a punch or something else that Nick did to the blonde woman?
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember that.
And Sergio, do you see on page 15? I'll direct you.
now he's just reading his prior testimony.
So I asked you about the paragraph on the middle. Remember that?
Sí.
Now,
Casey, remember it's 2 years ago. This guy was standing more than 100 feet away from all of it. Most witnesses who is not directly involved in an accident will be like these people. We have it when I do jury duty. A lot of times they say, "Okay, I'm gonna read you a passage from your testimony to the police, and you can tell me if it's like you remember it today, or you believe that you might have said it at the time." And then we are instructed to take it for what it is, because people forget a lot of stuff, especially if they're not directly involved in it. Remember, to them, Nick hadn't done anything. They stayed at the scene after, and then they moved on. So it was not a traumatic experience for these people.
the next
Yes.
paragraph where you're describing what happened, do you see that?
Sí.
Yes.
And you said, you described that it was after Nick got out of the water, and that's when the girl said, "Go, go, go," and he pushed her. Do you see that?
No, sí.
Oh, yes.
And then below that, you reiterate that it was after she said, "Go, go, go, go," that Nick pushed her. Do you see that?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you turn to page 16? On page 16, you described that she was wearing a black leotard, and you clarified that that was a black one-piece swimsuit.
Sí.
Yes.
He's been a DA for 8
Then you-
years.
Further down, you describe again seeing her, hearing her say, "Go, go, go, go," and he pushed her. You see that?
Sí.
In Denmark, they would always ask after, "Is that how you remember it today?" Not just because they can just read his statements, then if they're just allowed to testify what's standing in the police report. Then they should bring in the police officer who did the interview and say, "Did he tell you that?"
Yes.
And from your memory, when you're telling this to police, you thought that was the last thing that happened, and then Nick walked back to your group.
I don't think any of these Spanish-talking people have been coached.
Sí.
Yes.
And you thought he was down in the water before the girl said, "Go, go, go," and he pushed her.
Oh, sorry. Only DA
Right.
for 4 years.
Yes.
And Sergio, have you ever seen the video from this incident?
No.
So you were trying to recount what happened to the police as best you could remember?
Sí,
Yes,
sí, en el momento.
yes, at that time.
Did it happen fast?
Yep.
Was it difficult to remember in what order things happened?
Que lo que yo recuerdo fue que en el momento que se perdió el teléfono, Rosy se puso en una esquina a buscar el móvil en la orilla.
What I remember is that at the moment when we lost the telephone, Rosie started looking for the phone by the edge of the river.
Y yo me quedé ahí en la balsa, lo cual le decían de que dejara el teléfono, que ya la aseguranza lo pagaba.
Yeah, I stayed there because they were talking about it and they said, just leave it, the insurance will pay for it.
Y ya no recuerdo más nada cuando el compañero Nick cogió el snorkel y se tiró a bucear, a buscar el teléfono.
And I don't remember anything else except that Nick took the snorkel and started diving in there to look for the phone.
Y ya me fui. Entonces cuando miro hacia abajo, ya veo el grupo de personas.
And then I left. And then that's when I saw on the other side the group of people.
Ya, más nada, eso es lo que recuerdo.
That's what I remember.
So you may have.
Because we have had all the other people testify that doesn't line up with the video. So why not him? I don't know why 50% of these witnesses have been on the stand.
Forgotten a lot.
I have a question. You're telling me they had full protection on this phone, physical, water, theft, loss. Yeah, that's what he claims. Insurance will take care of it. He might be doing insurance fraud.
What you
Well, also, who cares?
remembered.
Yeah.
Then.
He
You
said
know,
he
like-
went looking for a phone. He didn't say, I'm going to find a group of teenagers and you're going to see.
Can you repeat that, please?
Well,
You can see the transcript where you describe seeing more to law enforcement.
No, yo no había visto, yo no vi, yo solamente escuché.
I didn't see. I just heard things.
But you can see in the transcript, you told police multiple times that when she yelled, go, 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 Nick pushed her.
Objection,
Bueno, porque se sentía que era la voz de una persona, de una mujer, pero no estoy seguro si fue ella o no.
Because I heard the voice of a woman. I am not sure if it was her.
You described her as a blonde woman in a black one-piece swimsuit.
Sí,
Yes,
sí, lo veo aquí.
and I see it here, yeah.
And when you described seeing Nick down in the water,
We don't know, Brandon. That's the big problem in this case is before everything kicks off, World Star body is turning away and then everyone searches forward. And he turns around again. But we know from the video that both girls had their hands on him before it happened. So again, does that allow him to push back? No, you never touch a woman. Do you touch a woman when two of them are screaming in your face and there's 11 other people around? At what point is equal rights and left being implied?
you described that you believed they must have hit him, or you thought they must have hit him because he was down in the water. Do you remember that? Or did you say that to law enforcement?
No, I didn't. I never said that.
No.
No.
Do you remember ever seeing anyone hit Nick?
No.
When Nick came back, did Nick come back to the group at some point?
Sí.
Yes.
And as he was coming back, did you see people that were injured?
Sí, sí.
Yes, I saw them. Yes.
Did you see blood?
Bueno, en el lugar que estaba, yo solamente veía la mano de la muchachita y sí, tenía como sangre ahí, pero no se distinguía bien.
From the place where I was, I could see the girl with her hand over here, and you could see blood, yes. But you couldn't distinguish it that clearly.
Porque era la que le estaba pidiendo ayuda, a que decía que llamaran al 911, que estaba pidiendo ayuda a mi hermana.
She was the one asking for help to call 911. She was asking my sister to,
Y en ese momento me
Call.
volteé y ya no miré, no quise mirar más.
and I didn't want to continue looking. I just turned around.
Turned away from the injured person you saw?
Para no ver nada de sangre.
So I didn't see any of those things. Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Señor, acérquese al micrófono, dijo usted, para no ver nada de él.
Tracy
Para no
Fagan, you
ver
should have to
nada de
remember what
lo
happened
que
without
estaba
video.
pasando.
So
Yeah,
that I didn't see what was happening.
or without all these still shots asking you, do you remember this? But as
So-
long as the
It was something
defense
that was
doesn't
hard to
argue,
watch
it's
or
okay.
see.
Era algo difícil de ver. Era difícil de ver.
Sí.
Yes.
When Nick came back, did you hear him say anything?
No.
No.
Did you hear him say they took my knife?
Neti le preguntó y eso le dijo y yo le pregunté a Neti que qué había dicho y dije que sí, que fue eso lo que dijo.
Nettie asked him, and I did ask what he said. She said. Can you?
Que Neti le preguntó que qué había sucedido y entonces él dijo que le habían quitado la navaja.
Nettie asked him what happened, and he said that they had taken the knife away.
Y yo le pregunté a Neti, ¿qué dijo Nick?
And then I asked Nettie,
Y,
what did Nick say?
y me dijo que le habían quitado la navaja y ya no se habló más nada en el.
And she said that they had taken away his knife, and we didn't talk about it anymore.
Did you see Nick saying anything or hear him talking anymore after that?
No.
No.
What was Nick like? What did he look like? How was he acting?
Vino pálido cuando se acercó a nosotros
He looked pale when he got close to us,
y con los ojos grandes
and his eyes wide open.
y se sentó y ya no habló más nada.
He just sat there and he didn't talk anymore.
Do you remember when he came back and got back?
No, this is all what he's saying. He asked him how he looked, and he can ask him about his conversations with him, but he can't ask about what Nick said to his sister. But if Nick said something to him, because he's a party, they can ask about it. But he can't ask, did Nick talk to your sister? Yes. What did Nick tell your sister? That would be hearsay.
Back to your group, him putting on his hat and jacket?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you remember telling police you didn't look at Nick too much because you didn't dare to look at him?
porque
my
no me
God, the
atreví,
way
estaba en
they're
la parte
phrasing this.
de atrás de
Let's
la
just.
recámara.
I didn't dare, but he was also in the back of the inner tube.
Yo,
I was in the back.
You didn't dare look at him.
So can you turn to page 21?
Goodness.
I got it.
It's just stupid questions all the time. And especially when they can call a sister. Yeah, that's why you can't bring in, but you have to bring the sister and you can't just reference anything. Oh.
Yeah. And
Jamie, I hate this prosecutor.
I do too, so much.
Do you see where you said,
Yes.
I didn't look at him because the truth is I didn't dare to look at him?
Oh, I didn't dare to look at him.
sí.
He was
Yes.
demonic.
Do you remember how long you guys stayed at the sandbar?
No, I don't remember that.
El tiempo no lo recuerdo.
I don't remember the time.
Do you remember seeing police come?
Sé que Eri fue a buscarla porque Eri fue a buscarla.
I know that Eric went looking for them. Eric went to
A la policía a guiarlo.
Eric went to look for the police and guide them.
After Eric came back to your group, did your group leave?
Sí.
Yes.
What do you remember of the time when you guys were tubing to the exit?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat that, please?
Can you describe what it was like, what you remember from tubing to the exit?
Yes, they would. But they stayed at the sandbank. The last witness said till after the
Se
police
puso la
was
gorra,
done.
la chaqueta y ya no se habló más nada. No se
Well,
habló nada.
Nick put on his hat and then his jacket, and we didn't talk
I don't know.
about anything else.
Y ya no se habló más nada porque estaba todo el mundo callado.
Nobody talked. Everyone was quiet.
I don't have anything else.
You didn't have anything at all. Oh.
Sir, do you remember giving an interview to the police on August 3rd of 2022?
Use the microphone.
Sí, ellos fueron a mi casa.
Yes, they went to my home.
And was your memory of what happened better in August of 2022, or is it better today?
Bueno, antes estaba mejor, yo estoy muy nervioso.
Well, it was better back then. I'm very nervous now.
Okay, so when you spoke to the police on August 3rd, about 5 days or 4 days after this happened, fair to say your memory is better of those events than it is right now.
Sí.
Yes.
And when you were interviewed by the police, there was a Spanish-speaking officer that was talking to you. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you tried to answer that officer's questions as truthfully as possible. Is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
And you said that was at your house?
sí,
Yes.
Was it less stressful than it is here today?
sí,
Yes.
And that officer had to ask you questions about what happened on July 30th of 2022.
sí.
Yes.
I want to ask you, if I can, about that date and maybe some of the things you answered when you were speaking to the officer, okay?
Sí.
Yes.
So I'm going to start with this. You knew that Nick Mew had a knife with him that day because you saw him fixing his shoe or his sandal. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
So before any of this incident happened, he had been using that knife to fix something, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you knew that Mr. Mew or Nick was looking for a phone that your group had lost. Is that true?
Sí.
Yes.
And you also knew that Nick, on that day, Mr. Mew, was with your group, and your group included his wife. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you look at that picture right there, sir?
Mhm.
You had mentioned you're in this picture, correct? Is it okay, Judge, if I approach?
Yes.
You're such a dork.
And you see Mr. Mew here?
Yes.
You see Mr. Mew here?
Sí.
Yes.
This is the shirt that he's got on is the same shirt you saw him wearing at the end.
Marissa,
right?
call court.
Sí.
And this is
Yes.
and this picture is taken before you guys head down the river. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And he's wearing sunglasses in this picture, right?
Sí.
Yes.
So, is it fair to say that when he got off the river, he looked the same or close to the same as he did when he got on the river?
Because you call the court all the time.
Sí.
Yes.
Now, you know
You know it's your
Welcome,
job
Pop.
now, Marissa.
Oak.
Nick is looking
Going
for
to be your
this
job
phone that
always.
has been lost. That was Ariel's phone, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you were also aware that he had brought snorkeling gear and goggles with him on that day. Is that true?
Sí.
Yes.
You had seen him on that day snorkeling around the areas where you guys were tubing. Is that right?
Sí, al principio, sí, en la mañana.
Yes. At the beginning, that was the case in the morning.
And when you speak to the officer about the specific incident, meaning what had happened, you recall telling that officer that you saw a group of people surrounding Nick.
Yo, que sí, repite la pregunta, por favor.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. You told the officer on August 3rd of 2022, when you were being asked about what you remember, that you had remembered that they were surrounding Nick.
Sí.
Yes.
You told this officer that they were falling on him. Is that right?
Your Honor, the interpreter needs a repetition.
I'm sorry.
The interpreter needs a repetition.
You told the officer that you observed those people falling on
He's just reading his report.
you. Is that right?
Sí, cuando lo empujaron.
Yes, when they pushed him.
You told the officers that they put Nick in the middle of them. Is that right?
Sí, lo tenían ahí, no sé, el bulto de gente y se veía que estaba adentro el compañero.
Yes, they had him there. It was a group of people, and you could see that they had compañero, my friend there.
Could you see Nick with the group around him? Could you see him?
¿Y usted lo-
No, no lo podía ver, solamente el grupo, el grupo.
No, I couldn't see him. I could just see the group.
Claro, ya. Sí, solo el grupo.
Just the group.
You told the police that they hit him, meaning they hit Nick. Is that right?
Sí, cuando lo empujaron al principio, que él se acercó, que nos se acercó y cuando ya que lo empujaron y ya ahí lo rodearon.
Yes, when he had close, then they pushed him, and then they surrounded him.
Yeah, that's just stupid logic.
With the black suit on. Is that true?
Yes.
No la recuerdo muy bien, pero sí, tengo más o menos la...
I don't remember her very well.
No, no la recuerdo.
I don't, but I have an idea. I don't remember her.
Well, do you remember telling the police that you heard the blonde girl telling Nick, go, go, go?
Ujú. Sí. Sí.
Yes, yes.
You told the police that Nick pushed her. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
To me, that seems more reasonable because she had a knife in the hand. He wouldn't swing her at her face.
Did you see the rest of what happened?
No.
Nope.
You see Nick walking back to your group, though. Is that right?
Sí, cuando venía, traía... Sí.
Yes, when he was coming, yes, I saw.
And you described him to police as being white, pale, and scared. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
It's not called white, it's Caucasian.
You described him as having wide or open eyes. Is that right?
Sí. Sí.
Yes.
And at one point, I think you said that Tatiana told you, don't go over there. Is that true?
Sí, mi hermana.
Yes, my sister.
So Nick, to your knowledge, what you know, Nick was by himself against that other group. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
No one, you said to the police, as far as you know, no one in your group went over to help him. Is that right?
No, nadie se movió, solamente Ariel al final que bajó y Eri a ver qué lo que estaba pasando.
No, nobody moved. And only at the end, Ariel and Eric went over there to see what was happening.
But that was after it was over. Is that right?
Please repeat.
Sure. When Ariel and Eric went over, the incident had ended. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
So in terms of assistance or help, Mr.
I think that when they're saying he's smirking at them, to me it looks like he's standing there. What the F is going on?
was by
100%.
himself. Nick was by himself.
Sí.
Yes.
Did it appear to you that Nick was in shock when he came back to you?
Bueno,
The witness, they haven't asked him. Every police officer asked yesterday didn't see any signs of Nick being intoxicated. Exactly, Brandon. And you should always listen to a yelling Karen.
impactado. Se veía impactado, sí, no sé. Yo digo shock. Porque es mi manera de expresarme, pues, pero impactado puede ser.
Yes, he looked in shock. I said in shock, or something had impacted him. Yes, in shock.
Do you remember waiting some time before your group moved on down the river after the incident?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat, please?
Do you remember there being some time that your group waited when Nick came back before going back down the river?
No recuerdo. Y
I think
cuando él
there's one or two in
regresó,
that
ya
premise.
el Neti dijo rápido, vámonos. Fue lo que dijeron.
No, I don't remember that. When Nettie came back, when he came back, Nettie said, "Let's go."
Do you remember telling the police that you waited until you were told to leave the area? Do you remember that?
Oh. No recuerdo, pero si le dije eso, debe ser sí.
No, I don't remember, but if I said that, it must be right.
You were asked by Attorney Anderson about a statement that you said that you didn't dare look at Nick. Do you remember that?
Sí.
Yes.
He wasn't threatening toward you, right?
No.
No.
He wasn't being aggressive or angry toward you, right?
No.
No.
You said the group was pretty quiet once he got back?
Sí.
Yes.
So when you said that you didn't want to look at him, it wasn't out of fear of him, right?
No.
No.
Well, thank you.
It was because everyone was in shock?
Estaba, sí, no sabíamos qué había pasado en sí y no sabía cómo preguntar. Bueno, sí, todo el shock, sí.
Yes,
Accidente.
we didn't know what had happened. So we were in shock. Yes, we didn't know about anything of that incident.
Oh, Shelby.
Mr. Anderson?
Oh God, please don't say anything.
Nettie. Who's Nettie?
Ernesto, yo le digo sí.
I'm referring to Ernesto. I call him like that. Yeah.
Could the answer be repeated?
I call him Nettie, but I'm referring to Ernesto.
They're gonna beat you us over the head
How do
with
you
nothing
know
for a full day
Ernesto?
again.
I know, right?
De Cuba.
From the time I was in Cuba.
And friends?
Sí, somos vecinos de allá de Cuba.
Yes, we were neighbors in Cuba.
13
How long
people.
have you known Ernesto?
Bueno, él me vio crecer a mí, como que dice.
He basically, we grew up together.
Close friends?
Sí.
Yes.
How long had you known Nikolai Mew?
Bueno, cuando yo llegué aquí a este país, que New trabajó con Neti.
When I came to this country, I met Nick
Y lo
Mule.
conocí,
He worked with Nettie.
y lo conocí en casa de Neti.
So I met him at Nettie's house.
So, is Nick a friend too?
Solo conocidos, nos reuníamos una vez o dos veces al año así.
We were acquaintances. We met twice a year.
Are Ernesto and Nick good friends?
Sí, pero...
Yes, they are.
Why don't you call Ernesto
You-
and ask him?
Or is Ernesto the one
Defense
they didn't want to
asked
call?
if Nick looked like he was in shock. You remember that?
Sí.
Yes.
What you told police was, I don't know if he was scared or worried.
Yes, wait.
Que no se veía cuando una persona está preocupada en el semblante de la persona, se ve cuando está preocupada o...
Because you see somebody when that person is worried, you can see in his face.
Obviously, you didn't know what he's thinking at that time.
No.
No.
You don't know if he's in shock or worried about what just happened.
No.
No.
No, solo la cara que se le veía blanca, pálida y con los ojos grandes, así ya más nada.
No, I just saw he was white, he was pale, his eyes wide open.
Was he demonic?
And I just want to clarify.
That's all they wanted to try
Defense
to get
asked you
in.
about the interview with the Spanish-speaking detective on August 3rd at your house.
Sí.
Yes.
That transcript I was asking you questions about, that's from that interview, right?
Sí.
Yes.
If he says something about you didn't want to sit next to him, I'm out of here.
And I just want to make sure I understand what you saw. You saw,
No, because he needs a medical
I think,
guy
on
in there too.
cross, you said. You saw Nick push the blonde girl and someone push Nick. Do you see anything else besides that you remember?
No.
No.
You said in your interview you didn't dare look at Nick.
Oh my
The
God.
defense asked if that was because the group was in shock. Do you remember
Oh
that?
my God.
We actually have a photo from when Nick returned to the group.
Sí,
No,
estaba
I deleted
nervioso.
it.
Yes, I was nervous.
I'll find it.
You didn't say about anyone else that you didn't dare look at them, right?
Shut up. Shut up. Oh my God.
No, no dije, solamente hablé de mí, no sé
Mm.
lo que piensan las demás personas.
No, I only talked about me. I didn't know what the other people were thinking.
When Nick came back, did you see any injuries on him?
No, no me fijé.
No, I didn't notice.
Nothing else.
Jamie, I don't know
Sir,
if you've seen.
You were just asked about what you saw.
This is how he looked when he returned to the float.
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah,
Makes perfect sense.
that's why he didn't dare look at him.
Don't dare look at him.
Sí.
Yes.
You saw people surrounding him.
Yo vi el grupo de personas, no es que, no sé si lo estaban rodeando, no, solamente vi el grupo de personas.
I saw the group of people.
Yeah,
I
this
don't know
guy
if they were
in Cuba, he
surrounding
knows
him.
when to shut
I
up and
saw a
look the
group
other
of
way.
people.
You agree that you told police they were surrounding him, though, right?
One unaliving, 4 attempted unaliving, and 1 assault.
It's first degree, right? First degree.
Yeah.
Can you repeat that, please?
When you spoke to the Spanish interpreter, or when you spoke to the Spanish-speaking officer, you told that officer that you observed people surrounding him, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
You told that officer that those people jumped on him, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And you told them that you saw Nick on the ground, correct?
Sí, ahí cuando lo empujaron.
Yes, when they pushed him.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Leva, you may step down.
I only think they swore in like 4 people, so hopefully we won't be going all day with this because one, Sharowski needs to a swift kick up his behind. And these questions are just stupid. I really think this is stupid.
They just wanted them to, so they could, because of that statement of, didn't like all of them say, I don't dare look at him.
Yeah, I wouldn't look at him. But he's from Cuba. He knows when something goes down, you go the other way.
Yeah.
I can't move this forward.
.45. We are in recess until, let's just say, 10:45.
10:45.
Injuries
take a
on Nick
lot of breaks.
and that immediate aftermath.
Yeah, because they probably don't
again-
have any more witnesses. This is so effing stupid, Jamie.
I
5-minute
know.
recess.
I want to get all these witnesses here and spend all this time with these translators just so I could get the statement of, you wouldn't
Yeah.
dare look at Nick. Because he was just.
Yeah, stupid
demonic.
is the perfect word for what they are doing. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Because again, what are we seeing? We are seeing what they do in so many cases. They're giving you a stack of evidence. Nothing. Well, there's something on this one. I'll just chuck it away so I don't do it. There's nothing on the evidence. It's nothing. It has no probative value other than the people directly involved in the fight. Did you see anything? Nope. I was 400 meters down the river. Yeah, he got pushed. You don't need these people to come in and say, yeah, I saw him pushed. We know he was pushed. We saw the video. To me, it's just, again, if you had a strong case, you needed this much evidence. But because 13 people attacked one guy, you need this much of nothing. Is the poll what we think the jury will do or what we think the verdict should be? As I say, what do you think the jury will vote? Because I was actually about to end it now, and then I'm going to do what do chat think would be the correct. Does this jury have opinions other than first degree, like involuntary? I haven't seen, I can actually show it right now. First degree intentional, 4 first degree intentionally, attempt intentionally. And this is the jury makeup. I haven't seen any lesser included. Because again, if it's not first degree, it's self-defense. So you can't really have lesser included. Yeah. Yeah, that's my big problem too. This is what do chat think the jury will vote. And after that, I'm going to ask you, what do you, Sean Bird, El Maestro El Birdos, think will happen? Yes, and you understood the assignment. Sean Bird didn't, but thank you, Patty B.
Oh my God.
They just rolled a 90-year-old out to give him CPR. So he'll be ready
No,
for the afternoon.
at this point, Weekend at Bernie's, guys. That's all I gotta say.
Yes, that so far my take of this is he overreacted when 13 people pushed him, and he's really guilty because he looked demonic and he put on a shirt, and he didn't say, "Yeah, I went real pokey. Oh my God, I was having the time of my life, pokety 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 all the time." He should have said that, and the police would never have charged him. Of course they would, because there's never a right answer to any of this. I'm sorry, but that river kind of looks like it smells. Adequate provocation is a defense to first degree, which would make it second degree if jury find adequate provocation. Thank you, Ariel. Yeah, I read it the other day. I can't remember it. I think that's why they're really focusing on, did he bring the knife for something other than going around on every teenager he saw?
Yeah, he just brought it because he thought there was going to be some youths on the river
Yeah.
that he's going to have to take care of.
Okay, well, I don't watch Branca when I'm streaming, so I can see someone is cheating on me. That's okay, Ariel. I love you, even if you don't love me. Yeah, and again, but again, it's up to the jury. We can sit here and talk all about the law. It has absolutely nothing to do with the law. It's have all about how the jury interprets the law. If this trial is in a small, do you think the jury would vote guilty in fear of wearing the scarlet letter? The Northampton case, we had people who knew people up there, and they said he's going to be found guilty because people liked the other guy, the one who had 8 new holes in him. And they were right. I didn't see, but my biggest problem is I really, really think the state has a very high burden. And I know a lot of jurors don't have that. So most cases I watch, I don't think they're guilty.
I think.
Or I don't think they're proven guilty. That's my problem.
Yeah, I think they need to start. I mean, they need to weigh more on this fact that Nick had a triple bypass heart surgery. That plays into a big factor of getting shoved around and hurt like that. It could really,
Yeah,
I mean,
but
that's
I think
serious stuff.
he needs to take the stand and talk about that. Yeah, I of course I forgot the part where he had clothes stashed on the riverbank, went in, came out with his machete and his peacemaker. No, what's the name from Predator? I can't remember the Gatlin's name, and he just went, "I'm gonna Arnold this river like no one Arnolded it before."
Oh God.
I love that part. While we were filming, my girlfriend had an attitude. Been there, done that.
That guy, that guy was precious.
Yeah. Yeah, we're probably not going to follow jury. Well, we'll follow jury instructions, but it'll mostly be me trying to make Jamie break. Yeah, that would be the reasonable thing to do. Yeah, it's for the culture. All of it is for the culture. But let's try to see what you think the jury will vote. 43% think the jury will vote not guilty. 28% is thinking hung, and 27% thinks guilty. Now let us do this. What do you think so far?
I know, like a lot of people I've seen saying, like, why did he even go look for the phone if they didn't need it or whatever? And it's like, what does it matter if you wanted to go look for the phone? Because
why didn't he just
it's not,
keep driving when they hit his car? He didn't have to stop and get out. It was just a small bump on his bumper.
it doesn't matter. If he wants to go on a public river and go look for a phone, it's not like he's on the mean streets of Detroit and, he had to watch himself. He's in a freaking river in Wisconsin. You wouldn't expect a bunch of
back
kids
on the
to
record.
Witness number
act
32
like jerks.
in their state case in chief.
Witness number 42.
Mr. Anderson, who's next?
3 more.
Tatiana Ruiz Leyva.
I can reuse the last name. That was easy. So 2 more witnesses after this one, if they are sticking to the 44 witnesses they talked about.
All right.
Yeah, please touch the poll. Make me happy. Was it Old Painless? Why? I had Widowmaker or something in my brain. Yes, Brandon, you like the blonde girl who looked like she really fell hard into the meth rocks. No, it was 42 out of 44.
Ms. Ruiz Leyva, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Wow. Yes, the skinny horse.
Sí. Yes.
Brandon,
Please have
don't
a seat
ruin
in
my
the witness
Friday.
chair.
The tip is all you need.
Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your full name?
No.
Tatiana Ruiz Leyva.
Tatiana Ruiz Leyva.
Everyone heard 32.
Tatiana,
32 and I had
were
42.
you tubing with a
Thank you.
group including Nikolai on the Apple River on July 30, 2022?
Sí,
Yes.
Do you see yourself in that photo over there?
sí.
Yes.
Which one are you?
La que está con el sombrero al lado del pullover blanco.
¿Al lado de qué?
Del que trae el pullover blanco.
Oh,
La que
I'm the one wearing the hat right next to the guy in the white t-shirt.
tienes tu Emi.
Ernesto.
Emi, al lado
Emi.
de Emi.
Oh, correction from the interpreter. And next to Emmy.
Who is Emmy?
La que está al lado mío, la blanquita chiquita.
La
The-
esposa de Neti.
¿La que qué? Oh,
Sí,
the
de
one, the one that is right next to me, the white girl who is short, and she is Nettie's wife.
And do you recall a time when you were on the river that day where you saw people with bloody injuries?
This guy's questioning. God.
Yes.
Did you see anything before that on what led to that?
No,
No.
When you spoke with police, you told them you didn't see anything, you weren't looking in that direction?
correcto.
Correct.
Did you, after you saw people with the injuries, did you call 911?
Sí.
Yes.
Can I have exhibit 63?
We're having a sidebar.
I guess.
No.
Tatiana, do you remember, did you have trouble speaking with the person on 911?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you hand the phone to someone else?
Sí, se lo pasé a Rosy.
Yes, I handed it to Rosie.
And then, does Rosie speak fluent English?
Rosy se lo pasa a Amy later.
Rosie handed it to Emmy later.
And just to clarify, this is Emmy.
They were playing hot potato with
Yes.
the phone.
The purple t-shirt.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you have any idea what happened?
No.
No.
Do you remember seeing Nick come back to the group?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you notice anything about him? Was he calm, worried, angry?
No, normal.
No.
Ya, viene del agua, normal.
Just normal. He was coming from the water. Just normal.
And what was the tube ride to the exit like? Were you guys talking? Was it quiet?
Muy callados.
Very quiet.
Do you remember Nick saying anything on the tube ride out?
No, nunca.
No, never.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Chiropoulos?
Are they serious? What a waste of time.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Ma'am, do you remember being interviewed initially? Well, do you remember being interviewed by a
It was in a floaty.
Spanish-speaking police officer on August 3rd of 2020?
The state, no, the defense haven't released. I don't think they have released more than one or two of the witnesses, so everyone can be called back.
Two?
Sí.
Because
Do you
the DA
remember
is an
where
idiot and he
you were
doesn't get
interviewed?
anything of value in.
Sí.
Yes.
Can you tell me where that was?
En la casa de mi hermano.
At my brother's house.
Perse, Redondo, sí.
Okay, and that officer was asking you questions about what happened about 4 or 5 days earlier when you were on the river with Nick.
Sí.
Yes.
Sí.
And
Yes.
your memory was better in August of 2022 than it is today. Is that fair?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And you knew on July 30th of 2022 that at some point on your trip, Nick was looking for a phone. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you knew that he had left your group to go look for that phone, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
You knew that Nick was by himself, separated from your group while he was looking for that phone. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And Nick was with you guys in terms of that group, but he was also with his wife is in that picture. Is that right?
Well, not according to the video. We had a guy yesterday testify that he was 65 feet away from the initial engagement when the river Karen stepped to him. So, and again, he has no duty to walk away. There's this isn't a duty to retreat state.
Sí.
Yes.
So it was Nick and his wife were part of the group that was tubing.
Sí.
Yes.
Did Nick appear to be in a good mood that day? He didn't appear to be angry or anything?
No, nunca estuvo enojado. Estaba muy bien.
No, he was never angry. He was just fine.
And when Nick is, you see that he has a snorkel and goggles, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And when he's looking for the phone, he goes off with those snorkel and goggles.
Rich, I have to correct you. The initial conflict happened here, where he comes up to the tube, grabs onto it, and the next part you see him in the front of the tubes. The next confrontation happened 65 feet away from it, when the second group moves in on him, and then the boys move up and joins that group, starting to heckle him. He's 65 feet away from initial contact, and the river Karens come up and start pushing him around. The two girls are the first who assaults him. Both of them assaults him according to both sides, both Group 1 and Group 2's witnesses. Everyone who was asked from Group 1 said we could have just passed by him. They chose to walk to him. He doesn't go up there, turn around, and go back to them. You can't see this now. I'm drawing just as well as the DA. They could have left the scene. He is turning around because people are yelling at him. He doesn't go back to the group. Neither of the group. Both groups engage with him. There's no rule in any law, in any book in Wisconsin that says you must always continue to walk this way, even if yelled at, even if people are heckling you. There's no law saying you can't walk, turn around and say, if you, should he have done it? Would anything of this had happened if the river Karens had just passed on by, if the boys has passed on by, if he had walked back to his group? No. But reality is, he removed himself from the boys. 65 feet. They had a clear lane. The river Karens re-engaged with him, put their hands on him. He pushes one of them, punches one of them, does something to one of them, and all hell breaks loose. And within 23 seconds, one person isn't here anymore, and 4 people have extra holes in them. But in reality, you have the first engagement, and then you have the second engagement, 65 feet.
And that's what the police
You don't
testified
have
to,
him.
too.
This is police testimony. This is not what he says. First, second engagement, and Even the officer who did the 3D rendition said the boys could just have moved past him.
Yep.
The boys chose to re-engage. The girls who had nothing to do with any of it started the assault. In the perfect world, should he have just walked this way? Should he have gone into the shore on either side and let everyone pass and say, "See you later, idiots"? Yeah. But 13 people chose to gang up on one man.
Yep.
That's what this case is about.
Looking, right?
Sí.
Yes.
All the energy.
Your group is waiting for him to come back. You're over on the side of the river at that point, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you were asked by
Why he's being charged? Because the DA has a person who isn't here anymore and a person who is. That's what we see in most self-defense cases. We saw it in the New Hampshire case. Clearly, again, 3 incidents where this guy moved away. He didn't start the fight. He went outside. He was angry. They stepped to him. He walked away again, and they stepped to him again. But he was convicted. I think so far this guy will be convicted as well. It's not about the law. It's about the jury.
Attorney Anderson, if you saw what happened and your answer was that you didn't see anything.
No, nada.
No, nothing.
Did you hear anything?
¿Cómo que escuché algo? ¿En qué momento?
What do you mean if I heard anything? At what moment?
Did you hear anything that sounded like an altercation or a fight?
¿Pero en qué momento? ¿En el momento que ni baja o cuándo? No, no escuché nada.
But at what moment when Nick came down, or when? No, I didn't hear anything. What time are you talking about?
There's a time when Nick's gone away from you guys with his snorkel, right?
Ujú.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a time that you see him come back, right? You see him come back to your tubes.
Uh-huh.
In between those 2 times, do you hear people yelling or fighting?
Cuando él regresa ya había pasado y sí, se oía la bulla y eso, sí.
When he came back,
Se oía la bulla.
things had happened and you could hear the loud noise. Yes.
Ujú.
And you were asked when Nick came back, did he say anything to you, to the group? Do you remember being asked that?
Recuerda que le preguntaron de que lo que vio cuando ya regresó a su grupo.
Sí, pero no se habló nada, no se habló nada. No.
We haven't heard anything about his BCA. We only know from 3 officers yesterday testifying we had no indication he was intoxicated.
No se preguntó nada.
Yes, but we didn't talk about anything. We didn't talk about anything. Nothing was asked.
Do you remember telling that Spanish-speaking police officer that when Nick came back to your group, he told you the kids jumped me?
Dijo, esos muchachos se me echaron encima. The kids jumped me.
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't
No se habló
remember.
nada, todo el mundo quiet.
Everybody was quiet.
So I just want to make sure you don't remember telling that to the officer back on August 3rd of 2022.
Bueno.
I don't know.
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
And you described Nick as when he came back, he was quiet?
Sí, callado.
Yes, quiet.
before he left to go look for this phone, was your group talking and laughing and having fun?
Sí,
Yes.
And when he came back to your group, the talking, the fun, that all stopped. Is that right?
sí, todo se acabó.
Yes, everything was over.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Mr. Anderson?
Please don't ask questions.
Speaking detective at your house some days after the incident, right? That
Sí,
Yes.
you also spoke to an officer
It wasn't
right
me.
after you got out of the river.
al salir del río nos pararon allí, pero no recuerdo. Mucho policía, no sé.
When we got out of the river, they stopped us there, but I don't remember. There were a lot of police presence. There was a lot of police presence.
The officers that when you got to the exit didn't speak Spanish, right?
No,
No.
no hablamos, no se habló, yo no hablé.
No, we didn't say anything. Nothing was said. I didn't say anything.
You told an officer there, you heard boys yelling, "Help, help, help." Do you remember that? You said that in English?
Ah, no, eso sí.
Oh, yeah, that
Sí,
I did, yes.
Do you remember when you heard the boys yelling, "Help, help, help"?
Sí, una chica.
Yes, a girl.
Oh, was it a girl who was injured?
Sí, tenía su mano en el estómago.
Yes, she had her hand on her stomach.
Do you know why you said boys?
Because she is not a picket.
Can you repeat the question?
Do you
for
know
the
why you
interpreter?
said boys were yelling for help?
Please, could you please repeat the question?
Do you know why you said boys were yelling for help?
Sí,
Yes.
Why?
yo iba bajando y ellos estaban gritando, help, help, y vi el grupo de chicos allí, un grupo, pero no estaba yo cerca de ellos. Y ahí fue cuando yo mismo me retiro porque como que fue lejos y llamé a la policía.
I was
La chica,
getting
pero no
off,
que-
and there was a group there, and the kids there were yelling, "Help, help!" But I was kind of far away. But that's when I called the police.
When you heard the boys yelling for help, was that before Nick came back
After,
to your
idiot.
group?
Sí.
Yes.
What?
Nothing else.
Mr. Truffle?
Ma'am, do
I
you
don't-
know,
I don't think she understands.
I don't think she understands.
you know that people were injured on the river, right?
Sí,
Yes.
And one of the people that was yelling or asking for help was this girl that had been injured. Is that right?
sí.
Yes.
Do you know now that there were some males that had been injured?
Sí,
Yes.
Do you know when you heard help? If that was after those males had been injured?
sí,
Yes.
So if I'm hearing you right, those males are injured, then they're yelling or somebody is yelling for help. Is that right?
ujú,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Ruiz Leyva. You may step down.
Stupid
You are
state. They
excused.
thought they were so slick.
Yeah. Well, she heard the screams for help after when people were injured, so that's natural. But we have all the people from group, or 7 people from group 2 said they heard the boys screaming for help, and that's why they started going over there.
Yeah.
They all used the same sentence. She didn't.
Who is the next witness? Yes.
To help fix things.
Did you work with Nick?
Witness.
Ernesto.
Oh, they remember the defense did say they were going to call some of their own to use the translator.
Ernesto Torres.
So it's funny that the state didn't want to call Ernesto.
Jamie, thank you. I forgot that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the only one from the group they didn't want to talk to.
I find that kind of odd, so we'll see what happens.
Torres?
See, I pay attention sometimes.
Please raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Yeah, just my streams you don't see.
I just don't watch you.
I know you're not working. You're sitting there sleeping.
Yeah. I wish. Oh,
Please
I
have a
wish.
seat in the witness chair.
Betsy, yeah, it could be because she was, but half the questions didn't make sense, and her answers to them, she asked yes in compound questions, and you can't do that. It was really weird, and I think it's because this DA, he asked questions like I mix drinks, way too strong. Hey, Chrissy.
These questions are so confusing for me, and I speak English.
You speak Midwest.
Mr. Nelson.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Oh, yeah.
Can you tell all of us your name, please?
Ernesto Torres Chávez.
Ernesto Torres Chávez.
Chagas.
I love it.
Chagas, not
Chagas.
Correct.
He rolls his
Can
R's
I
so
call you
well.
Ernesto?
Sí.
Ernesto, do you know
Yes.
this man over here?
Sí.
Yes.
Who's this?
Nick.
Nick.
Nick who?
Nick Mute.
Nick Mule.
How long have you known Nick Mule?
Aproximadamente más de 10 años.
Approximately, well, it's over 10 years.
Do you did you work with Nick?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you married?
Sí.
Yes.
Who's your wife?
Emi.
Emmy.
Is up here, is this a picture of you and Amy?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have any family in here other than that?
Mi hermana está a la derecha.
My sister on the right side.
Rosy.
Rosie.
That's your sister.
Sí.
He yelled so much he should be German.
No, familia no, todos amigos.
Not relatives, all friends.
Well, he has the earphones on. Maybe it's hard to hear.
Did your wife Amy work with Nick as well?
Sí.
Yes.
The reason everyone is speaking Spanish today is because they hired an interpreter to be there today. So they took them all in one go. That's why the defense are speaking, even though it's the state's turn. It's just because now they have the interpreters there, they can shoot all of them out and don't have to pay for an extra day of interpretations.
Yeah.
And when you said you're friends with Nick, obviously sometimes when we're adults, we have lots of different friends. How close would you consider Nick as a friend?
He's my best friend.
He's his
You're at
best
his
friend.
house, he's at your house.
Oh,
Best friends.
Please,
Best
the
friends.
interpreter, could you please repeat the question?
You've been to his house, he's been to your house, you guys hang out together.
Sí.
Yes.
Would you consider Nick to be kind of a handyman?
What? Katrina, no. But because they have an interpreter, they were allowed to use the interpreter to ask a defense witness. Funny how this defense witness is the only one from Nick's group they haven't called from the state side.
Sí.
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Porque él siempre está arreglando cosas en su casa o cuando va a la casa de alguien
Because
necesita ayuda.
because
Él está ahí para ayudar.
he's always there helping things in his house, or he goes to other houses to help fix things.
Have you ever seen him use tools to fix things?
You're welcome.
Sí.
Yes.
Have you ever seen him with a pocket knife?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you ever seen him use the pocket knife as a tool to fix things?
Sí.
Yes.
He fixed a
Can you
kid's
tell me
problem
about some
that
of
day.
those things that you've seen him do with the pocket knife to fix things?
Lo he visto arreglar cosas en su casa o en mi casa cuando compré mi piscina. Él fue uno de los compañeros que me ayudó.
I've seen him fix
Y
things
usaba
in
su
his
navaja
house
para cortar cosas.
and my house. When I bought my pool, he helped me fix the pool and in general fixing things.
Want to
And
ask
he used the knife. Sorry.
you some questions
Yes, this is the one that's the defense witness.
about the trip down the river on July 30th of 2022, okay?
3 inches.
Sí.
Yes.
Is that a trip you and your wife have made before?
Sí.
Yes.
Prior to leaving your house that day, did you have a call? Did you call Nick Mew that day and ask him to bring anything?
Sí.
Yes.
What'd you ask Nick to bring?
Que llevara su navaja.
To bring his knife.
Why did you ask Nick to bring? And when you say his, just start over. His knife, is that a pocket knife or some other knife?
No, la de paque.
No, the packet.
And why did you ask Nick to bring his pocket knife?
Porque la vez anterior que fuimos al río, a la hora de salir, no podíamos, no teníamos con qué cortar las sogas y tuvimos que arrastrar todas las balsas juntas y era muy pesado.
Because the last time we went to the river, we had all the inner tubes tied together and we couldn't cut the cords, so we had to pull them out of the river all together and bring them up to the place where we had to leave them.
So you wanted him to have the knife to help cut the cords at the end of the trip.
Y al principio también cuando amarramos todas las balsas.
And at the beginning too, it's useful to tie them up.
Why didn't you just bring your own pocket knife?
Yo no tengo.
I don't have one.
And who's the guy that tends to have a pocket knife in your group of friends?
Nick.
Nick.
Is he the handyman amongst your group of friends?
Sí.
Yes.
Is he? You said he had that pocket knife with him sometimes when he's come over to your house, right?
Sí.
Yes.
That day when you called him and asked him to bring the knife, were you worried about Nick Mew having a knife?
No, no, no razón ninguna.
No, there is no reason for that.
You've known him for a long time.
Sí,
Yes.
Seen him in your home, seen him in his home,
sí,
Yes.
seen him at work, worked with him.
sí,
Yes.
Fair to say you've had opportunities to observe his character. Would you agree with that?
sí,
Yes.
Would you agree Nick Mew has a character for peacefulness?
sí.
Yes.
Were you worried at all about Nick Mew bringing a knife based upon what you knew about Nick?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Repite la pregunta.
Repeat the question, please.
Were you worried at all about Nick Mew having a knife out on the river?
No.
No.
So now I'm going to ask you some more questions about the river, okay? Being on the river.
Sí,
Yes.
When you were on the river, was Nick there with his wife?
sí,
Yes.
You see the picture there, I think it's 26. Sorry. 12A. Do you see that big photo?
sí,
Yes.
Nick in that photo?
sí,
Yes.
Nick's wearing a shirt and sunglasses in that photo. Is that what he looked like on July 30th?
sí,
Yes.
Yes.
It's been marked as Exhibit 110. Do you see this picture? You see the picture?
yeah,
Yeah.
And you see Nick is wearing a hat in this picture?
sí,
Yes.
This picture, Nick doesn't have a, in 12A, he doesn't have a hat, but on 110, he does have a hat. Do you agree?
sí,
Yes.
Were there times that day that you saw Nick wearing a hat?
sí,
Yes.
Were there times that day where you saw that Nick had taken the hat off?
sí,
Yes.
Did you see Nick with some goggles and a snorkel?
sí,
Yes.
Did you see him use that goggles and snorkel prior to Ariel losing his phone?
sí,
Yes.
Would he use the snorkel to swim in the river?
sí.
Yes.
When he used the snorkel to swim in the river, do you remember, was he wearing his hat?
No.
No.
Bird. C.
Was he, when he
Yeah,
had
in
on his goggles
C,
and snorkel,
bird.
was he wearing
C.
sunglasses?
Repite la pregunta.
Can you repeat the question?
When he went swimming in the river using the goggles and snorkel, did he also wear his sunglasses?
No.
No.
Was there a time when you were on the river that you saw, or that you came to learn Ariel had lost his phone?
Sí,
Yes.
When he lost his phone, did you guys stop and have a discussion?
no, Julio, en sí no paramos. Estuvimos conversando y él dijo que iba a buscar el teléfono.
We
Yo le
didn't
dije
really,
que se olvidara el teléfono.
Again, it's back to that he wore sunglasses and a jacket when he left. So it's to say he was snorkeling earlier in the day and he wore sunglasses earlier in the day and at different times.
Bueno, que se subiera a la balsa y él dijo, no, I got to find her. O sea, que lo voy a encontrar.
No, we didn't stop. We didn't stop. We continued. Then he said, I'm going to look for the phone. And I said, no, don't go. And then he said, I'm going to go look for it.
The he you're referring to is Nick Mew.
Correcto.
Did you eventually?
Correct.
Did you eventually see Nick go look for the phone with his goggles and snorkel?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see him go in the same direction that the water was flowing?
Yes.
Sí.
Yes.
Can we call that downriver?
Yeah, it's annoying that they hold his hand and we're waiting for the translation. Come on, we're waiting for the translation, and I can understand him. Jamie, C is yes, no
Yeah.
is no,
I get it.
and just get to the meat and bones of it.
Sí.
Yes.
You know why he went downriver to look for the phone?
They called Madison. She asked not to be televised, so we don't know what she claimed, and I haven't found anything about her testimony anywhere.
Bueno, pienso que él se fue río abajo porque el teléfono estaba como una bolsa de eso que se usan para proteger el agua.
I think that he went down the river because the telephone was inside a pouch, those bags that you use to put them in the water.
On Exhibit 12A, that photo, do you see some people have lanyards with, looks like maybe a phone inside of them?
Sí.
Yes.
You even see Ariel and Gilma right there, the same?
Yeah.
Is that,
Yeah.
is that what you're describing?
Sí.
Yes.
Let's just slow down and wait for the interpretation.
I was going too fast. I'm going to slow down.
No, you're not going too fast.
You're doing like a guy. That's fine.
When Nick then left to go look for the phone, were you watching him?
Sí.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't think it's illegal to look
You
for your
look for the
phone.
phone at all?
Yeah,
No.
Who cares? You're looking
No.
for a phone
Were you
on a
sitting
public
in
river.
the
Who
tube,
cares?
standing near the tube, or doing something else?
Sentado.
Sitting down.
Did you eventually see Nick and another group of people or multiple people interacting in some way?
No.
No.
Did you eventually learn that Nick was interacting or people were interacting with Nick?
Sí.
Yes.
How did you learn that? From something you saw or from something you heard?
Su esposa dijo, Nick está en problema.
His wife said Nick is in trouble.
When you heard, did that surprise you?
Hey, little D.
Sí.
Yes.
You ever, you know Nick, you must know his wife Sandy.
Sí.
Yes.
You guys must hang out together as a couple often. Or as couples.
Sí.
Yes.
Had you ever heard Sandy express concern about the safety of her husband like she did on that day?
Overruled.
Escuchó a la esposa, a Sandy, expresar preocupación por la seguridad de su esposo ese día.
¿En ese día? No entiendo la pregunta.
During that day, I don't understand the question.
Sure. Sandy said Nick's in trouble, you took that as Sandy expressing concern for Nick's safety.
Asumió que eso quería decir que Sandy estaba expresando preocupación por la seguridad de Nick.
Sí.
Yes.
Had you ever prior to that day or any time before that, heard Sandy express concerns about her husband's safety when you were around?
Nunca.
Never.
That must have surprised you then on that day when you heard that.
Sí.
Yes.
What'd you do?
So I looking down where people was, and I saw Nick in the water, and I stand up and I tried to get her.
When you saw Nick in the water, did he appear to be snorkeling and looking for the phone, or was something else going on?
No, estaba en el agua y había mucha gente a su alrededor.
No, he was in the water and there were people around him.
How many people?
Número no puedo decirle, pero sí eran bastantes. Pueden haber sido más de 10, 15 personas. No.
I can't tell you the number, but there were many, maybe 10, 15, I don't know.
When you made that observation, were you worried for Nick's safety?
Sí.
Yes.
What did it look like that group of 10 or 15 people was doing to Nick?
So, estaban gritándole y cuando él estaba en el agua, alguien le estaba dando.
They were shouting at him. And when he was in the water, somebody was yelling at him.
Did you ever see anybody have physical contact with Nick?
Bueno, en el momento en que yo vi que él estaba en el agua, alguien le pegó. Esa fue la primera vez que...
At that moment, when I saw Nick in the water, I saw somebody hitting him. That's the only thing I saw.
After you saw him in the water, did you keep watching?
So, yo traté de llegar hasta allá, pero en el medio del río perdí mis zapatos.
Well, I tried to get over there, but I lost my shoes in the middle of the river.
So on your way, were you able to continue to watch, or did you need to tend to your footwear?
No. Estaba tratando de caminar, pero no podía. Miraba para el grupo, pero en otro momento no.
I tried to keep walking, but I couldn't. And I did watch the group at some point, but not always.
Did you see anybody being violent to or at Nick?
After when they was in the water, estuvo en el agua, no. Después que vi que estaba en el agua, no volví a ver nada.
After I saw him in the water, I didn't see anything else.
I love that he's...
Sounds like you don't know how he got down into the water. When you first looked, he was already in the water.
Correcto.
Correct.
At some point, did you see Nick walking back to you in the group?
Después que yo vi que él estaba parado, que yo le dije que viniera hacia esta parte de acá, él regresó.
After I saw him standing there, I told him to come back, and then he came back.
And so, if we're on the river, you're Ernesto, and I'm standing where Nick is, roughly. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
The river flows that way to downstream. Does that make sense?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you see Nick walking somewhere in your direction, not exactly this angle, but somewhere towards you, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
And what had happened is behind Nick by the time he's walking to you. Agreed?
Antes
You mean before?
Repite la pregunta, por favor.
Repeat the question, please.
After you saw Nick down in the water, eventually you see Nick coming back to you because you called him back.
Sí.
I want to
Yes.
ask you about that moment in time.
No entiendo la pregunta.
I don't understand your question.
I want to ask you about what you saw when Nick was walking back to you when you called him back.
Oh,
Does that make sense?
que yo le dije que regresara.
That I told him to come back.
I want to ask about that moment in time, what you saw.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
When Nick's walking back towards you, is he looking at you in the group or is he walking backwards looking behind him?
No estoy seguro.
I'm not sure.
Yes.
You're looking in Nick's direction, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
When you look in that direction, do you see somebody else other than Nick approaching you in your group, or you focus your, do you
Come
see
on.
somebody else that draws your attention?
Sí.
Yes.
What do you see?
So, cuando el Ni venía por esta parte hacia la izquierda mía, alguien trató de acercarse y me hizo así con el dedo.
When Nick was coming over on my left side, someone else tried to approach and pointed at me with the finger.
When you say the finger, that might have different connotations. So do you mean like a pointing finger or something else?
Dedo que no apuntaba.
Pointing with with the finger.
And when they're pointing with their finger, is Nick near you?
Iba pasando.
He was going by me.
By me.
So if I'm Nick in that scenario, Nick is walking this way, you're pointing in that direction.
Yo estoy mirando hacia donde está la persona y ahí tienen. Stay there, stay there, stay there.
I'm looking at the person who was there and say, stay there, stay there.
Can you describe that person?
No tengo ni idea.
I have no idea.
Why were you telling that person, stay there, stay there, stay there?
Porque la persona que estaba apuntando hacia mí, o hacia mí, no sé si era hacia mí o hacia él, estaba yelling and he tried to walk.
Because the person pointing,
hacia mí.
because there was a person there pointing, I don't know if they were pointing at me or at Nick, but they were approaching.
Did you think it was safe for that person to come towards you and Nick?
Bueno, yo lo que traté de que esa persona no se acercara a nosotros porque quizás el problema iba a seguir si venían hacia el grupo nuestro.
I tried to prevent that person from approaching us because I thought maybe the problem was going to continue.
You thought the solution to that problem was to keep Nick separated from the group that was pointing at you.
Sí.
Yes.
When Nick, I'm going to now ask you about when Nick's back at the tubes with you after you pointed at this person, okay? Make sense?
Sí.
In that time, what did Nick look like?
Y se lucía muy preocupado y estaba como blanco.
He looked worried and he was pale.
I think there was a time you also used the word he looked white or he looked wide-eyed.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see those things when you looked at Nick?
Sí.
Yes.
You said you've known Nick for a long time. He's your best friend. You ever seen him scared before?
Nunca.
Never.
Did he look like he was scared then?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you seen people when they're in shock before?
Sí.
Yes.
Did he look to you like he was in fear and in shock?
Sí.
Yes.
Were you worried about him?
Sí.
Yes.
And is that why you were pointing at other people because you wanted to protect your friend and keep him there because you were worried about him?
Sí.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say you didn't really know what had happened down there at that other group? You just didn't want anything more to happen?
No. Sí, sí, correcto, sí.
No,
No sabía qué había pasado.
I mean, yes, it's correct because I knew what had happened. I didn't know what had happened. So.
Right.
Did Nick stay?
Well, it's the defense who called him. It's Ernesto. It's Nick's good buddy. His testimony so far, yeah. He saw something, went over there to help Nick. Nick came over to him. Bah.
I think
Didn't see anything.
to-
Saw Nick in the water. Kind of what it is.
Yeah, I think just to put in like the see, because he keeps saying like, you saw him, he was scared, you were worried about him, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think, really.
Yeah. It's so boring. People are dropping off like flies.
Hey, then with the group at the tubes, did he stay there that whole time?
Sí.
Did he ever ask you?
This is because they have the translator, so they were allowed to call their witness. So even if this guy is asking stupid, slow questions, this is worse than yesterday, Jimmy. At least yesterday there was video. But Toby McTopson is going to ask questions after this.
Oh my God, I know.
Or make any motions to or indicate in any way, tell you in any way that he wanted to go onto the shore or on the woods or sit anywhere other than in his tube?
No, it's because everyone would rather be here than having fun on a Friday.
No.
No.
What did you see him do while you guys were waiting there?
Solamente se sentó en la balsa y más nada, ni siquiera dijo una palabra.
He just sat in the inner tube and he didn't say anything. No words.
Did your impressions about him being in fear and shock, did that change over that time, or did he continue to look like he was in fear and shock?
No, él seguía en shock.
No, he continued in shock.
How long did you guys in your group wait there at the tubes before you eventually floated back down the river?
Yo diría como 30 minutos o 35, no sé exactamente, pero fue un buen rato.
I would say 30 minutes, 35 minutes. I don't know exactly. It was a while.
Why did you eventually go back down, float down the river? Did anything prompt you?
So, yo no estoy seguro si fue la policía o alguien que estaba en el grupo donde estaba todo el mundo allá. Hicieron así para que como que el tráfico siguiera, la gente siguiera bajando.
I don't know
Y
if
ahí
it
todo el
was.
mundo empezó a bajar.
Maybe the interpreter needs the witness to repeat his answer.
Ok, no estoy seguro si fue la policía o alguien que estaba parado donde sucedió el problema. Hicieron así como que para que la gente ya podía seguir.
I don't know. I'm not sure if it was the police or if it was something else, somebody else who was trying to guide people, and they were telling people to move, and to continue.
And based upon what you saw, then you kind of helped your group say, we got to go, and you moved down the river.
Correcto.
Correct.
During the float down the river, it continued to be quiet.
Completamente. Que yo recuerde, nadie habló hasta que llegamos a la salida.
Totally quiet. As far as I remember, nobody talked until we got to the exit.
What happened at the exit?
So, recuerdo que cuando llegamos a la salida, creo que había, no sé si era un policía vestido de verde o alguien que estaba cortando las sogas de la balsa.
When we got to the exit, I don't know if it was a policeman who was there. Somebody was cutting the ropes.
Pasamos el puente.
Then we crossed, we passed the bridge.
Cuando íbamos pasando allí, vimos que habían policías.
When we passed the bridge, we noticed there were policemen there.
Y cuando íbamos pasando, ellos estaban como aquí así. Íbamos pasando por aquí.
They
Vieron
were
al grupo de nosotros.
they were over here, and we were on the other over here. And then they approached the group of where we were.
Yeah, I need to fix my baking studio.
When they approached the group, did you see them somehow indicate or say something to Nick?
¿Quién?
Who?
¿Los policías?
The policeman?
Bueno, en el momento que nos pararon ahí, yo no sé porque eran muchos policías que estaban ahí, pero después de eso yo vi que vino un policía y le dijo, tiene que venir con nosotros.
Right at that moment when they stopped us, I don't know if they were policemen or not, but then one of them came and he said he has to come with us.
The policeman asked Nick to come with them.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you then see Nick go with the police?
Sí.
Yes.
Caminó normal.
He was walking normally with them.
Were you surprised at that point?
Sí, nosotros estábamos en shock. ¿Por qué lo detenían a él? Porque realmente nosotros no sabíamos qué había pasado.
We were in shock because we didn't know why they were detaining him. We didn't know what had happened.
And you couldn't believe your friend who's peaceful would have done anything to harm someone.
Nunca.
Never.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any questions?
You've tubed on the Apple River several times, including with Nick, right?
Nosotros sí, pero con él la segunda vez.
We have, but it was the second time with him.
And the Apple River, it's kind of a party scene, agreed?
Please repeat for the interpreter.
The Apple River, it's kind of a party scene. Lots of people on the river drink.
Sí.
Yes.
Your group was drinking.
Sí.
Yes.
Probably most of the groups you saw on the river were drinking.
Sí.
Yes.
Were you intoxicated?
No.
No.
How many drinks did you have? Do you know?
Probably like 4 beer.
Probably like 4 beer.
And you said you told Nick not to go look for the phone, but he insisted, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And Ariel wasn't worried about his phone because he had insurance, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And after Sandy said Nick's in trouble, you started walking towards Nick, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you got pretty close to where Nick was, right?
No,
No,
You got a lot closer than Sergio did, right?
no sé, porque en ese momento yo no sé dónde estuvo Sergio.
no.
Pero sí no estaba cerca.
I don't know because I don't know where Sergio was at that moment, but yes, I was close.
And you saw Nick in the water, you said, right?
Sí.
Yes.
You never saw Nick do anything to anyone?
No.
No.
You said you were concerned for Nick's safety, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
You walked over there, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you told police, I didn't see, we don't know what happened because Nick didn't tell us anything, right?
Always 2 to 3.
Correcto.
Correct.
And you said that multiple times.
Correcto.
Correct.
You told police multiple times that Nick ran away.
Bueno, en lo que se refiere usted huyendo, corriendo, me refiero a cuando él salió del grupo y vino hacia este lado, para nosotros.
When you're referring to running or running away, I'm referring to when he left that group and approached our group.
When he
on this side.
When he went back to your group, you said he ran back to your group, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
You told that to police multiple times.
Correcto.
Correct.
So you remember him running back to your group.
O sea, no diría yo corriendo, simplemente venía hacia el grupo, caminando a prisa, pero no, I don't know. Venía de regreso hacia el grupo.
I mean, he didn't come running. He was walking fast. He was just coming back.
He actually just walked casually back.
Objection.
Right?
What's the objection?
Vague as to the use of the word casual.
I think it is because he's taken out of order.
Do you understand the question?
No entiendo la pregunta.
No, I don't understand the question.
You need to rephrase that.
He was slowly walking.
He wasn't walking fast back to your group, was he?
Él no iba caminando.
Él venía caminando.
He was walking.
But not quickly, right?
What
No,
quickly?
no.
No.
And then after he walked past you, you told police the groups were fighting each other.
Bueno, yo no puedo decir exactamente si estaban peleando, simplemente como estaban todo el mundo gritando y eso, no sabemos exactamente lo que estaba pasando ahí.
I couldn't say they were fighting. Everybody was shouting. We didn't know what was happening there.
But what you told police was that the groups were fighting each other after Nikolai left.
No recuerdo en estos momentos, pero puede, desde mi punto de vista, a ver las discusiones que tenían allí, puede ser que yo pensé, o puede ser que estaban peleando, o puede ser no.
I don't remember right now, but in my opinion, because of the way they were talking and they were loud, they may have been fighting.
You didn't see any injuries on Nick when he walked back, right?
No.
No.
And your group stayed at the sandbar for a while because Eric was helping with the victims, right?
No sé.
I don't know.
Was Nick helping with the victims? Was Eric helping with the injured?
No sé.
I don't know.
Eventually, when you did leave, it was because Nick said, let's go, right?
Repite la pregunta.
Can you repeat the question?
Eventually, when you did leave, it was because Nikolai Mew said, let's go.
No.
No.
When you got to the exit,
Yes.
there's a lot of police there, you said, right?
Sí.
Yes.
There wasn't any belligerent people approaching you or anything like that?
Belligerent.
No podría decirle si personas cercanas o no. Simplemente cuando va saliendo del río sabe que van personas adelante y van personas detrás.
I
No sé a qué se
couldn't,
refiere usted.
I couldn't tell you if there were people approaching us or getting closer to us. There were people in front. There were people behind us. I don't know what you're referring to.
I'm thinking
You didn't,
he's doing okay.
you didn't get threatened or anything when you got out to the exit, right?
No.
No.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
The DA guy sounds like he's
When
mad
Nick
at
came
him.
back to your group, he told you they took my knife, right?
I don't remember.
You told
I
police.
don't remember.
Don't remember.
You told police multiple times they took Nick's knife out of his pocket, right?
Si se lo dije a la policía, está, pero no recuerdo.
If he gave it to the policeman, I don't know. Interpreter needs to correct. If I told that to the policeman, maybe, but I don't remember.
You don't remember if Nick told you they took my knife?
He just said so.
He just said it. Come on.
So Nick
And I
was,
don't remember where because when we sit down in the tour, we're not talking nothing.
among the group of people when you were walking up, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
You could see how the group was acting. You could hear them, right?
Sí, estaban gritando toda la gente. Yelling people.
Yes, they were yelling.
And when police talked to you about it, you didn't believe Nick stabbed anyone, right?
Nunca.
Never.
And you said, he's a big guy. He was in the army. He doesn't need a knife to defend himself, right? And he was in Romania before coming to the US, right?
I'm not sure, o sea, no estoy seguro, pero si dije eso porque en los países comunistas el servicio militar es mandatorio. So, él vive en un país comunista, yo vivo en un país comunista, al servicio nos mandan obligados.
I'm not sure if I said that, but I know that he comes from a communist country and the military service is mandatory. I come from a communist country too, where you have the mandatory military service.
And you answered questions about Nick had his knife because he used it to cut ropes. He was going to use it at the beginning and going to use it at the end. Do you remember that?
Correcto.
Correct.
But you told police that you thought Nikolai put his knife back in the vehicle before floating down the river, right?
What does it matter? Oh my God.
It's not illegal to have a knife.
It's not illegal to have a knife.
Correcto.
Correct.
And you also told police you never saw Nikolai with a knife on the river, right?
Oh, yeah. done.
No, bueno, cuando hablamos del río, solamente lo vi con la navaja al principio cuando se amarraron todos los tubos.
No, well, when we were in the river, I only saw him with the knife at the beginning when we were tying the tubes.
When Nikolai got back to the tubes after he walked past you, did you walk back to the tubes?
I'm sorry, please, the interpreter needs a repetition.
Nikolai walked past you.
Stay there. I don't remember because I pay attention to the guy punch us and I say, stay there, stay there. I don't want it coming to us.
Nikolai didn't ask for your help or anything?
¿Ayuda cuándo?
Help when?
Ever. He never yelled for help, right?
Yo no vi nada hasta que la señora me dijo que estaba en problema.
Oh,
I didn't see anything until the lady told me that he was in trouble.
You also didn't hear him yell anything, right?
No.
No.
When Nikolai got back to the tubes, did you walk back to the tubes too?
Sí.
Yes.
No one followed you, right?
No, en el momento que él pasó así, al lado mío que iba para la balsa, yo estuve quizás unos segundos parado ahí con la persona que me estaba apuntando y yo le decía, stay there, stay there, stay there. Hasta después de eso, yo me regresé a la balsa.
When Nick, he was walking by me on this side, I stayed standing there and I told the guy who was approaching us, stay there and pointing. And then I followed Nick.
You didn't answer my question. I asked when you walked away, nobody followed you, right?
Que yo recuerde, no.
As far as I remember, no.
Si estoy de espalda no puedo ver.
If I'm walking, I can't see from my back.
Oh my
I can
God.
see in the back.
Are you okay,
And
interpreter?
once Nikolai got back to the tubes, he put on his shirt, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
Yeah, if he was in shock, he was probably feeling cold. Well, he's probably around the
And
same
you
age,
didn't
so in
see
his
what
late
happened
40s,
before
50s.
Nick, you saw Nick in the water, right?
I don't know where
No.
this lawyer is going.
No.
So you don't know if he did something violent before you saw him in the water.
No.
Nope.
What? Did something?
You didn't see him do anything
You
violent
said
before
Nick
he was in the water.
appeared very scared, worried after he walked back, right?
Sí, es normal.
Yes, it's normal.
And you'd never seen him scared like that before, right?
Nunca.
Never.
And he wasn't smiling, right?
¿Cómo?
He wasn't
What do you mean?
smiling.
No.
No.
That would be, you wouldn't expect him to be smiling if he was afraid, right?
¿Quién se va a reír en medio de un problema?
Who's going to
Sir.
smile when you're in the middle of trouble?
We're trying to imply this smile thing.
He was
I want to
grinning
show you
like
some frames.
a cat
What do
who
we
had
think here for lunch?
cream.
He was just ready to gut everybody.
Members of the jury, we're going to break until 1 o'clock. Same reminders, no independent investigation.
I mean, I can show you if you want.
Are you comfortable showing you have
What?
Well, Jamie, that was
I hate that
absolutely
prosecutor.
killing me. Especially because that interpreter is worse at Spanish than I am.
He keeps like I'm kind of understanding some of the words, and he's like fumbling over there.
Yeah. Brandon is saying, Te voy a besar hasta que me ames panadero. Hispanic Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson. Te foi pasa hesta que mi amith panadedo. My Mike Tyson isn't that great. He's gonna kill me if he ever sees me. Thank you, Brendan.
Probably. I'm not saving you.
I don't know what I just said, but well, it wouldn't be the first time you made me say stuff that might or might not make my channel go poof. Do you know what time it is,
Iris,
Jamie?
It is word crack time.
No, it's Vader time.
Oh.
Don't you know Big Van Vader from? I must remember not to share when I put my
Share your personal
email addresses up online. Well, I do have my personal mail and my last name, and again, we're 17 people in the world. With did I just share it? No, I don't know. Did I just share it? I'm just that big an idiot. Gonna kiss you until Baker loves Brandon. Well, I could do that. According to everyone in chat that speaks Spanish, that was awful. Yeah, when he didn't know how to interpret, I don't have eyes in the back of my head. I was about to say, it's time. It's time. It's Vader time. Or word crack time. Farrell's sleeping. You know, she sleeps when I stream. Look, they have the correct measurement. You need a countdown clock when I'm break. I don't use OBS, so I can't really do it. But I can do the second best thing and put on this one. But I have tried to figure out how to put a countdown on it, but no such luck so far. StreamYard isn't really good at incorporating other things, but you know what time it is. And I forgot to download some new music. Sorry, guys, you have to listen to all of this again. I'm gonna go make me some dinner. See you all in roughly 50 minutes. If you're leaving, follow me on X. I'll write when we're back, or follow me on Discord, and someone will pull up when we're coming back. Hasta la taco.
testimony, Ernesto Torres Chaguez. But right now, in the bottom corner, the bigger double box on your screen is just what I would call highlights or key moments of trial up until this point. We wanted those of you who haven't tuned in for every minute of our gavel to gavel coverage just to be able to get caught up during these lunch breaks. That's what you're doing. Of course, we all know now Jawan Cockfield is the young man with Isaac Schumann and the young tubers from Stillwater. They are drinking on the river that day, and he.
Sorry. Then I'm back. Welcome back. Hope you all had a great game, and everyone is ready to rock and roll. Did we learn anything this morning? We had everyone who was Spanish speaking from both the state and the defense. No one really saw anything. They saw him push the blonde girl, ran up to him. He was scared. He didn't talk. He was very quiet. He was looking for a phone. He was afraid because there was a large group around him. No one heard, saw, didn't do anything. Kind of what I got out of this morning. Good morning, all. You've been here before, Aussie Tank. Drunk ketchup. I can see heads moving. The only thing I don't understand is why didn't they want to call Ernesto? Did he have stuff to say that was very damning to the state's case? To me, no. Other than Nick was his good friend and he wasn't a violent person. He seemed scared. That's kind of the things I got out of this morning. I don't know if I was wrong or whatever, but I don't feel Ernesto hurt their case at all. Hey, Aussie. Supportive of Nick only, yeah, but even the ones the state called was supportive of Nick, not in a way where you they just said yes to everything. I thought they came off pretty honest that they didn't see anything. They were too far away, and Nick was scared. Nick was pale. Nick didn't say much. That's kind of what I got out of them. It was not like it was really bad it didn't help Nick much because they didn't see the commotion either. So other than Nick was a guy who normally carried a knife and he was a nice person. I don't know what we actually found out this morning. Maybe I just zoned out because it was so boring and it took so long to ask the questions, but I didn't understand why. I haven't understood why 50% of the witnesses has been there in this case. Most of it could have been an email. That's my biggest problem so far is the first 2-3 days. Yeah, you could have cut out a lot of those witnesses as well. They was just reiterating what we already knew. Yesterday, complete waste of time that we spent 8 hours on that. That could have been done before lunch. Today, all these Spanish-speaking witnesses, on a good day, it had taken an hour. Yeah, that's kind of. But the problem is, do the jury see it the same way as we do? That they are just stacking evidence to say they have evidence, and we've seen this in other cases where they just put in tons of evidence that isn't evidence, but when you sit in the in the jury room, you sit there and say, oh, they had 25 people come up and talk. I don't know. Yeah. The only guy we didn't hear from today was that Ariel guy who walked up to Nick in one of the pictures. I don't know if he doesn't need an interpreter or something, maybe. That's the only guy we haven't really heard from. And I really hope I heard that correctly and everyone else was wrong when they said 32 witnesses. I really hope they said 42, because I'm not sure I can sit through another 8 hours of nothing like we've done the last 2 days. But it's thank you, Fedorowski. You are always correct. Because my biggest problem is, normally at this point, the story should have been told. You should know the story, because when they arrest Monday or Tuesday, as they said, you should sit there and be 100% sure he is guilty. And then it's up for the defense to put you back to believing he might be innocent. And I can't tell the story now, because I've seen the videos, and these kids are clearly the aggressors, in my opinion. What irritates me is the prosecutor start asking witnesses, you told police such and such, instead of ask them what the witnesses saw here, that they then go to police statement and different. Cappy, yes, and that's what I say we do in Denmark. If they ask you, do you remember people calling for help? No. I'm going to read you your statement from this and this day. It's evidence number B25, Your Honor. Did you say, I heard the group of boys calling for help? I don't remember it today, but if I told the police, I must have said it. Boom. That's how we do it in Denmark. Baked to tubing. Yeah, I'm more of a topping guy because I'm toppy. No, that's the biggest problem, because even if they are at 32 witnesses, all the players who were at the scene has been here now. The medical examiner will only tell us what the damages was. We've seen how the damages occurred. So it's not like just because to tell us, yeah, he had a hole in him, we're going to say, oh, then he's guilty. Look who's back. Back again. Jamie's back. Tell a friend. Jamie's back. Jamie's back. Jamie's back. Uh-huh. In my opinion, innocence and imminence are on Mew's side. The only question is whether he reasonably believed to be a deadly force threat, and as opposed to a non-deadly force. Yeah, so they need someone to come in and talk about the differences about these two things, instead of having someone come in and say, no, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. I saw nothing for 5 days. No, it's 2 days of nothing. What do you
Feels like
feel,
it's been
Jamie?
5.
Yeah.
I mean, my personal opinion is I don't think they've proven anything. Like, on that it's not self-defense, to be honest with you, but what do I know?
Yeah, and again, which side can bring in? Can the defense bring in an expert saying it's clearly self-defense as well? Yeah, we're back at the beginning. Who was the first aggressor?
The more I
No.
see the video, the more I just don't like those kids more and more.
Do they push him? Yeah, I think he goes down again, and then the guy goes for his neck, and you can clearly see he has his hands around his neck. I don't. Yeah, but Branca isn't he? Well, he is a self-defense expert, but I don't know if it's only with pew pews. But
No,
but
he
my
talks
problem.
about all of it.
Oh, he talks about all of it. Okay. But my problem is just that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I want to know what Madison said.
I know. That's such a
And
bummer.
again, is his deterrent to try and get them away isn't working. They keep piling in on him. So to me, that would raise his fear. But
So John Gary's in here, of course. You don't think that he was in danger when 13 people were surrounding this man?
no, it's
pushing and shoving,
we
and
know.
he's what?
But he's saying that he kind of wants him acquitted. Yeah, but I think John, when we had the New Hampshire
No, I
case,
was just
John also thought that it was unjustified. But again, this is the beauty of not having a channel where everyone has to be on my side.
because
You
he
have to be
said
on Jamie's side, but not my
no,
side.
no, because he said even if it technically wasn't deadly force threat. I'm just saying, is that what he thinks? Because he
Yeah.
doesn't think it was deadly force threat. I think it was, because when you factor in the fact that he also was a triple bypass heart patient,
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
me, that's a huge part of it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and again, John Gary is on the fence if it's a deadly force situation. But again, it takes 23 seconds. I love that they always only shows the still photos to make it seem like he had 25 minutes to react. No, he's being piled. We see them bum rush him. And 23 seconds later, he's done his homework.
Yeah.
At least we know he's efficient. But as a former Romanian, I met some of them. They're hardworking people.
I know. I mean, I know you don't want it to be the case. You don't want somebody to have to use deadly force threat, like, ever. I wish people could just talk it out.
Yeah.
And calm the F
Does he
down.
have to try and
But
push one of them first? He did push one of them first. He pushed Madison after Madison and Riley pushed him or punched her. So yeah, the thing is it okay he used the stabby stab?
that's
Yeah.
the thing, is he's in water, first of all. I factor in the fact that he's a triple bypass heart patient. He's being attacked by people. He's in water. You see him getting knocked down over and over again. And really all it takes is he could have a heart attack and
Yeah.
drown, or he could be hit in the head with a rock or something and get knocked unconscious and drown. And I don't think anybody was going to stand there and help him. They didn't really seem to care about anybody's well-being in that moment.
Sean Bird, I think it was he responded to the attack. He comes at him and he goes in when he comes. How should I say it? He's standing here. He's just turned around. The same guy pushes him on the shoulder or taps him on the shoulder, or how he decided to call it. Then he turns around and the guy goes for the throat, and he, in the same motion, he goes for the stibbity stab. I actually think he did he had one up in top of the lungs, and then I think it was a two-pronged.
To welcome back the jury from a slightly extended lunch break.
Oh, that's not the one I wanted to hit.
In Hudson,
124. Yeah, it's a long
St. Croix County Circuit Court. Hudson, Wisconsin, and we'll
Yeah,
just
but
take them
again,
to the courtroom
still
and
attacking him.
resume after
We
the
have to.
testimony. Thank
They
you so
didn't
much
know
for
what was going on
joining the
because it
Fox
took
9 live stream
23
this afternoon.
seconds.
Mhm.
But my thing is, he didn't go crazy and just flailed. Everyone was coming at him when he did something to them. But
Well, he's trying to walk away at some points, and they're pushing him in the back. And honestly, if I had a mob like that at me, I wouldn't want to turn my back on anybody. And how does he know that they don't have
Members
weapons?
of the jury,
Don't
welcome
know.
back. We're ready to resume the afternoon with the attorneys. Mr.
this is the
New,
problem he has.
all of
This
whom
is
are
what's going to
present.
get him convicted in my
Thank you
eyes.
for your patience. Sometimes during the course of a trial, unexpected things come up. One did, and I had to meet with the attorneys to sort out the solution, which we have reached, and we're ready to continue. Mr. Chaguez, please retake the witness stand. You're still under oath.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's really all about how Nick felt. It's not about what we like.
Mr. Anderson.
What we deem as a threat.
Ernesto, you recall you said you don't know if you said to the officer on shore that Nikolai said they took his knife.
Sí.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Yes.
That's just the thing is. this
They
man
just
who
came
has
back from the break and he's asking a question and then he asked to go to a sidebar. Jamie, I quit.
Yeah, none of your business. I factor that in as a big point that he had a triple bypass heart surgery.
Yeah,
Because
I think, and
that's
I
huge.
will agree. Everyone who's doing self-defense needs to go up and tell you why they did it.
At the exit, you spoke in English, right?
Creo que sí.
I think so.
I'm gonna show you a transcript.
We don't know, Aussie.
Can you just take your time and look at that? Read through it enough to see if you know what it is.
Want me through everything?
No, does it appear that it's a transcript of your conversation with the officers at the shore?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm just gonna show you. Can you read that? No, just read it to yourself.
Agree.
Yeah.
And he has a good lawyer prepping him. He probably sleeps in his suit.
I'll just read it.
Yeah, I got it.
He said that somebody took his knife in his pocket, right?
I said, I don't remember, but if that's what I say, it's okay.
Are you saying you don't think?
I don't remember.
Okay.
He doesn't remember.
Jamie, what's the
Yes.
word you could know in Spanish?
A stupido.
That's this guy.
He is a stupido.
I don't remember what I said to the cops. Can you read that you said it? Yeah, if that's what I said, that's what I said. And then he wants another sidebar. Oh. Jamie, I'm handing in my 14 minutes notice.
You keep saying that, and it's not happening.
No,
Denied.
funny enough, I'm away from office, can't receive mails at the moment. I get that reply every time. Yeah, and it's okay for him to say, if that's what I said, that's what I said. He didn't say I didn't say that. So what are you impeaching him with?
He just said, I don't remember what I said.
Yeah.
It happens. I'm sure you'd make a statement and then 2 years later you're supposed to remember exactly what you said. And like, I don't remember.
Oh, I hate this guy.
Like, oh, you got him.
So you don't remember if you said they took my knife?
Oh my
No.
God, stop.
He told you
said no.
3
You
times.
remember somebody pointing and walking towards you?
Yeah. That's what he said.
I don't remember.
Didn't you testify to that? Somebody pointed and walked towards you and you told them to get back?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you
Sí.
you mixed 2 times.
Yes, that I did.
But you never told that to police, right?
Well, they not ask me.
You never said it either, though.
They didn't
Right.
ask him.
So in that moment, you can say or remember everything you said. I answer whatever they ask me.
Can we? You also testified
Now he want to show a picture of the river.
that, remember when I asked you if Nick said anything when he was walking by you on his way back to your group?
I don't remember.
And you said you weren't paying attention because you were looking at the guy who was walking towards you or the person?
Correcto.
Correct.
Okay, I want to go to some frames. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready.
Yes, because all of these witnesses saying we have a lot of holes in our memories. They don't have that perfect.
You
20/20
did.
memory.
The officer never asked if somebody was pointing at him, anyone, but at you. But you did say, "I told Nick to come, and he came, and that's it." Right?
Okay.
Correcto.
What is that?
Correct.
How is that impeaching him?
Yes, because on appeals it's written transcripts.
We know they have to.
This
do
is from the
everything.
video. There's some graphic parts in it. This is 3291. I'm ready.
What are you showing him video for?
To show he's not, someone is not pointing at him.
I'm going to scroll, and then I'm going to ask you some questions.
Oh, the stupid scrolling.
On 3318, that's Ariel in the American flag shorts and black shirt, right?
I think I can show it now.
Repita. Correcto.
Repeat that. Correct.
Correcto.
This is Nick here,
Correcto.
and this is
Correct.
you.
Correcto.
Correct.
There you go.
And
Block
Nick
everything
is
out.
standing right next to you, and you're touching his arm.
Sí, cuando va pasando. Correcto.
Yes,
Okay.
when he was passing by.
Do you see anyone in this frame walking towards you?
Ahí en ese momento no veo, en la foto no lo veo.
Okay.
At that very moment in that picture, I don't see anybody.
How about here on 3322?
What
That
does
is
it matter?
somewhere
What?
and there somebody's coming, is pointing us. I don't see it there, but I saw that day.
Okay.
You're an idiot. Stupid state. Because it's not in the picture, it
I've
didn't
scrolled
happen.
a little ways into 3333. See anyone pointing or walking towards you?
Nobody's clearly looking
I
at
don't
someone.
see anybody.
Does it even look
I'm
like
really
anyone's
trying
looking
to
at
hide
you?
this. Please stop.
En ese momento no lo veo.
I don't see anybody at that time.
But depende. La parte del video o depende de la perspectiva de cómo se ha tomado el video cuando we was not. I don't see those people there. I was down there.
It depends on the time of the video or the point of view of the person who was taking the video.
Exactamundo.
Exactamundo.
Stopped at 33:59.
Exactly, B May.
You can
No one is
turn
pointing
off the
because you
screen. I'm
didn't
gonna
see
go
it,
to
but
another
she was
frame.
clearly punched because no one shows it on camera.
Exactly. We're trying to make fetch happen.
Man, 3471.
I don't believe
That's
so.
you right here, right?
I'm trying to hide it.
You're actually walking towards the camera.
Oh fuck.
See?
Nobody's approaching you or walking towards you.
And
No, but who's behind you? The
No.
camera. Who's by the side of the
Nikolai
camera?
isn't in this, right?
No lo veo.
I don't see him.
Okay, you can turn off the screen. I'm going to go to another one.
But all the airheads not remembering everything clearly. That's okay. But him,
His witnesses sucked worse than anybody.
yeah. Was Maddie pointing? I didn't notice that.
Yeah, she was pointing in that picture.
Hey, Steve. Hey. Because they want to imply that he's lying, and no one
This is
was aggressive towards him.
3936.
He's just
Is that you, Ariel, and Sergio on the top left?
what?
¿Dónde?
Where?
Right here. Sergio, Ariel, you.
Yeah.
Yep.
See?
Yes.
You still haven't walked back to your tubes?
No, it's
I don't remember.
25 seconds.
Well, in the
He's
photo.
standing there, but in the picture, I don't know if it's after or before.
Sure. Okay.
Right?
Sure.
This
Okay.
is
You're
within
such an
10
idiot.
seconds.
You can turn it off. I have one more set of frames to ask you about. So this is 3936. I'm going to go to later in the video.
I hate him.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Well,
do you think this is what you were thinking of after Nick was long gone?
After Nick was long gone, isn't he the guy in the black trunks here?
This is you, right?
Yeah, that's me.
And here's a girl standing by a group of other women pointing at you from a ways away or in your direction.
I'm not sure, but this guy is coming this way from there. Probably one of the guys that was in the middle. I said to him, stay there, stay there. The guy's behind the yellow teacher.
This guy
probably was that one. It was right here by in the front. This guy right here.
This
Like
guy?
here.
Right here?
Yeah, no, he's walking here in the picture. You can see he walk. When I say stay there, and he walked the other
He
way.
speak English, but
in that time he probably was
to make sure he
right here
understands
when I have
everything.
my finger, something like that.
Yeah, I don't know why red is the chosen
Let's keep
color.
going. We'll see.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I have a banner. This is Ernesto, his best buddy.
And you said before you didn't know if it was a man or.
I think it's because he's. Oh, why is he shifting? I think it's because he's angry, and he doesn't want to wait for the interpreter to translate it. And I think he's angry at the prosecutor.
A woman, right? Who was pointing, and then and walking towards you and pointing, and then.
No, what's a man?
It was a man.
What's a man?
If it was here, it would have been after Nikolai was long gone, right?
Thank you, Stephanie.
¿Cómo?
I'm trying.
It would have been
What did you
after
say?
Nikolai. Sorry.
Wait for the interpretation.
Yeah, I know the translator isn't the greatest.
It would have been long after Nikolai was gone, right?
Yeah, but the person, when he started pointing me, empezó a señalar hacia nosotros.
Started pointing towards
That's a
us.
start when Nico coming this way. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure he was in the picture or whatever the video was right there. He has like he turned this way to the other people, but before he was a little more far and he pointed to us.
So before, when I asked what did Nikolai say, if anything, to you when he passed you, he said he didn't know because the guy was coming towards you. Now your testimony is that it was later in the video. So do you know what he said to you or no? If anything, Nikolai?
I don't remember.
I think the guy is the one translating for him now.
And you'd agree you got pretty close to where Nikolai was with the group, right?
¿En qué momento?
At what time? What moment?
I'll go back.
Yeah, and he keeps switching times and doesn't understand when he's saying, no, it didn't happen that way. It was another person. Oh, so earlier in the video. He never saw it in the video.
Can we have the screen? $33.21.
Yeah, of course the prosecutor understands. He's doing it on purpose. He has to make him seem very incredible.
What did you say you saw for injured people?
What question?
What did you see as far as injured people?
I saw some women the other side. That woman was behind probably this guy. It was like in the middle of the river. And I say, what's going on?
Stop it.
Because I don't know what's
Keep
happening.
that camera still so I
saw
can
her
on it.
and I say, what's going on?
Did you see this man here on
Asked and
3321?
answered.
And you didn't see Nick do anything?
No.
I don't have anything else.
You didn't have anything to
You
begin
didn't have
with.
anything to begin with, yeah.
I don't understand why he doesn't keep up the ruling from the first day. They're not allowed to do this shit stuff.
Can I have the screen?
You were asked some questions about slide 3321 that's in front of you.
Sí.
Yes.
Again, this is you.
Sí.
Yes.
Looks like you're reaching out to Mr. Mew, who's standing next to you.
Why don't we see this on screen?
No.
Correcto.
Correct.
Mr. Mew is walking,
Sí.
Yes.
he's walking upriver.
Sí.
Ariel in the
Yes.
flag shorts is walking upriver behind Mr. Mew.
En this moment, en este momento, en el video yo veo a Ariel.
At
Pero
this
before,
moment,
I don't remember what Ariel was.
in the video, I can see him, but before, I don't
Yeah, it's the
remember
other
where he
prosecutor this
was.
time.
I appreciate that. I'm not going to ask you about that. I'm going to ask you about this person here. Do you see the person in the two-tone shorts?
¿Quién es?
Do you see that
Who
person
he
in
is?
two-tone shorts?
I'm not sure.
I'm not asking if you know who he is. I'm just asking you, do you see the person that I'm pointing to in the two-tone shorts?
No.
Right now
No.
on the screen, do you see them?
Ahora sí. Ahora sí.
Oh, now I do. Now I do.
Next to that person is a man in a yellow shirt.
Sí.
Yes.
He's just claiming he didn't see anyone point at them, and he didn't say go back to someone. Today, Junior.
I want to now ask you questions about slide 3922. Okay?
Sí.
Yes.
You haven't watched the video, have you?
Yes.
You
Yes.
agree that you have not?
No.
No.
Poor question on my part. Have you watched the video or have you not watched the video?
No.
No.
The screens, the slides that we're showing you go in sequential order. So the first one is 0. The last one is 4,819. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Sí.
Maybe.
Yes.
I previously showed you 3321, and now we're showing you something later, 3922. Does that make sense?
Sí.
Yes.
I'm going to blow this up. Or in the upper left-hand corner, that appears to be you and Ariel and Sergio standing next to each other. Agreed?
Correcto.
Correct.
Pero
But
en what I said before, in this moment, I don't know si this is, si esto es antes o después del problema, porque I don't see the whole video.
I don't know if this is before
Pero sí
or
estamos ahí.
after the problem because I haven't seen the whole video.
If I were to tell you hypothetically, this is after, because we can see a victim or two victims or two people with injuries down. Agreed? Make sense?
Okay.
Okay.
And then over here, way on the right, you see this blur that may be a person without a shirt on walking from a different direction over to your group. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm now going to scroll through the forward in time, and I want to show you stuff, okay? I'm going to stop at 3953. I'm going to blow this up. Do you see somebody here on the left-hand side?
Yeah.
Is that a man in two-tone shorts that I'd previously shown you?
Sí.
Yes.
Had that man ran up to you and then you...
So,
Oh, wait, please.
I'll-
Objection sustained. Please rephrase.
Is this the person that you saw come up to you that you pointed to say, go away?
sí.
Yes.
And as we move forward here in time,
Those were
The person in the yellow shorts that was in a different spot before is there too,
Imagine that, they
correct?
found him. Woo.
Yes.
And then as we move forward to
It's redirect because it's the defense.
4012, excuse me, you now see the woman pointing the finger at you, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
So they
That's why I
found
say what's going on.
Understood.
the guy
When
couldn't
you
find.
previously, when you spoke to the police, was there a Spanish interpreter there?
No.
No.
Sometimes when you've spoken today, you've answered in English. Agreed?
Sí.
Yes.
You, fair to say your preferred language is Spanish?
Español.
Spanish.
You know some English.
Sí.
Yes.
If you wanted to communicate something really important and make sure you were accurate, would you say it in Spanish or would you say it in English or would you say it in some other language?
Español.
Spanish.
Why?
Español is Spanish and
Porque
Spanish.
hay muchas palabras en inglés que tienen diferentes significados.
Because there are many words in English that
Y
have different
a la hora
meanings.
de uno contestar, puede ser que la respuesta no sea correcta.
And when one answers, maybe the answer is not the correct one.
See? Look at you.
Also, when you hear
Oh,
words, is it easier for
he's
you
so
to
adorable.
understand the words spoken to you and the words spoken to you are in Spanish rather than in English?
Sí.
Yes.
You answered some questions about your knowledge about your friend Nick being from Romania. I want to ask you about that, okay?
Correcto.
Correct.
Do you know exactly when Nick Mew immigrated to the United States?
No.
Do you know what age he was?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Cuban.
Do you know whether in fact he was or was not in the military at any point?
No.
No.
When you spoke with the police, you told them you thought he might have been in the military for the reasons that you said here, because communist countries sometimes require that, correct?
Mandatorio, sí.
Mandatory, yes.
You also told the police that you didn't actually know. You told them several times, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know.
Correcto.
Correct.
Do you have actual knowledge as to whether Nick Mew was in Romania and served mandatory service for his country?
15.
No.
No.
Last area here, you said you were able to remember some things that you saw, but you couldn't remember everything that you heard. That be fair?
Mm-hmm.
If you can hear it, there is a simultaneous interpretation. The person you hear saying yes or no is only interpreting his answers. That's why he has the earphones on, because he has a almost live interpretation. You can hear a man speak in a low voice, so he's not listening to the English. He does have a Spanish translation, so they're not letting him go way too far in English. And the reason he said he had been in the military was because he didn't know when he came over, so he thought he had been in Romania, and every communist country had mandatory military service. So again, it's just one of those stupid things the prosecution wants to use.
Yes.
Do you find it for you easier?
No, because that you can't do that in court, because then on appeals it will be brought up they were misunderstood. We didn't have the right answers. He didn't understand the questions. That's why they have interpreters if there's any chance they can't speak. And Brandon had a point before about they're using the same translators. Are they sure that they know his accent? Because I know when we get people from Afghanistan in court, they have different dialects, and they are very different. So we need to have specialized translators for those.
Do you find it easier to remember things that you see, or do you find it easier to remember things that you hear?
cosas que veo.
that I see.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
Is your testimony today important?
That's
Súper
it.
importante.
Very important.
Sometimes you answer in English,
Oh, sí.
Oh, yes.
because you're also comfortable speaking in English.
No.
Because, a veces se lo entiendo, a veces no.
Sometimes I understand it, sometimes I don't.
If you told the officer, he said that somebody took his knife in his pocket, that's something you can easily understand
Asked
in English.
and answered.
Sir, shut up.
Repita.
Repeat, please.
He said that somebody took his knife in his pocket. You understand that in English, right?
I don't remember.
He's answered this question 5 times now.
Sí.
Yes.
I want to try to get him on that zing. It's not working.
Yeah,
Yes.
because he said they took his knife. He lied. Yeah, he did.
Because you remembered it at the time?
I don't know how many times you say 17 times. I don't remember.
You want to see the transcript?
You can show me.
Oh my God. Are you serious?
Highlighted and there's numbers next to it.
What did he say? If you say it 70 times, I still don't remember.
No, he said, I don't know if it was 17 times.
Oh.
Prosecution being trying to slip him up, and that's all. So I'm just hoping everyone from defense is
But then
as good
they
as this one.
Didn't they show him this already? And he said, I don't remember.
If I said it to the officer, I must have said it. Why go back and said, but did you say it?
I said, I don't remember.
Well, that's what he said. I said, but I don't remember saying many times. I don't know.
And that's a perfectly reasonable answer.
You told the officer that 17 times.
How many times are you going
I
to
don't remember.
You don't remember that, but you remember something you didn't tell the police from almost 2 years ago?
What do you mean? ¿Cómo que algo que yo no le dije a la policía hace 2 años?
What do you mean? Something that I didn't tell the police 2 years ago.
This is a 13-page transcript, and there's 17 times on here where it says something about, he said they took my knife.
Objection, asked and answered, cumulative.
Sustained. He said he didn't remember.
Because this is your big bang moment, dude. This is all you guys
Thank you,
had because you wanted to say
Mr.
all this stuff.
Torres.
Señor.
My apologies. You are excused. You may step down.
I love that Mr.
Or
had
as
to be
Chagwes.
translated
Yeah,
as well.
yes.
Senor. That's Mr. in Spanish, Jamie.
Thank you.
Well, it's
Judge, we have one more witness. I don't know if you want to take a quick 5-minute break before we call the next,
You just got
the
back.
last Spanish-speaking
from
witness.
lunch.
Are the interpreters prepared to go forward? Good. Let's
Fine,
continue.
Your
then.
Honor.
All right.
so defense have one more Spanish speaking. That's Ariel. Oh,
It must be. Because the
Oh.
state didn't want to call a couple of them for some reason. I think probably didn't want to call the 2 because they're his best buddies.
yeah.
With a
Yeah, he
concern,
didn't
Mr.
get-
Smestad.
Oh,
We are outside the presence of the jury, meeting with the attorneys and Mr. Mew. Mr. Smestad asked to approach with a concern. Mr. Smestad.
Your Honor,
What?
we were informed by our victim witness staff that some of the witnesses were out in the hall live streaming the trial. They're under sequestration order. Apparently, one of those folks is the gentleman who's just about to testify, and I forget his last name, but his first name is Ariel. Obviously, that's of concern because if he was watching other folks testify, it defies the purpose of the sequestration order.
hey, Ariel.
We'd like to have the court instruct the witnesses again to not be watching the trial.
Did the state's attorneys instruct the witnesses about the sequestration order?
We provided written notice to every witness that met with us. Ariel would not meet with us. The Spanish speakers we met with.
Oh, so they want to kick him out with this one.
Sergio, Tatiana, and Gilma. We gave them
Ariel,
written instructions.
you're the boss.
In Spanish, not to watch the trial, can't be in the trial, don't read the news.
Okay. Did they understand, or did your written instructions include that this was a court's order?
Yes. We also told them verbally when we met with them, but again, Ariel refused to meet with us, so.
And-
I don't know if defense told
Well,
him
he
he's
didn't
on
meet
their
with you,
witness list.
so
Ariel was a defense witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, was the sequestration order given to?
Not to Spanish-speaking witnesses, no, Judge, I did not have a translation service. Obviously, it's an oversight, and I will change my practice in the future.
All right, what I'll do then, well, let me ask, is there anything else besides tell the witnesses about the sequestration order that you want me to do?
I don't know that there is anything you can do at this point, Judge.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. I'm happy to remind them about the sequestration order, but as long as everyone is satisfied with that being the limit of my involvement, I'll stop. I'm not inviting more, let's put it that way.
Sure.
I just want to make sure I'm not missing something.
it's the defense witness.
Sequestration
So that's why the
is
state's
important,
complaining.
We don't want witnesses
It's,
forming their
state.
testimony based on what
Oh,
other witnesses
defense,
have
sorry.
said. Especially in this case, the gentleman who did just testify, and the cross-examination is going to be about the same. They're both the two that walked up.
And let's just remind us all. Most of the state's witnesses said, yeah, I watched the videos 1,000 times. I talked to others to refresh my memory and help build my memory. But this guy who just live streamed outside of a court, we have to keep everything separated so there's no cross-pollination of any of the witnesses. Now he knows what they're talking about. It's a
Well,
shitty move, but still, let's remember every single state witness from group 1 and group 2 said, yeah, we talked to someone.
Up to the scene.
yeah, and
Can we,
because they were
before we
victims.
go, Feliz Compañeros to Valhalla.
Do what?
That's happy birthday in Spanish, Jamie.
Oh, okay. Happy birthday, Val. No,
You were
but
saying.
well, the judge on like the first day said that the victims or whatever, the people testifying, they could live stream the trial too. So how is it fair that they all get to see what everybody's saying and doing and get
Because
to be
they're
there? I know
victims,
they're
Jamie.
victims. But then this guy, you're gonna whine and cry about this guy, but everybody else gets to do it. Give me a break.
Yeah, I like that Ariel guy. Mm.
And either saw things or didn't see things. He now knows what to expect on cross-examination. He's seen his friend go through it and heard it go through it. I think, and defense did not tell them about the sequestration order, which is
your
just as much
cross-examination
their
was
duty as
shit,
our
so
duty.
nothing's lost.
Yeah.
So I think it is.
Well, if you're a good lawyer, then it won't matter, dude.
Curative instruction.
You'll be able to get around it.
Did not inform the witnesses of the sequestration order.
But
I think we can address that later. For now, I think it'll be a point for cross.
Mr. Nelson, anything to add?
No, Judge.
All right, what I plan to do is invite the witnesses in. I will assume that they had not received or fully appreciated the extent of the sequestration order. I'll explain it to them with the benefit of the interpreters. If the state wishes to cross-examine, you may.
Is that the same guy?
Okay.
no,
Oh, it's all
of them.
the Spanish-speaking witnesses.
He's gonna yell at them all
Your
together.
Honor, the question from the interpreters, are we just gonna interpret right next to them?
We'll just do sequential interpretation.
Well, he shouldn't be doing cross on one of his own witnesses.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. We have Ms. Costanza. There she is. Ms. Torres. Mr. Ruiz Leyva? He left. Okay. Ms. Ruiz Leyva.
Here.
Mr. Torres Chaguez. And Ariel.
Here.
What is your last name?
Chaguez.
Okay, Ariel Chaguez. At the beginning of the trial, I told the attorneys to tell all of the witnesses that they were not to discuss their testimony with other witnesses. I also told the attorneys to tell the witnesses that they were not allowed to watch the trial, either in person or on the internet or television, because we didn't want the witnesses to conform their testimony to what they hear from the others.
State claims that the guy in the back, Ariel, and some of the other Spanish-speaking witnesses stood outside and live streamed the court. He mentioned El Broco Becaro as their preferred streamer. I don't know if it's true, but so now he's just reminding them that even that if the El Broco Becaro is the greatest trial streamer, don't watch him.
I was told that one or more of you may be watching the trial while you're sitting in the hallway. I invited you in today so that I could explain to you personally that you may not do so, because we want to preserve your memories about what happened from July 2022. And we don't want
Only
your memories
Ariel
to
and
be
Ernesto.
tainted by something that you may see or hear about this trial.
I thought,
please, as long as you're needed as witnesses,
what did the projector do?
Do not talk about the case with each other or with other witnesses. Please do not watch any TV or internet accounts of this trial. Will you all do that?
Lucero El Bacaro.
Excellent. They've all answered in the affirmative. Thank you, everyone. You can go back to the hallway.
Okay, well, that was fun.
Ariel, can you stay? We're going to call you next, so you may as well just wait in here.
Is there anything else we need to address outside the presence of the jury?
No, Nando's man bun. Most of them were state witnesses. They were told about not that they were sequestered from the case, but because the defense, who had Ernesto and Ariel, didn't have a translator, they didn't remind them. So he took them in and did the good old pappy talk to them, even though all of the defense witnesses clearly have been fabricating their stuff.
Yeah, they've been watching the whole time.
Yeah, and again, all of them are victims, so they were allowed to stay in court. But yeah, it's probably the best solution he did. Just gave them a half-stern talking to.
No, Judge.
No. All right, let's bring them in. the hearing assisted devices up here. Okay.
All rise for the jury.
Somebody drop something. All right, please be seated. All right, members of the jury, thank you for your patience. We are ready to move on.
Thank you.
Again, this will be another witness called by the
too.
defense, taken out of order to accommodate the Spanish-speaking interpreters. Mr. Nelson, who's next?
Ariel Chuguez Leet, please.
Come on, show me who. Cowpoke got a membership. Thank you so much. In my opinion, way worse, because they have way more people saying he did something
Please
bad.
raise your right hand. The clerk will administer the oath.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would be harder to tell.
Yeah.
But when you get to see it, what happened, it's crazy.
Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Right over here. Looks like it's falling off his head. Can somebody maybe adjust the size of the wraparound?
He doesn't want to mess up his hair. That's what he wants to do.
Perfect. Mr. Nelson.
Afternoon, sir.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us your name, please?
Ariel Chagas.
Ariel Chagas.
Ariel, do you know this man here to my right, wearing the blue shirt and the red tie and the green jacket?
Sí.
Yes.
Who's that?
Nick.
Nick.
How do you know Nick?
Lo conocí por medio de mi primo,
I met him through my cousin,
Ernesto.
Ernesto.
Have you, how long have you known Nick?
Un poco más de 5 años.
A little over 5 years.
During that time, have you had an opportunity to observe his character, his person?
Sí.
Yes. All right, let's continue. Mr. Nelson?
I'm just going to repeat the question.
Le voy a preguntar.
During the time that you've known him for over those 5 years, have you had an opportunity to observe his person, his character?
Sí, cómo no.
Yes, of course.
Do you consider him to have a character for peacefulness?
Para español opreba el número 2. Thank you, Zach. And thank you, Danny T, for being a member for 5 months. Elda is muy gordo. That's probably me.
Sí.
Yes.
In fact, when the police talked to you about this, you even mentioned that to them, did you not?
Sí.
Yes.
I think when you spoke with the police, they used terms which you agreed with along the lines of
Now he's whining that he's talking about his character.
Who spoke?
Objection, please. Yes, I'm sorry. The objection is sustained. Next question, please.
You spoke with the police in August of 20 and 22 to a Spanish-speaking police officer. Do you remember that?
Sí.
Yes.
And I want to ask you some questions that Spanish-speaking police officer asked you about your observations of Nick on that day. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Just so we're clear, it's in August of 22 that the police officer is asking you questions about Nick in July 30th of 22. Does that make sense?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you remember the officer asking you if Nick was calm or angry on that day, July 30th, 2022?
No recuerdo si me preguntó eso o no.
I don't remember if the officer asked me that or not.
Let me just ask you this. As you sit here today, do you remember on July 30th, was Nick Mew angry or was he calm or did he have some other character, demeanor that you noticed?
No, solo él estaba calmado.
No.
Persona pasiva.
He was calm. He was calm.
Okay. On that day, July 30th, did you see Nick with a pair of goggles and a snorkel?
Sí.
Yes.
At some point that day, did your girlfriend drop your phone so your phone was lost in the river?
Sí.
Yes.
I want to ask you questions before the phone was lost, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Before the phone was lost, do you remember Nick using the goggles and snorkel to swim in the river at different times?
Sí.
Yes.
When he did that, was he wearing his hat?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Was he wearing his sunglasses when he snorkeled?
La tenía antes de usar el snorkel.
I remember he had them on before using it.
Do you remember that he put his glasses back on after he was done snorkeling?
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. I want to just jump ahead now to the phone and it being lost, okay? What did you guys do when you lost your phone?
Nosotros los empezamos a buscar cerca del área donde se había perdido.
We started looking for it near the area where it had gotten lost.
Did Nick volunteer to do anything?
Sí, él empezó a nadar y a buscar con el snorkel.
Yes, he started swimming and looking for it with the snorkel.
Did he go in a direction that the water was flowing?
Sí.
Yes.
There's a picture there to your left that's marked as Exhibit 12A. Do you see yourself there in the flag shorts?
Yes.
Because the state claims he tried to disguise himself with his hat and sunglasses when he left the river. And so it's to say he took him off, had him on, took him off, had him on the entire day.
Is that the phone or in a lanyard around your neck?
It's not cross. This is the defense that's asking. It's a defense witness.
What's your phone?
Yes.
What is your phone in? Is it in some protective package? What's that in?
Sí, un cover.
Yes, I cover.
Does that does your phone float when it's in that?
Supongo que sí.
I suppose it does.
You lost your phone that day, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have that phone now?
No.
No.
Did you get returned to you at some point?
Sí.
Yes.
Who returned it to you?
Un sheriff de, creo que de aquí.
A sheriff, I believe, from here.
Do you understand the police found your phone eventually?
And the police found his phone.
No, Stacy, the last two witnesses are defense witnesses that they were allowed to call out of order because they have an interpreter there today. State didn't want to call Ernesto and Ariel. They called everyone else almost from this group, but they didn't want to call those two. But state allowed defense to ask them while the interpreter was there, so they didn't have to bring in interpreters next week.
Yes.
And you got it back?
Sí.
Yes.
Before the police found your phone, did you see Nick go and look for it?
Repite la pregunta.
Yeah, that was
Repeat
a poor
the question.
You lost the phone. You said you saw Nick go snorkeling or go swim for it. What did you see?
Oh, él andaba buscando con el snorkel arriba abajo.
He was looking for it with the snorkel down the river.
At some point, did you learn that Nick was in contact with other people on the river?
Sí.
Yes.
Was that because something you saw or something you heard?
Lo oí por su mujer.
I heard it from his wife.
What did you hear from his wife?
Ella dijo que Nick estaba en problemas.
She said that Nick was in trouble.
What did you do when you heard that?
So, mi novia me dijo que fuera a ver qué estaba pasando.
My girlfriend told me to go look and see what was going on.
Did you go look and see?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you walk downriver towards where Nick was?
Sí.
Yes.
As you were walking there, what did you see?
Pues primero estábamos bien lejos, que, no sé exactamente la distancia, pero estábamos lejos.
Well, at first we were very far away. I don't know the distance exactly, but we were very far away.
So, yo empiezo a caminar y iba con mi cerveza en la mano.
So I started walking. I had my beer on my hand.
On?
Y que me voy acercando un poquito, veo que
And I was getting closer a little bit.
alguien Nick estaba cerca de un grupo de personas.
And I saw that Nick was close or near a group of people, young people.
Y lo que yo entendía de esa distancia es que le estaban haciendo bromas a él.
And what I was able to understand from the distance where I was at is that they were joking or
Bullying.
Bullying him.
Alguien le quitó el snorkel y lo tiró río abajo, algo así.
Somebody had taken his snorkel and had thrown it down the river, something like that.
Es lo que iba viendo yo mientras me iba acercando.
That's what I was seeing as I was getting closer.
Entonces, yo iba pensando que era solamente un juego para ellos.
And so then I was thinking that it was just a game for them.
Pero cuando me voy acercando más,
But as I got closer,
veo que muchas personas le empiezan a golpear.
I see that a lot of people, that many people started hitting him.
Let me stop you there for a second. Can you describe when you say they were hitting them? Was it with their hands, their feet, their knees, fists? Can you just tell me what you saw?
Con las manos.
With the hands.
One person, more than one person?
Varias personas, eran muchas personas alrededor.
Several people. There were many people around.
And when you saw them hit Nick, what happened to Nick? Did he stay standing or did something else happen?
Yo recuerdo que él se cayó al río.
I remember that he fell to the river, to the water.
What happened?
This is Ariel, the guy who went to help Nick and who lost his phone. Well, his girlfriend threw into the water with him.
What did you see next after
Shut up.
Nick had fallen into the water?
Creo que alguien lo estaba como que hundiendo,
I
echando por abajo.
think that somebody was kind of like pushing him down.
Pero todavía sigo yo acercándome, pero iba yo prácticamente caminando.
But I was still getting
Eso muy rápido, solamente estoy tratando de decir lo que más recuerdo.
that happened very quickly. I'm just trying to say what I remember was happened really quickly, really fast.
Entonces, creo que llegué después donde estaba Nick.
And I think later I went to where Nick was, or I got to where Nick was.
And when you got to where Nick was, what'd you do or what'd you see?
Yo solo vi que él estaba, creo que se había levantado.
I only saw that he was, I think he had gotten up.
Yo le topé el brazo a él.
I touched his arm.
Pero en ese momento ya había mucha sangre frente de mí de las otras personas.
But at that moment, there was a lot of blood right in front of me, blood that belonged to the other people.
So, esto pasó muy rápido, solamente estoy tratando de decir lo que más recuerdo.
That happened very quickly. I'm just trying to say what I remember the most.
Entonces nos regresamos.
So we went back.
Was it hard for you to make sense of what you were seeing and what was happening?
Sí, era muy rápido.
Yes, it was very fast.
Había muchas personas alrededor y mucho disturbio.
There were many people around. There was a big disturbance.
Y es un poco difícil asimilar lo que había pasado.
And it is a little difficult to assimilate what had happened or to let it sink in.
Are you able now, after some time, to pick out every detail, or do you just remember what you've said?
No, solamente recuerdo eso que estoy diciendo.
No, I only remember that, what I am telling you now,
Ya ha pasado algún tiempo ya.
because some time already went by.
So, cuando
Is this soy no habla español, but is this interpreter really, really bad at putting a sentence together? Because it's broken English. Stacy, look in the button.
caminamos para atrás,
So when we walked back,
Please wait. Question, please.
What happened next?
¿puedo seguir?
can I continue?
Yes, you may.
So, cuando empezamos a caminar para atrás,
When we started walking back,
yo voy en dirección recta para el grupo.
in the direction towards the group, straight towards the group.
So, iba yo voy a mi izquierda y Nick va a la derecha.
I was on the left side, Nick was on the right side.
En ese momento, que hemos caminado un poco,
And at that moment, when we had walked a little,
veo yo que sale de la otra orilla del río el joven con la herida en el estómago.
I see that on the other side of the river was the young man with the injury to his stomach.
Y estaba gritando.
He was shouting.
Lo que me hiciste, lo estaba como gritándole a Nick.
Look what you did to me. He was kind of yelling or shouting at Nick.
Y en ese momento el muchacho cayó al agua.
And at that moment, the young guy fell to the water.
So, entonces seguimos caminando.
So we continued walking.
So, yo me dirigí hacia el grupo.
And I kept going towards the group.
And Nick siguió a la otra orilla del río derecho.
And Nick kept going to the other side of the river, straight.
Did you see Nick do anything at the other side of the river?
Ya yo no le presté no lo seguí mirando yo a él porque fui con mi novia.
I did not keep an eye on him because I went to see my girlfriend.
Did you see Nick? Did Nick join you back at the tubes where your group of friends were?
Sí.
Yes.
At some other point when you're walking back to the tubes, did anybody yell or scream or run up near where you were?
Había muchas personas gritando y corriendo. Sí,
There-
iban varios como para el grupo de nosotros. No llegaron cerca, solamente caminaron un poco hacia nosotros.
There were many people
Gritando,
running
pero
and
no recuerdo qué decían.
and screaming. Some people came towards our group, but they didn't get too close. I don't remember what they were just yelling and screaming, and I don't remember what they were saying.
Did you respond to them in any way?
No, nunca.
No, I did not.
Did you see Ernesto or Sergio or Nick or anyone else from your group respond to them in any way?
No.
No.
When you were back at the tubes, I want to ask you questions about that, okay? Did you get a chance to kind of make some observations of Nick? Did you see him?
Sí, un poco.
Yes, somewhat.
What did he look like?
Como asustado, como pálido.
He looked like kind of scared, pale.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Ariel, is it fair you're pretty uncomfortable testifying here today?
No,
No.
You don't, you're comfortable up there on the stand?
This guy is a
no entiendo su
douche.
pregunta.
I don't understand your question.
Ernesto is your uncle?
Mi primo.
My cousin.
Cousin, okay. And he's best friends with Nick.
Sí.
Yes.
Are you friends with Nick, or do you just know Nick through Ernesto?
Hey,
Se
Crunchy.
pudiera ser que amigos, no cercanos, pero ya forma de ser amigos.
It could be said that we're friends, not close friends, but kind of friends.
I want to walk through your testimony.
Yeah, you do that.
The problem is, Stacy, the state should have
So you
had
saw
50% less witnesses.
the young guys, the boys, knock the goggles out of Nick's hands.
Eso fue lo que pude distinguir, lo primero que distinguí.
That's what I was able to distinguish. That's the first thing that I distinguished.
And you were already walking towards Nick when you saw that?
Ya estaba caminando hacia Nick.
Were you already walking towards Nick when you saw that?
Sí, iba empezando a caminar.
Yes, I was starting to walk.
And the young guys were still in their tubes, right?
Oh, no le puedo decir. No sé,
Oh.
no recuerdo.
I cannot answer that. I don't know. I don't remember.
Se supone, creo que estaban parados alrededor de Nick, creo.
I think they were standing up around Nick, I think.
So they were standing around Nick, and they knocked his goggles out of his hands as you were walking up.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see Nick run up to those young guys before that happened?
La verdad no.
Amanda Marie, not to disparage any other chats, because we have a lot of people who come by us and like to hang out with our group, because as you can see, chat is we are disagreeing, agreeing, and talking a lot. If you watch on the big two, Lawn and Crim or Court TV, you will almost always have 90% claiming everyone is a psycho, as long as they are just indicted with anything. They have a very strong prosecution first mentality. That's why I like whatever you will call us, Jamie News Network. We try always to be very hard on the state, because that's the way the justice system is supposed to be.
Yeah.
I don't like that mentality that you go in and say, well, if he's indicted, he must be guilty. No, it's a very, very high burden. And every time you go into one of those chats, there's always one person who will agree with you. and the rest of them will call you all the names in the book. And that's why, even though everyone has the best chats on YouTube, I'm the only one not lying when I'm saying I have the best.
We kind of do.
I really didn't know.
Okay. So the next, what was the next thing you saw?
Pues como le dije, yo no iba prestando mucha atención
Did he
porque
say
pensaba
that
que
word?
estaban jugando con él, que estaban haciendo bullying.
Well, like I said before, I wasn't paying too much attention because I thought they were just playing with him. They were
like
just
that word.
bullying him.
But you're already walking over there because you thought he was in trouble, right?
Valhalla.
Sí.
Yes.
So you didn't think it was, they were just playing, you already were worried about him?
Cuando iba llegando más cerca, sí, porque vi que lo estaban golpeando.
When I was getting closer, yes, because I saw that they were hitting him.
Pero eran muchas personas alrededor.
But there were many people around him.
Why were you walking there if you weren't worried about him until you saw him getting hit?
Yeah, I have the lowest IQ of anyone here today.
Fue en la forma que actué por mis nervios.
It was the way that I reacted because I was nervous
About what?
Por lo que estaba pasando.
because of what was happening.
What was happening that made you start walking over there before you saw his goggles get knocked out?
His name is Kyle, not
No
Clyde.
entiendo su pregunta.
I don't understand your question.
Antes de que pasara eso, yo no había visto nada yo.
Before that happened, I had not seen anything.
You said you were walking over.
No. Normally, they don't release names in newspapers and stuff like that unless you have more than a year's conviction. Or, no, not even if it's famous people. Right now, we have a case going with a former famous gang criminal who also was air raided by a pointed instrument. And they don't mention his name because he's a victim. So normally, you don't talk about it. I don't know if you, about half a year ago, a Danish guy got caught in somewhere in Califas because he talked to someone online to do bad stuff to kids. I found his name in an American newspaper within 5 minutes of reading about it in a Danish newspaper. His name still hasn't been released in Denmark.
And as you're walking over, you saw the goggles get knocked out of his hand, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you were walking over there because you were worried about Nick, right?
Sí.
Yes.
What happened before the goggles that made you start walking over there? Did you see anything that happened before that?
His wife told you to. Thank you, Vincent Lothrow. I don't see much slashes. Jamie,
Yo empecé a caminar allá cuando su esposa dijo que él estaba en problemas.
I started to walking in that direction when his wife said that he was in trouble.
Okay. So, wife said he's in trouble. You start walking there, you see his goggles knocked out of his hands. While they're all standing up, what did you see next?
Después que le quitan los galgos, como que ya le estaban dando golpes.
After they took the goggles from him, it was kind of like they were starting to hit him, to give him blows.
And you said several people before. Does that mean
varias personas.
3, 4, 5?
3, 4, 5 cuántos eran.
No lo puedo decir, no me recuerdo cuántas personas eran.
No, I can't answer that. I don't remember how many people.
And are you far away and still walking there at this point?
Sí, todavía estaba lejos.
Yes, I was still far away.
Okay. But were you closer than when you saw the goggles get knocked off?
Eso fue al principio de yo empezar a caminar.
Repita, por favor.
Eso fue al principio que yo empezaba a caminar.
That was at the beginning when I had just started walking.
When people were hitting Nick, what kind of strikes were they? What do you remember?
Pues, manotazos.
It's in the membership, but if you're not a member, reach out to Whiskey Iris. They will send you a link.
Well, like slapping him with the hands.
What was he standing?
Pues él estaba parado.
He was standing.
Okay. And then what happened?
You will.
What do you remember next?
Well, Whiskey will.
Pues alguien lo tumbó.
Well, somebody knocked him down.
Okay.
Why do you need to write this down? We know his timeline doesn't match
You
up.
said he got up and defended himself.
Pues es lo siguiente que vi, pues lo que pude ver entre todas las personas que había.
Well, that's what I saw next. What I was able to see with all the people that were there.
What do you mean he defended himself? What did you see?
Quiere decir que estaba defendiendo él. ¿Qué es lo que vio?
No, the problem is he says he sees the goggle being slapped out of his hands, and his wife didn't send him over that early. So that's why he wanted to trip him up with that. But again, does it matter?
Yo vi lo que ¿Me puedes repetir la pregunta?
I saw that. Can you repeat the question, please?
You said you saw him defend himself. What did you see?
Dice que lo vio, que se estaba defendiendo él. ¿Qué es lo que vio?
Yo vi que cuando él se defendió, es que esto pasó muy rápido, entonces no puedo como qué pasó primero, qué pasó después.
I saw that when he defended himself. Well, it's because this happened so quickly. I really can't tell exactly when it happened.
Cuando yo ya estaba más cerca, lo vi que una muchacha lo fue a atacar.
When I was closer, I saw that a girl went to attack him.
Y él se defendió, no sé, respondió.
And he defended himself. He responded.
Pero,
¿Cómo?
To me, this
Pues yo pienso
feels
con
like
las-
he's
con las
trying to
manos,
tell a
pero
story
no-
out of the videos he saw.
Well, I
even if
think
he wasn't
that with
allowed
his
to do it.
hands, but
pero fue muy rápido.
it happened so quickly.
¿Qué pasó?
Pues cuando ya llegué cerca, empiezo a ver las sangres.
When I got closer, I started to see the blood,
Prácticamente por donde quiera.
basically everywhere.
En ese
State
punto
have an
llegué
ask.
yo y toqué a Nick del brazo.
At that moment, I went and touched Nick on his arm,
Pero esto fue muy rápido.
but it happened very quickly.
Ariel, did somebody tell you to say these things?
Okay. Ariel, ¿alguien le dijo a usted que dijera estas cosas?
¿Cómo lo van a hacer?
What do you mean?
¿Quién me va a decir si eso fue lo que yo recuerdo, lo que yo vi, lo que yo viví?
Who's gonna tell me if that's what I remember, what I lived, what I saw?
Did he really try to do that to him?
Can I have Exhibit
Somebody tell
71?
you what to say.
Yeah, but it sounds a little bit like he has watched this trial and tried to do something to go against it.
I can't really tell with the translation. It's hard.
Yes, Rachel K, but now he's really interested in it. Have a nice time at work, Puddletown.
Ariel, Nick's the one who told you about the goggles. You didn't actually see that, right?
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta, por favor?
Can you please repeat the
Es que
question?
no oigo bien.
I was not able to hear well.
Nick told you somebody knocked the goggles off. You didn't actually see that, right?
No, nadie me dijo eso.
No, nobody told me that.
Can you turn to page 18 in that transcript?
For the interpreter, did you say 18 or 19?
18. You said on page 18 towards the bottom, well, we couldn't really see because there's a lot of people, right?
Sí. Sí.
Yes.
And then on page 19, you said he thought they took off his mask and snorkel.
What happened when a witness is impeached? The jury is supposed to unhear everything they said. Do they get booted off the stand? No, you impeach them with prior testimony. to say you didn't say that, so you lied on the stand now. But if you charge them with perjury, that's another thing, because that's when you can prove they lied. And even if you said, we can prove you lied, but in most cases, they will just say, oh, I misremembered. And you can't really prove they are lying. It's the same with, that's why I put down all these sentences. Whenever they're using the same sentences, again, I only have 13 years of experience in that. That makes a witness untrustworthy to me. And I picked up that all of the states, or all the people from Nick's group talked about looking pale and looking scared. So, of course, all of them have talked. But this guy, to me, seems like he's just trying to, he's watched what's going on and is trying to play defense. But I'm not sure they will tell them to disregard his statements, even if they find out he's a big lying liar that lies.
Objection.
It's been repetitive for 2 days.
Un momento.
Move for the admission of page 19 of exhibit 70.
It's because they changed this, Brandon. One do the simultaneous interpretation, and the other one talks for the jury.
Let's publish it and see what it really says.
I think he's entitled to present his evidence the way he chooses. Overruled.
Yeah, you're impeaching them with prior statements to say, back then you said this.
On the bottom of page 19, you said he thought they took his mask and snorkel off. Do you see that?
Yo no entiendo su pregunta o lo que me quiere decir.
I don't understand your question or what you're trying to tell me.
Actually, you're right. I was misreading that. Sorry.
Idiot.
You turn to page 20.
No, yeah, I don't know. I'm it's that's why you say disregard this statement. You can't do that. I don't know what I would have been thinking if
I'll just let you look over it quickly. Up kind of like
Okay.
You talk about what you're seeing as you're walking up, kind of like today. Agreed? Right?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And then on page 21.
Hello, White Rabbit.
Hi, White Rabbit.
Actually, go back to page 20.
Come on, Chubster.
Oh my God, he's the
You never
worst.
said he got knocked down and attacked a girl when he got back up. Or a girl attacked him when he got back up. Right?
¿Me puede repetir? No entiendo el traductor.
Can you repeat? I did not understand the interpreter.
You told the police that you saw the goggles get knocked out of his hand.
Sí.
Le dijo la policía. Yes.
You said people were hitting him.
Sí.
Yes.
You never said anything about him getting knocked down and then getting up and a girl trying to attack him, right?
He doesn't need him.
Sí,
It's a
dije que
defense
los-
witness.
Lo están golpeando.
Yes, I said that they were hitting him.
You said the description you gave was they started beating him, women as well as men. That's the description you gave, right?
Sí.
Yes.
We had him on the stand yesterday, and he translated it. He took it in Spanish and then translated it.
And then you told law enforcement you never got close to Nick.
Sí, dije eso.
Yes, I said that.
And when law enforcement were talking to you, you said you got about here you pointed to a house across the street, right?
Más lejos, creo.
I think it was farther.
So you testified earlier you got up and touched Nick's shoulder, right?
Sí.
Yes.
But when you spoke with police, you said you never got close to him. You said the closest you got was you pointed to a house across the street. That's the closest you got to him, right?
No, yo le dije que me había acercado a él,
No, I did tell them that I had gotten closer to him,
pero no recordaba si había llegado cerca de él.
but I did not remember if I had gotten close to him or not.
So, la policía me enseñó una foto que sí llegué cerca de él.
And so the police showed me a picture showing me that I had actually gotten close to him.
Como les digo, todo pasó muy rápido.
And like I said,
Y
everything
no-
happened so quickly.
He podido hasta el momento asimilar bien cómo pasó todo.
Even now, it's been difficult to realize how everything happened.
T-Bone.
Police asked you, did you stop close to Nick? And you said no, because I didn't get to maybe from here to that
Oh.
other house.
It's at his home when he was interviewed.
You never came close to Nick, not close, close. Right?
Ask and you
Le
shall
dije que
receive.
no me había
expert.
acercado tan cerca, pero no recuerdo qué distancia le dije. Sí.
I told him that I had not come close or too close to him, but I don't remember the distance.
Then you said, no, I didn't get to maybe from here to that other house. And you pointed to a house across the street, right? And then
Sir,
you say once you get close to him, that's when he started running.
To everyone who's talking about the house, this is when he's interviewed at his own house. And he says, I was about as close to him as that house across the street. It's kind of the same as the person who said before, I was from here down to the door. They are not saying there was houses out on the river. They are saying at that moment, I'm pointing over there. I just seen 3 people ask if he's drunk. Are you drunk? You're not listening. You're just like Jamie.
I'm yelling at everybody.
Well, I can't yell at you.
You can take it out on me. I don't care. I can handle
Come on.
it.
I shouldn't do that. I still want to go back to Fluster My Fluster.
Jamie's
Right?
about to get tanked in about 20 minutes.
No, no me acuerdo.
Jamie's about
No, I don't remember saying that.
Look at, can you turn to page 24?
What? No, I'm not grumpy. I'm just trying to explain because a lot of people are asking the same question. If I was grumpy, I would be looking like this.
You were asked, are you close to him? Look, you're together right there with him, right?
Oh, I love to challenge Dave to the
Yes.
toss. I
That's
win.
because you said you never got close, so police showed you a photo of you touching his shoulder, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And then you said, but that was when he started running by then.
No, I'm good today. Yesterday was tough.
No recuerdo, la verdad.
I really don't remember.
It's in the transcript, right?
Puede ser.
Maybe.
You see it?
This is so boring.
Pero no me acuerdo que él estuviera corriendo.
I don't remember that he was running.
But that's what you said.
Exactamundo. That's exactly
Sí,
in
dije,
Spanish,
pero
Jamie.
no me acuerdo bien.
Yes, I said that, but I don't remember well.
It's a stupid way to
And you
describe the
told
distance.
law enforcement you never saw Nick do anything to anyone, right?
En un punto sí dije que como que él no había hecho nada, ¿no? Pero sí, yo había visto que se estaba defendiendo.
At some point, yes, I did say that he had done nothing, but I did see that he was defending himself.
I'm not
When you were shown a picture of Nick with a knife, you said, I never saw that. Right?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you need a Snickers, Baker? You got your Yankee bar?
I'm gonna show some stills, Judge.
How much more do you have?
I'm almost done. Wow.
I'm almost done. Just be
No,
done.
you are done. You're done.
You just
Yeah.
sit down.
You want
A good Cuban sandwich.
I'd like to
I
get
don't know
through
what
this
a Cuban
witness
sandwich
before
is.
Gotcha. That's what I was wondering. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready.
I should get some chocolate.
Can we have the monitor?
I don't do this. Come on. I'm trying to catch up. Come on.
Scroll.
Look, he's not going after that guy who has his back turned. He's not going after Chubby over there.
Yeah.
He's not going after the girl who's yelling at her, who said she was running away. He did stabulate that chick, and now he's going to stab that guy who pushes him. And we have the witness back here. And I'm just going to cover that part up. And he's
See?
doing it now
Andrew
after he's
said-
pushed in his neck. And he's not doing anything other than retreating to his body.
And police, I stopped on 3032. Police showed you this and asked you about it, and you said you never saw any of that, right?
No, le dije que no me acordaba haber llegado ahí.
And no, I told them that I did not remember getting there.
So when you're really
Oh my
far
God.
away on your way there, you see the goggles get knocked out of his hands.
It's in Discord, both
Sí, eso es lo que distinguía ver.
the full video and
Interpreter
slow
needs repetition. No lo escuché, repita.
Sí, es lo que distinguía ver.
Yes, that's what I could distinguish, or could that's what I could see.
And then as you're getting closer to him, you start to
This guy has been a DA for 4 years. I think it's his first case ever.
see other things
I
happening,
feel like it is too.
right?
Le había dicho que lo estaban golpeando.
I had mentioned that he was getting beaten.
But then when police ask you about what happened when you're there, you said you didn't see any of that. Correct?
Sí, no me acordaba que había llegado ahí.
You can have
Yes,
whatever
I
you
did
want.
not
Don't get
remember
lost.
that I had gotten there.
Dave can.
You forgot about that?
Jamie can do it.
Es
What?
porque por lo que
And
viví,
then watch party.
no me acordaba exactamente con lo que había pasado.
Because of what I lived,
Of the evidence.
I did not remember exactly what had happened.
He's just so mad he's not getting what he wants.
Because of what I went through.
Because of what I went through.
Yeah, he's not going to cave. He's going to stick
Nikolai
to
never yelled help, right?
Does he have to? No.
Nosotros nunca oímos.
We
Estaba
never
muy lejos.
heard. We were too far.
Even when Nikolai came right next to you, he didn't say anything to you. He didn't say
Must
help.
he?
Is he supposed to? No.
No, él nunca habló conmigo.
No, he never spoke to me. He never talked to me.
He never said, we need to get out of here.
Yeah, we
No,
saw the
no
wave
hablamos, que me
before it
acuerdo.
all started.
As far as I remember,
Empezamos a caminar para atrás.
we didn't talk. We just started walking.
Well, Nikolai walked out first, right? And you stayed there.
Which one is shaking?
Yeah, I don't know.
No me recuerdo bien.
I don't remember well.
Red,
No, because I've been here for the last 7 hours.
Can we have the
and you
monitor
don't wanna
again?
Go through it.
Why don't we take a break? We're gonna take about a
You
10-minute
getting
recess.
mad?
Please take the jury out.
Can you please tell this stupid PA to shut up?
Marissa, call the court. Yell at him. Tell him
Marissa
to
isn't
stop.
really-
We've learned a couple hundred feet away when Sam.
Marissa isn't doing her job lately. She hasn't forced
Jeez.
court to do anything in a long time.
She doesn't force the court to tell the DA to sit down.
No, and again, did you see him call for hear him call for help? No, he did this when they were all surrounding him. We saw him on the video waving them over. And then it started. It took 23 or 25 seconds. So he didn't get his phone out. He didn't call 911. He didn't make an escape plan. He didn't call in air support from air cab.
He didn't check
He didn't
and
do any
see
of that
what
because it lasted
exit route.
25 seconds. He got punched 3 times in the head, pushed down at least 2 times, had a chokehold applied to him or attempted applied to him, had girls slap him. They all said they touched him first. At least 5 people touched him in those 25 seconds.
Yeah.
And he didn't call for help?
Oh my God, he didn't call for help. So it doesn't mean that he needed help. Like, what's the implication here?
I'm thinking he's shaking because it's just again today he's a waste of oxygen. Well, they spoke English, but yeah. What is the point to have Marissa here if she won't do anything for us? Yeah. Chopster was shaking.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, and that's what people don't understand, because they always think that it's a pew pew. You need a pew pew to equal the odds. No, in those distances, it's way better to have a stabby stab than a pew pew. You saw how fast it goes. The guy who's disemboweled, it takes 2 seconds or something like that. He punches him once and then he cuts him while he's choking him. So yeah.
Well, and again, I'll say it again, like we know that he recently had a triple bypass heart surgery, like, and you got 13 young people attacking him. Come on now.
Yeah. And
And then you're
help
like,
in Spanish
oh well, he
is
should have
elbow.
used his hands and not a knife.
Yeah.
It wasn't a
It's
fair
the same
fight.
with
What
when
wasn't a fair fight, guys? Come on.
we hear
Be
this
real.
every time there's an officer involved pew-pewing. Why didn't you just clip his arm? Because I watch Justified and they can do it all the time.
Yeah.
Because it's really, 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 really hard to do it, especially when your adrenaline is spiking. You're in fight and flight, you just do this. I don't know how many people have been in a fight. Most fights are pulling and pushing. All of this, I took a karate lesson once, and I'm gonna go into the crane kick. No, there's a lot of grabbing, pulling, trying to get a punch in now and again. All of this fancy, I'm gonna fight like a man. No, it's always fast and it's always rough. I don't want to know what a Cuban sandwich is, because people are talking about a Cuban sandwich.
I mean, I've never had one, but they look delicious.
I'm calling it, you're going to hear this, sometimes you're going to get hit from the state. Yeah, well, that's a Wisconsin special. You always go for center mass. Everyone is trained to do that, because especially with a handgun, it doesn't take much to get it off target. So you always try to hit where there's the most mass. Disassociation is a thing. I can handle what needs to be handled and not remember until later. Yeah, that's another thing. Well, I think this guy also, he want to help his buddy out. And the funny thing, with all the state's witnesses, we are supposed to remember they didn't change their story when they talk to each other about what happened. They have a perfect photographic memory of that day, even if the video doesn't show it. But this guy, he messes up a timeline, and clearly he's guilty because this guy is lying. One of them got 2, but he came at him twice. Yeah, it's almost arresting, because you want to get people down so you can pacify them. Yeah, I do the crane kick. That's the only street fighting weapon. U.S. Marine K-bar for a damn reason. Close quarters combat is nasty, dirty, and quick. Yeah, all these people who but did you know I studied Taekwondo? I did Aikido with Steven Seagal. Yeah, give me a fairly in-shape guy with a pointy stick. Even Steven Seagal could get in trouble. Yeah, it's kind of like my Friday nights. It's a lot of pushing and shoving. You know what I mean.
That courtroom, they're taking their seat. Again, Ariel Chagwez under
Mr.
cross-examination.
Chagwez, please
from the
retake
state.
the witness stand.
Yeah.
Y póngase los audífonos si me hace favor.
You
Gracias.
are still under oath.
Sigue bajo juramento.
Ham, roast pork, Swiss cheese, mayo, and yellow mustard on Cuban bread.
Yum.
Sounds pretty good.
Sí.
Yes.
Mr. Anderson?
Do you remember the officer asking
No, he don't.
that
You had a break and you can't
it
get your
was this
questions
attack,
together.
why didn't you run? You didn't look afraid. Do you remember that question?
You go to Cuba.
Yes.
And you said, we didn't know what was happening, right?
Pues en parte al principio no sabíamos. Pues.
Repita que no lo escuché.
I'll read the question for more
Interpreter needs
context.
a repetition of the answer. She was not able to hear. Repita su respuesta, es que no lo escuché, señor.
So now the interpreter can't listen.
God dang, this guy is the
House.
worst.
Que me repita la pregunta.
Can you repeat the question?
The officer asked, you walked on one side, but you never ran as if you were afraid. Like the others in the other two groups, they ran. They were afraid, but you didn't run. You didn't look so afraid. Neither did your group.
All the times.
And you
Yes, and I want to be
responded,
close.
we didn't know what was happening, right?
No me acuerdo haber dicho eso.
I don't remember having said that.
It's in the transcript on page 31, right? That you did in fact say that? I'll show you.
He said he doesn't remember.
How do you say I don't remember in English?
Estupido.
Eso que me pregunta es después del problema o antes. No entiendo su pregunta.
My question is, are you talking about after the problem or before? I don't understand your question.
You didn't tell the officer you didn't understand, right?
Could you repeat the question? We can
What
hear
is
you.
that? You
He didn't tell the officer he didn't understand the question.
Usted no le dijo.
He's getting so testy now, and even the interpreters. Shut up, Papa.
Oh, I
No
hate this
entiendo
guy.
su pregunta. Me está preguntando primero una cosa y después otra.
I don't understand your
¿Puede ser más
question.
específico, por favor?
You're first asking me one thing and then another thing. Could you please be more specific?
No, he can't.
Yeah, I move
Yeah,
on.
move on. Because you suck.
You were watching the trial and the testimony of Ernesto while out in the hallway, right?
No.
No.
Were you sitting on the bench with the other Spanish-speaking witnesses while Rosie was playing the trial with the volume on?
Okay, so it was Rosie. Who's to say he was watching?
Yo estabas del otro lado.
I was on the other side.
Were you told
Oh my
by
God,
defense
shut
that
up.
you're not allowed to watch the trial?
No, he said he didn't tell them. I thought.
Sí.
Yes.
Oh. Okay. And? Is that your big bang question?
Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
Oh, good.
Move for the omission of Exhibit 71, pages 18 through 24 per 90801 sub 4 sub A sub C.
Any objection?
Yes, I don't object to many parts we've gone over.
It's number 71.
Exhibit 71, those 6 pages, 18 through 24.
We'll receive the exhibit, pages referenced for purposes of impeachment.
Permission to publish those pages.
Yes.
Guess I just need to admit all the transcripts.
Well, it's not your turn, it's his, so you can wait.
Do you have Exhibit 71? Do you have any objection? (18 through 24).
It's the big nothing burgers. Oh, come on.
Is it working?
They just turned it on and it's my user error.
Sometimes it's a little finicky. I've got it up on mine. It's not, there we go.
Ariel, you were asked a lot of questions about a transcript.
Yes.
Go through pages 18 through 24 of that transcript as quick as we can, okay? Is it up on the screen there? Can you see it?
Yes.
On page 18,
Exactly.
did you say we all looked over there and we saw a lot? There were 2 groups in front of us.
Yes.
Did you say you couldn't really see what was happening?
Yes.
Did you say you couldn't see because there was a lot of people and then you got a little closer?
Yes.
Did you tell them it was like they were bullying him, something like that?
Yes.
Tell them they took off his snorkel and that stuff?
Yes.
Did you tell them that they were pushing him and that there were a lot of people?
Yes.
They asked you more questions about the snorkel and you said, no, I saw that they took it off of him.
No.
No.
Did you say the words, I saw that they took it off him?
Yes.
And they asked you to explain, did you say from his hand, or they took it from him, or they took it out of his hand, or something like that?
De las manos.
From his hands.
You said
thinking
the words
to
that are
show
on
the
page 20
jury.
of this document. You told them they pushed
Yes.
him, he fell.
Sí.
Yes.
You told them he got up and they started beating him, women as well as men. Were those your words?
Yes.
Sí.
Yes.
I think you're allowed to do that because the state brought it in.
They asked, everyone was hitting him from what you could tell, and you said, uh-huh.
Todos le estaban pegando, es lo que yo podía ver, nadie dijo. No, pues se podía ver, dijo, ajá.
Sí.
Yes.
You told them you weren't able to see, so you kept walking up there, and that's when you stopped.
Siguió caminando y paró.
This is just to take the wind out of the state sail.
Yes.
You said you saw that he was running away. That's what you initially told them, correct?
And could you please repeat for the interpreters?
You initially told the police on August 2nd, on page 22 in this line, that you saw that he, meaning Nick Mew, was running away from there.
No me acuerdo si lo dije. No entiendo la pregunta que me hicieron ahí.
I don't remember if I said that. I don't understand the question that was asked of me there.
And is that probably why you formed it with a question afterwards when you made that statement?
Por eso es que le puse un signo de interrogación ahí cuando hizo esa.
Well, it's Friday, so I'm going to end the stream with my beer.
Perhaps.
You said, I only saw that they were beating him.
Sí, deja eso.
I did say that.
And then eventually the police showed you a picture. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And it was a picture of you standing next to Nick on July 30th, 2022, when he was had the knife in his hand. Agreed?
Sí.
Yes.
And that picture refreshed your memory as to where you were and
I'm your Huckleberry.
did that picture help you remember things that you hadn't remembered before?
Un poco, sí.
Somewhat, yes.
Nevertheless, even when you saw the picture, you said you didn't see him with the knife.
Thank you, Brendan, for the beers for the Danish Baker Fund.
Nunca le vi la navaja.
Repita más fuerte. Sí.
Nunca le pude ver la navaja.
I was never able to see him with a knife.
You were asked some questions about some slides. Do you remember the slides that they showed where they kind of moved it along?
¿Que si vi la foto?
You're asking me if I saw the picture?
Today, when this man was asking you questions, they put
I
up on
think
the
so.
screen a time when you were walking towards Nick. And I want to ask you about what you remember from that. Does that make sense?
Sí, un poco.
Yes, a little.
When you spoke with the police, you told them he got up and they started beating him, women as well as men. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And then today in your testimony, you said, when closer, I saw a girl went to attack him and he defended himself. I think that it was with his hands, but it happened too quickly. That's what you said earlier today.
Sí.
Yes.
When we watched the pictures today where you were walking up, is that what you were describing? The woman in that photo going towards Nick, went to attack him and you,
Sustained.
You know the rules. I only drink one beer
did you
when I
see
enter
some
shows,
photos
but
today?
Thank you, Luna.
I'll show them to you. Let's do that. Can I have the screen, please?
Yeah.
Do you see the slide that I have up on the screen there, sir?
They're trying to prove that the state showed him, asked him things out of sequence to make it look like he lied, and now they're going to show the slides again to say, well, when you see these slides, do you remember it differently than you did at the time? It's to rehabilitate his trustworthiness.
Sir?
See?
Yes.
Is that you in the red shorts, the red, white, and blue shorts?
See?
Yes.
I want to show you a section of slides here and then ask you a question about them, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Starting at 25, 29, I'll move through them. Stopping at 28:59. Is that you again in the shorts?
See?
Yes. Yes.
Now, the end is near. And George guy comes in.
Stopping at 29:49. Is that you up in the corner there that we can see the shirt?
No, the jury is in the room now. This is just to show that the state might have not misrepresented, but tried to impeach him in a way that they're gonna fight back on now. Yo quiero Taco Bell.
Shirt with the glasses?
See?
Yes.
Do you see that there's a girl there in front of the view here, which would be in front of you?
Thank you, Lefty.
¿Me puedes repetir el traductor lo que dijo?
Can the interpreter repeat?
Sí.
Yes.
Is this the girl that you saw attack Nick Mew?
Overruled. You can answer.
No recuerdo si fue ella.
I don't remember if it was her.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
Judge, I'd asked to publish some more pages of it, and I would propose I just read it for the sake of
5 stars.
Objection to
Anderson?
admission of the rest of the pages?
No, we also
Mr.
have
Anderson, the
Ernesto.
interpreters are not able to hear you.
I move to admit the whole transcript.
The objection to the rest of the pages of.
Oh, go jump off a bridge,
Yes,
you idiot.
I don't have an objection to pages that were covered during the cross-examination, and if those pages are admitted, I have no objection to them being published on the elbow now or at a later time.
What portions do you want to publish?
So I think up to 21 was entered.
18 to 21 was entered.
Up to the rest of it. Up to page 38, they cover the same topics that have been, actually page 40, they cover all the same topics that we've been covering on direct and cross.
He was not asked questions about the page 25 through 40.
Yeah, so I can do that now.
I honestly, I was not keeping track of what pages you're looking at, so I'm not in a good position to say yes or no.
But it's outside of the scope.
Specific
No.
pages. And I don't have a copy of the transcript, so I'm at a disadvantage.
Can we approach?
Yes.
I hate that idiot. How have you ever become a DA?
I don't know.
He has,
Must have.
and now he's just getting angry because his impeachment didn't work, and they rehabilitated him, kinda after. So now he's going to put in the rest of the transcript and go over it
Line by line.
Look over in the jury. I'm pretty sure the jury is looking at you when you're starting to do this, kind of like this.
Well, probably.
It's
Mr. 90-year-old, he doesn't have much time left.
It's Friday. It's 4:40 in the afternoon. Mr. 90-year-old has missed the special buffet. He's angry now.
He's missed dinner already. They're gonna. All I can picture is like them weekend at Bernieing him at some point.
$3.40. Yeah, that's what I said. I have to figure out that extra hour. Yeah, but still, Mr. 90-year-old has had his dinner and
The
his
objection's
first nap.
overruled. I'll receive the portions referenced by Mr. Anderson. I think that in total, it's going to be pages 18 through 40.
Yes.
All right. You may proceed.
Oh. So we're over the last 12 pages.
When you spoke with the officer, you said Nick walked up to you, walked over, and then you saw people bleeding, right?
Yes.
You didn't talk about seeing anything else. You didn't talk about seeing Nick do anything.
No.
Your witnesses
And when
didn't talk
law
about
enforcement confronted
a
you
lot
with
of
the
things,
photo
too.
being right there, you still denied seeing anything from when you were up close.
Lunchbox 2 is his name.
Lunchbox number 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Repita la pregunta. ¿No?
Repeat the question.
You told the officer you didn't get close enough to see what Nick was doing, right?
Overruled.
Right?
En un punto, sí.
At some point, yes.
And then the officer showed you the photo of you touching Nick, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you still denied seeing him do anything.
No sigo entendiendo sus preguntas.
I'm still not understanding your question.
I have no objection to publishing page 24, which has already been published, which is the exact response that he gives.
You never tell police that you saw Nick defend himself, right?
Will you please, Lefty, please?
No me acuerdo si lo dije o no.
I don't remember that day. No.
Did you ever use the word defend at all in your entire interview?
De defenderse, no me acuerdo.
The,
Ya pasó mucho tiempo, no me acuerdo.
to defend himself, I don't remember. It's been a long time.
Yeah,
Today,
he should
you
remember a 2-year-old
seeing him
interview.
saying you saw him defend himself.
It's clear he was defending himself. Why are you arguing this?
Yes, a little.
That's the first time you've ever said that.
Le dije, cuando usted me preguntó que lo vi, que él se estaba defendiendo.
I said when you asked me that I saw that he was defending himself,
Pero que fue muy rápido, había muchas personas alrededor.
but that it happened so quickly. There were many people around.
Is your memory better now than it was 2 years ago when you were interviewed?
All your witnesses were.
Yeah. Now he's getting mad. I hate him.
Un poco le digo por la foto que me enseñaron.
I remember a little. I said because of the picture that was shown to me.
Yes.
I'll just show. You have the transcript.
Yeah, just do like that one in the case Nick is covering.
Yes.
I'm so high. Can I get some water?
I want to see what this 90-year-old is doing right now. I bet you he is about passed out.
Yeah. He's like me. He has his feet up on the table and snoring away.
I just picture him like with his arms crossed, just like.
Yes.
Yeah.
What?
Never spoke to, not with, amongst yourself, his friends, cousin's wife.
Mr. Anderson, the interpreters are not able to hear you.
Sure. You're asked if you ever spoke amongst yourselves or with Nick about what happened? And
No.
he said,
No.
just that we don't know because we didn't see anything. We can't say, oh, something happened, right? We didn't see anything. Right?
What do you want him to say?
Jamie, can you yell one?
Sí, dije eso, pero porque no habíamos visto bien qué pasó.
If I said that, it's because we had not seen what had happened very well.
And you saw Nick getting attacked by all these people. And nobody came after you, did they?
No.
And you and Nick didn't run away, right?
Objection beyond the scope, repetitive, cumulative.
Beyond the scope, commutative, repetitive.
Oh, I said I was done. Sorry.
Oh.
I didn't. Thought everyone heard.
We're moving on to another topic. I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, he's done.
Thank you, Mr. Chagwez. Your testimony is finished. You may step down.
Victory!
Yay.
He just stopped in the middle because
He's not getting the answers.
Can I go
he wants.
home or
Yes, you may.
si
Enjoy
ya
the
se puede
weekend.
ir? Que tenga buen fin de
Bye.
semana.
Are there
Bye.
more witnesses who require interpretation?
The defense has no more witnesses that require interpretation, no, Judge.
Mr. Anderson?
No more interpretation witnesses.
All right. On behalf of our courts, Ms. Marine, Mr. Diaz, thank you for your service today. Yes, you may retrieve your device.
Dum, 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 dum.
Could you slide that down to the middle of the rail? Yeah, just move it down. Right there. Perfect.
No, only
Floor
with
is
the Spanish talking people. We're gonna have at
Excellent.
least
Thank you.
Monday with the state again.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Anderson, do you have more witnesses?
State rest. State rest. State rest.
Approach
Rest,
quick.
state,
Yes.
rest, state, rest, state, rest.
Si se puede, si se puede. I don't know what that means. It's probably gonna eat my channel again.
Quit saying it then. Quit saying stuff you don't know.
Yeah. That's
Hi,
racist.
T-Swapped. I haven't seen you, or I didn't get to say hi to you.
No, he asked if they had more witnesses. I'm just praying to God that that earthquake up near Brandon knocked some sense into him so we can end this stupid. It means yes, you can. Well, they can. They have a report that he was declared deceased. So. Pernilla doesn't want to join us tomorrow, Jamie. She's scared of you. She doesn't like you.
We're BFFs.
And Berlin? All of it. But I mostly bake cakes, and desserts is not something you bake. That's that's pastry chef. I'm a real baker.
You're just throwing shade everywhere.
No, but that's in Denmark. You can be a baker or you can be a pastry chef. A pastry chef is people who specializes in ice creams and wedding cakes and stuff. I can't do it,
Lynn,
but
please come forward.
I'm not good at it. Oh, this is an expert.
Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
You.
So now we're going to go to 45
Please have a
minutes
seat
of
in the
what
witness
here.
chair.
Jamie, I want to drink my beer.
Drink it.
No, that's the last thing I do before we sign off.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Amber Lind, Lind.
Amber Lynn.
And how are you employed?
I am a forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Madison.
Oh, God.
And how long have you been employed at the State Crime Lab?
About 13 years.
What's your educational background for your position?
I received a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry with an emphasis in criminalistics and DNA analysis.
Just agree to it and let's move on.
And have you received training specifically related to DNA testing?
Yes, I have.
And what did you say your actual position is?
I'm a DNA analyst.
What do you do in that position?
I examine evidence for the presence of biological materials. I then attempt to develop a profile from those DNA profile from those items.
I will then compare that to any known standards that are submitted to the laboratory and write a report of my findings.
And can you just, in a broader sense, what is DNA?
DNA is the genetic material that is inherited from parent to child. It controls how all living things are made and gives us unique traits such as our eye and hair colors.
It's just
And
to prove
where
the knife
is
was
DNA
his,
found?
probably.
DNA is found in the nucleus in most cells of the body, including white blood cells, skin cells, hair roots.
And are you able to do a pre-test for certain types of bodily fluids?
Yes, we are.
And what kind of fluids?
We can do tests for blood, semen, and saliva.
And what's the utility in doing those pre-tests?
That helps us to identify if there are any bodily fluids on the item, as a body fluid is more likely to give us a DNA profile.
Can I make a
And
real
what's the
strawberry
difference
cream
between
cake
a bodily fluid DNA versus touch
without
DNA?
eggs?
So DNA from the body fluid is going to be from the
I don't
blood
know.
cells or semen cells. And
Semen?
touch DNA is from
Semen.
skin cells. So it's left like when somebody comes in contact with an item and they leave skin cells behind.
So if I pick up this marker and you test it for touch DNA, are you gonna find my DNA?
It's possible.
Is it guaranteed?
No.
Does it depend on a lot of factors,
Yes, it does.
such as if it's washed or submerged in water or things like that?
Yes.
Is a person's DNA the same throughout their entire body?
Yes, it is.
And what makes DNA useful?
Because it's unique.
Can people share DNA, have the same DNA?
Yeah, I
Identical
think I can
twins
make
would have the same
that
DNA.
cream cake. It looks easy.
And so what are the procedures at the crime lab when you receive an item of evidence?
So the item is taken in at the laboratory. One of our evidence technicians will go through the transmittal that's submitted with the items, and they will enter it all into our laboratory information management system.
Okay, approach?
Yes.
I'm handing
Hopefully
you
he does.
Exhibit 65. Can you identify that?
This is the transmittal of evidence that was submitted for this case.
Yeah, does it list the items that the lab received?
Yes, it does.
And does it list the agency identifier number?
Yes.
Does the lab then give it a new identifier number?
Yes, we do.
And does that document also identify the lab numbers?
No,
Is that
it
a
does
different
not.
document?
That's different.
Okay. What's on page, and let me ask this. So does this say how the lab received the evidence?
No, it does not.
Okay. And then exhibit 66, what's that?
This is the laboratory's receipt of evidence.
And when is that generated?
That is generated when the items of evidence are entered into our lab information system.
And is there another receipt generated when the items are returned from the lab to the submitting law enforcement agency?
Yes, there is.
And I just to clarify, 65 is the receipt of evidence for this case. 66 is the one the lab generates. Sorry, 65 the transmittal, 66 the receipt for the lab.
Correct.
67.
I'm having a little bit of port.
That is the list of items that are being released back to the agency.
So after you're done testing it, you send it back to the
I have it ready to go.
that document for chain of custody.
Yes.
And then exhibit 19.
That is my report of my lab findings for this case.
And I'll just back up a little bit. So when you run a DNA profile, is it always a single source or can it be multiple source?
It can be DNA from multiple individuals.
And is there a term you use for that?
We call that a mixture DNA profile.
And how do you determine then if a
Merv Turf, we've been sitting here for 8 hours listening to interpreters not understanding and not relaying, and witnesses not saying what they want to say, and so we're just hating on everyone. And this girl looks 30 and 50 at the same time. No, 13 and 50 at the same time.
She does.
person's DNA is on a specific item of evidence?
We will compare the DNA profile that we obtain from the evidence to a known DNA standard that is submitted to the lab from an individual.
And do you perform statistical analysis on the profile you develop?
Yes, we do.
And how do you evaluate the significance of the profile?
If it is a single source profile, we are able to determine how rare that profile would be in the general population.
Do you use computer software to help with that?
Yes, we do.
And if you have DNA, can you say that this DNA is from skin, this DNA is from blood, this DNA is from hair?
No, we can't.
Are you able to determine how long DNA has been on an item?
No.
All right. Turning to the specifics of this case, did you test some evidence items?
Yes.
And what items did you test?
I examined a pair of swim trunks, a knife, DNA standards hair and nails that were reportedly recovered from Isaac Michael Schumann, a buccal swab standard reportedly recovered from Alexander James Martin, a buccal swab standard reportedly recovered from Riley Lou Ann Mattinson, a buccal swab standard reportedly recovered from Dante Austin Carlson, a buccal swab standard that was reportedly recovered from Anthony Ernest Carlson, and a Wisconsin State Crime Lab Biomedical Forensic Evidence Collection Kit that was reportedly recovered from Nikolai Miu.
And for those, for Isaac Schumann, AJ Alexander Martin, Riley Madison, Dante Carlson, and Anthony Carlson, were you able to develop DNA profiles?
Yes, I was.
Hey, Josie.
And
Hey, Josie.
did you make comparisons with those profiles to swabbings from the knife?
Yes, I did.
And are those swabbings, is that something that you get from law enforcement, or did you do those swabs?
I took the swabbings from the knife.
What areas of the knife did you swab?
I swabbed the handle of the knife, the inside of the handle, like where the blade would fold into. I swabbed a stain that I observed on the blade of the knife, and I also swabbed the remainder of the blade of the knife.
And then were you able to develop DNA profiles from those swabbings of the knife?
Yes, I was.
And were all of them or only some suitable for
Hey,
comparison?
Fuba is back.
I love it. She starts the day with us and then comes back with we're about to leave.
No, we just have 3
I'll
extra
ask it a
buttons
different
on
way.
Nordic
So-
keyboards.
Let's talk about swabbings of the handle of the knife. And for the lab identifier, that's B1, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did you compare and the DNA profile for the handle of the knife, was that a mixture or a single profile?
That was a
Just
three-person
all of us
mixture.
Scandi people can make that.
And did you compare that to the profiles of Isaac, Alexander, Riley, Dante, Anthony, and Nikolai?
Come on.
Yes, I did.
What was the result for the comparison to the DNA profile for Isaac?
It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture of DNA from Isaac Schumann and 2 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture resulting from 3 unknown individuals.
And so the conclusion is very strong support for inclusion, meaning that Isaac's DNA is included in that mixture.
Correct.
Does the lab ever say, will you ever conclude it's a match or his DNA is on this knife?
We don't say that it's this specific individual. We will just provide the statistic on how likely it is that that is their DNA.
And does it have to meet a certain likelihood threshold for you to say strong support for inclusion?
Yes, it does.
And this is greater than, what did you say the likelihood ratio is?
Oh my
It is at
God.
least 1 quadrillion times more likely.
And then for Alexander Martin, were you able to draw any conclusion?
The contribution of Alexander Martin's DNA is uninformative, so we cannot make a conclusion regarding inclusion or exclusion.
Yeah.
And was that the same for Riley, Dante, Anthony, and Nikolai?
Yes.
And then swabbings from the inside of the knife handle B2. Did you compare that?
We don't need this. That's the
No.
stupid thing. And I don't know. Couldn't they just agree that it was his knife? Because we know from the video he did the stipulation.
Well, maybe they gotta like put it in.
Did you
they
develop a
want him to
profile for
test
that
in there,
swabbing?
But
Yes, I did.
you don't
Mixture
have to
again?
be so extensive.
But they could just agree. They could just agree to the DNA profile. And
Yeah, that's what I
again,
mean.
it's a
Like they could,
self-defense case. It's not like he said, I wasn't there.
yeah, and it's not my knife.
Yeah, there was the second stabber who ran out of the bush fully clothed, started stabbing everyone.
Yeah, according to that guy.
Yes.
And did you compare that to Isaac's profile?
Yes, I did.
What was the results?
It is at least 320 billion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture of DNA from Isaac Schumann and 3 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture.
No.
Happy birthday, Valhalla.
For these companions. Yeah, I don't get why they don't just stipulate to this.
Of DNA from 4 unknown individuals.
And so very strong support for inclusion.
Yes.
And then what about for that knife handle, did you compare it to Dante Carlson?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result?
It is at least 368,000 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from Dante Carlson and 3 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture of 4 unknown individuals.
So strong support for inclusion?
Yes.
Were the comparison, did you compare the other individuals for that swabbing also?
Well, Valhalla doesn't get that one.
And were they either exclusion or uninformative?
Yes, they were.
And then and let me back up, I forgot to ask. Before you took the DNA swabbings, did you test the knife for blood?
I tested the stain that I observed on the blade.
And what was the result?
It was a positive indication for blood.
And did you develop a DNA profile for the stain?
Yes, I did.
That's item B3?
Yes.
B3. And was there any of those individual profiles you compared them to a strong support for inclusion on the stain?
Yes.
Who was that?
That was for Dante Carlson.
And then the blade of the knife, item B4. Did you develop a DNA profile?
Yes, I did.
And was there, comparing it to Isaac, Alexander, Riley, Dante, Anthony, and Nikolai, were any of their profiles very strong support for inclusion on that swabbing?
Yes, there was.
And who were those?
That was for Isaac Schumann and Dante Carlson.
So is it fair to summarize that of the people, those 6 profiles you compared to the knife swabbings, the two that had strong supports for inclusions on any of the swabs was Isaac Schumann and Dante Carlson?
Correct.
Does that mean that the other individual's DNA wasn't on the knife?
It just means that it wasn't detected in the samples that I had taken.
And it not only not detected, but it would, even if it was, it didn't reach the threshold where you would characterize it as a strong support for inclusion.
Correct.
And I forgot an exhibit here. I think it's been marked as exhibit 59.
Who cares?
What is that?
This is my curriculum vitae.
Fair, it just summarizes your experience in education to qualify you for your position.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know if I asked, how long have you been at the lab?
About 13 years.
Okay.
Who cares? Who cares?
And
Yeah, that's the guy who came out of the woods who did the ones who's not on
for Nikolai, for all the swabbings you did as compared.
We have a composition of the jury, but all of this people who can read juries are the same people who can read tea leaves and can tell you your horoscope. It's BS. No one knows what the jury thinks. We have seen this every time people have talked about, well, there's 4 young ladies who are really interested in the AH's testimony. Yeah, she lost anyway. It's BS because you don't know how these people have a baseline. That's why body language experts have to study extensive bodies of work to tell you how a person reacts when they're stressed. That's why poker players gets better at playing poker players the more they play them, because they know their baseline. The only thing we know is the composition of the jury, and you can't infer anything, because if I put 2 people in front of you, can you tell me what way they're going to think? No. So I've only seen the composition of the jury. Is it a good thing most of them are elderly? I don't know. A lot of old people voted this DA into office, probably.
Compared to Nikolai's profile, was he ever excluded? Looking at exhibit 19.
He was uninformative for all of the swabbings from the knife.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trofasi?
So, Ms. Lynn, would you agree there's levels, your lab uses levels of support in your determinations, is that right?
Correct.
So it's very strong, moderate, uninformative, and then it works backwards for exclusion, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you had mentioned on direct examination, there's different types of DNA that you can, that you're testing for, meaning there's DNA in blood, there's DNA in semen, and then there's touch DNA. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. And Attorney Anderson held up his Sharpie there and said, could my DNA be on this Sharpie that I've touched? And you said it could be. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Would the more that Attorney Anderson held on to that Sharpie, the more he used it, make it more likely that his touch DNA would be on there?
Yes, it would.
So if it was something that he used in his daily life and that he carried with him, is that something that would make it more likely you would expect to see either moderate, strong, or very strong support for inclusion if you tested that?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Now, you tested, I just want to make sure I have it right. You tested the handle of the knife that was provided to you. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And your results as it relates to Mr. Mew show uninformative, right?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me if this is fair. DNA is, I view it more, you might disagree. You see me touching this. If my DNA is not on there, that doesn't mean I didn't touch it, right?
Correct.
It just means my DNA is not there.
That it wasn't detected in our sampling, yes.
Okay. But if my DNA is on here, you're comfortable then saying, if there's support for it, that you believe that I've made contact with this, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I know you know nothing about this case, presumably, in terms of factually, but there's information that, there's photographs of subject, of Mr. Mew holding that knife. And there's information that it was his personal knife, that he used it and carried it with him. Would that make it more likely then that his DNA profile should show up on the handle of that knife?
It would be more probable to find his DNA, yes.
Okay. And you also tested, is the inside part of that just what it sounds like? There's two sides to the knife. You view one as the outside and one as the inside?
It was like the part where the blade would fold in when the knife was folded up.
So the blade folding up would be the inside?
It's like the chamber that it folds into.
Okay. And you test that. That is also uninformative for Mr. Mew, even though it's something that he possessed daily.
Correct.
Okay. I want to ask you, if I can, a little bit about items, what I think is item H5 and H6. I just want to make sure I understand it, okay? Skin-to-skin contact swabs reportedly from the upper back and skin-to-skin contact swabs reportedly from the lower back of Mr. Mew. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So can you tell me what you believe you received in terms of it? Was it somebody running a buccal swab over his back? Do you know how that was collected?
I do not know how it was collected.
But are we on the same page that that's what it reports to be?
It was labeled as a swabbing from the upper back and a swabbing from the lower back.
Of Mr. Mew?
Correct.
Okay. And would it be fair then, one of the things you're testing for in that situation would be touch DNA, right?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And the lower back and upper back of Mr. Mew said all other individuals with the standards that you examined were excluded. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. If I told you that there's photographic evidence of at least two of these people that you received samples for putting their hands on Mr. Mew's back with their skin-to-skin contact, are you saying that they just didn't leave enough
back
DNA?
Swabs, I don't get those.
That is possible, yes.
Okay, but you're not saying they didn't touch him.
No, I'm not.
And because, I guess I want to make sure I just have it right. I only have a couple questions left. we've seen in this case what I've told you about. Okay. We've seen physical contact between at least two of these samples that you tested and Mr. Mew's back. Do you know where they specifically swabbed for the DNA?
I do not.
So you just get it, and that's not you don't make that determination, do you?
No.
Okay, you're given the information from law enforcement. Law enforcement makes that decision. You just do the testing.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't see, and can you tell me, I didn't see a sample of Mr. Mew's, of a DNA sample from Mr. Mew's throat area. Do you see that?
No, I do not.
To your knowledge, is that any different than anything else? Could you swab my neck to see if there would be touch DNA there from one of these people?
We can, yes.
Okay. Ms. Lynn, thank you for your time.
Mr. Anderson?
You don't need more. Come on. Bacon. Let's go hometown.
Exhibit 4, sorry. So first of all, real quick, before I ask you more questions about it, is this the knife you examined?
Yes, it is.
How do you know that?
It has our lab case and item number on it.
So this is what you swabbed yourself?
Correct.
All the other swabs you got sent from the sheriff's office?
The swabs from Mr. Mew, yes.
Okay. And actually, I should correct myself because I believe the receipt. Does the receipt actually show how you received the items?
They were delivered in person.
By who?
Sally Standart.
Okay. And the questions from defense about there not being any other matches for DNA from the swabs from Nikolai Mew's back. You recall that?
Yes.
We know somebody touched his back. So is that an example of just not being able to recover DNA?
That's possible, yes.
Is touch DNA skin cells?
Yes.
Or I suppose could it be sweat or something else, or is it just skin cells?
The DNA profile would be coming from the skin cells left behind.
And so if something washes the skin cells off the surface of whatever you're testing, knife, some other skin, or if there's just not enough of it, you're not able to match is the word probably most people use, but get a strong support for inclusion.
If the DNA is washed off, then we would not detect that DNA there.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trophy?
If I touch another person, the more force I use to touch that person, would it make it more likely that my touch DNA would be left behind?
That would be dependent on a lot of factors.
Well, if I lay my hand on something,
if I'm wearing sunscreen and it's wet
for the same amount of time, if I smack my hand on something, is smacking my hand on something more likely to leave touch DNA because of the force that I've used?
I don't really know if it would be more likely.
But you're the expert.
Is it more likely if I grab something? More likely to leave DNA than if I touch something?
If more of your hand is in contact with the item, then yes.
Okay. And the more often I do it too, right?
Correct.
Okay. My last one or two questions, ma'am. There was a question about washing DNA off and things like that. Do you have any experience or do you have any knowledge of like the level of effort that has to be used to do that?
No, I don't.
So you don't know if I drop something in a glass of water, whether or not that's going to remove the DNA that might be on that object versus if I'm, scrubbing it with soap. Do you know the difference?
Scrubbing it would be a lot more likely to remove the DNA.
Okay, so if I'm holding something and I fall into the water and then get up and I'm still holding that object, do you have any opinion as to whether or not the likelihood of that DNA being removed from that water? Do you have any opinion on that?
I don't.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Lind. You are excused.
Judge, I think on the admission of 66, 19, 67, 65, and 59. Before we go there, Judge, can I just have one?
Yes.
So, Judge,
If he's wearing sunscreen, will that leave DNA?
19 of the others too.
If he's sweating, there's so much that could interfere with it. But again, it's a self-defense case. It's not my knife case.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but I think they wanted it in that he didn't have their DNA on his back. But again, we've seen the video. We can clearly see he's touched.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the part of him tossing his knife is already bad enough. The DNA doesn't matter.
All right, so I'll reserve a ruling on 19 for further testimony. No objection to 59, the resume. That's received. The crime lab receipt, crime lab release, exhibit 66 and 67.
I don't have an objection to that.
All right, both received. Was there a fourth document?
Yes.
I have part in the 1700s. Some Polish guy touched one of my ancestors.
Any objection?
Other than that, Danish all the way through.
Yeah, no. All right, 65 is received as well. All right, members of the jury, we are going to adjourn for the weekend.
Oh, Shelby, thank you so much.
I just want to say a thing or two before I let you go. One of the cornerstones of our judicial system is the oath. Judges take oaths. The attorneys took an oath. You've seen the witnesses take oaths, and you took one before you started your jury service.
Hey, Megan.
In the juror's oath, you
Amanda
promised to
Marie,
render a true verdict
Olivia
according to
Nile,
law and the facts
Ronnie,
of this case.
And yourself got a membership.
That is
Thank
why
you so
I have
much.
emphasized at nearly every break the importance of not conducting your own research,
Yeah.
the importance of not talking with others about the case, the importance. But
That's not important. Just tell us.
and all there will be to ensure that is you.
Come on, Judge. Tell us when we're back on Monday.
When Mr. Chaguez was on the witness stand regarding a few administrative things. And come back rested Monday morning, 8 a.m.
8 a.m.
When Mr. Chaguez was on the witness stand regarding other ways of describing his peacefulness, Mr. Mew's peacefulness, but I did allow Mr. Nelson to get into Mr. Mew's demeanor, and things of that sort on the day in question. Mr. Nelson, if there's more you want to add, you may.
No, he looks like the guy from Night Court. If you're old enough to have watched that show.
Specific topic.
Was there
Mine
something
is all
else?
so good.
I believe at that during that sidebar, the state raised the issue that they might object in the future to any other witnesses. I think we were punting it for another time, and so we didn't make any decisions other than we noted that there might be future things to discuss.
Let me ask this: do you have any witnesses whose only testimony will be character for peacefulness?
We have them on the witness list. Yes, we have not yet made a decision whether we're going to call them. So for now, I would say yes, we do. We may reevaluate that over the weekend.
Here's my sense. I'm not making a ruling, but I'm just giving you some idea of where the winds are blowing. If we have a fact witness who is able to testify to pertinent character traits, it may be a repeat of earlier testimony, but I don't think it is repetitive to the point where it has to be excluded. It's not a huge waste of time to ask 2 questions. So if it's a fact witness, I'll allow it to be presented, even though other witnesses have testified to character. In my opinion, the usefulness of the testimony is limited to the individual who's delivering the opinion. So I think it makes sense to allow a little bit broader perspective when asking witnesses about that character trait. If there are witnesses who are going to be called for the sole purpose of testifying to that fact, that may be a waste of time. So perhaps we can revisit it at a later date, depending on your reevaluation.
I appreciate. I disagree, but we'll deal with it later.
We'll deal with it later, right. There was a sidebar about Exhibit 71 and the additional pages coming in. Ultimately, I heard from the attorneys. I allowed it to come in. Both sides impeached and tried to rehabilitate the witness regarding prior consistent and inconsistent statements. And although it may have exceeded the scope of the redirect, the recross, I allowed it. I thought more so for expediency than anything else. If there's more you want to add, you may.
I did object for those reasons. My concern is the admissibility of those pages that weren't published or specifically referenced in cross-examination. Going forward, I would object to the state being able to make reference to that.
Are you ready to,
transcript.
in 2 weeks, we're going to
Since
kick
it
it
wasn't published, since the witness didn't get an opportunity to ask specifically about it. So I understand your Honor's ruling. Just going forward, I don't think they just get to read from that transcript if it wasn't.
Okay. And we can take up that concern in the event it ever arises.
Sure.
Because we're not there at this moment. The bigger issue had to do with interpreters. Over the lunch hour, the attorneys met with me in chambers to alert me about concerns that one or more attorneys had about the accuracy of the Spanish translation. After some discussion, I permitted the attorneys to meet with both of the interpreters to talk about their concerns and see what, if anything, could be done about it. That was the reason for the lengthy delay after the lunch hour. The attorneys did meet with the interpreters, came back in. We had a sidebar. It sounded like the concerns were addressed. I won't get into details, but I'll invite the attorneys to speak more about it since you were party to the conversation with the interpreters.
I'll defer to Attorney Nelson.
Yes, Judge, we had concerns. We brought them up in chambers. Your Honor encouraged us to make a motion before Your Honor ruled on anything. Your Honor encouraged us to solve it in some other way. We spoke with interpreter. Based on that discussion, I was confident going forward in the manner which we did, so we did not make a motion.
Okay. Is it fair to say that there were some nuances that weren't being
It's my
reported?
Understanding that from the interpreter that I spoke with, that the witnesses who spoke Spanish, who learned their Spanish in Cuba, that is for the interpreters sometimes more difficult to understand. This is this is coming from a non-Spanish speaking person, so I might be screwing all of this up. I apologize.
The 14th of May.
That's where
So hopefully
the
Karen will be
concern
done
came
by then.
up. For us, she acknowledged that that is a more difficult task. Sounds like they did the best they could.
Mr. Anderson, do you have anything to add?
And what was relayed is that they help each other out. So if one misses something, the other one will say, "Oh, this too," and it was relayed to us that that's what they're doing. They're
Sadly not.
board certified.
No.
That'll be the
I
Midwest
didn't notice any
meetup.
issues.
Maybe a Massachusetts meetup if
Yeah.
you get that corrupt
Some
police
points
department
where
out of there.
One was chiming in with the
I'd
other
go
one to
visit.
elaborate. So I think I don't have any concerns.
Of course not.
Was there more?
I also speak Spanish, and I didn't notice anything. The court might have noticed I kept having to catch myself. I'd start answering the question before the translation, and I thought the translations were fine.
You
I
speak
don't
as well
believe you.
Spanish as I do.
From what I understand, court interpretation is a very difficult
One
and
taco is
challenging
in Spanish.
skill. Not
Just
all
'cause you
people
eat
who are
tacos.
bilingual can interpret in a courtroom setting because of the technical words that are used and the sequencing of language. So it is a technical skill, it is a learned skill, and not a precise science. So the meaning, lost interpretation has some meaning here. In any event, the attorneys are satisfied. I'm satisfied that a complete and accurate record was made today, and we'll close the books on that issue. Is there anything else that we need to talk about outside the presence of the jury before next week? Mr. Anderson?
I don't think so.
Mr. Trofasi?
Judge, there was a witness that we discussed in chambers. I want to just make sure that that witness is available. There might be other solutions, and we're open to those solutions, but until then, I'd ask that sounds like the state's probably not going to finish on Monday. It'd be sometime on Tuesday, I'm guessing. But so we can take it up on Monday, but as it stands right now, we'd like that witness to be available for the defense to call on Tuesday.
Okay, this witness is under subpoena.
Yes, they're under the state's subpoena. Yes, which Your Honor has previously said is a court subpoena.
So the way I look at it right now is a witness under subpoena to testify is expected and obligated to come to court and testify. That's the rule. If I'm being asked to do something different, I need a motion and some authority to do something different. But a subpoena is a subpoena, and everyone is expected to adhere to it. All right, that concludes our business. We are adjourned. Exhibits, and please have the illustration on the easel marked as an exhibit.
All right. Yes, Brandon. Oh my God.
Okay, so 87 is the illustration Mr. Anderson created with this witness. That's all.
I do too, Rachel. This is ridiculous. He's sitting
And
in prison this whole
good
time.
afternoon from me, Paul Bloom, here in the.
See you, Paul.
Yeah. These little a-hole kids.
Well, Jamie, what did we learn today?
That I hate them even more and more.
Thank you. I couldn't summarize it better. My recap video tomorrow will just be me sitting here doing this, but not with these fingers.
I hate it. I hate this DA. He can. I just hate him.
But he's a progressive Republican. That's the same as a pregnant virgin. Non-existent.
He's like, I know
Well-
Spanish too. Like, sure you do.
Can I just say thank you all so much? This has been one of my biggest, most viewed cases since I started. All you new people, you have been fun. All the support you have shown us, you make it fun to do it. Tomorrow, 9 a.m., we will have our normal Stabio Day. If I find a fourth angel, I'll put that on the list. Other than that, I might be joining FNL over at the experts if I wake up early enough. Probably not, because it's midnight. But I normally don't drink too much on stream. But thank you so much for making this one of the best weeks. Brandon, are you ready? Ready, Brandon? We're not going yet. You don't have to say hasta la taco. I'm waiting for Brandon to crack a beer. He's probably not even here.
He was here. He's just running his mouth in chat like 5 seconds ago.
Well,
there
you
he
ready?
is.
Cheers, buddy. Whee.
Oof.
Yeah, but you don't. It's not that you chipped in. It's just I normally always chuck one for you because Valhalla couldn't do it. I'm gonna send you to next stream. Yes, I am, Patty.
Are you wasted now?
No.
Are you white baker wasted?
No, I'm a Scandinavian guy. I'm not American, so that's not a big
that
problem.
would have took Dave out.
Yeah. Well, it's not gonna hit until I get to bed. But Jamie, I'll see you again tomorrow. Hopefully, a lot of you will be here. I'm gonna send you all over to Nick. He has his Friday stream. I think Mo is over there. Mo might be here tomorrow. He's covered in flour and reeks of booze. Valhalla?
No, you.
I'm not covered in flowers.
You're a wasted baker.
People who think one little pivo and a small glass of port. You can meet me in Tennessee on the 16th, 17th, no, the 16th and 17th of May, and I'll show you. It takes a little bit more to get me white girl wasted. I'm gonna bourbon a bit, but that's just because I chugged a beer. And Valhalla, that's how you shoot a beer without spilling it on the floor.
Oh boy. Calling him
Have a
out.
wonderful weekend, all of you, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. And everyone, go out there and be happy, because after a day like this in trial, I can only say one thing.
Your Honor, I apologize. What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100, because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and they.
Widower case.
Did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
If I showed you.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, everyone had things on YouTube.
Mr. Randolph, do you?
I got to get some man. You don't know.
Called him chicken shit.
That's right, you are chicken shit.